Hello everyone and welcome back to round 3 of the Racing Hondas Championship, brought to you today from a very sunny Brands Hatch. Now we are heading into rounds 5 and 6 today, and our drivers are taking on the slightly smaller Indy circuit. However, it does prove plenty of room for overtaking, so we should see some fantastic head-to-head battles today. Now we have got Kevin, who is leading our Class A Championship, and the unstoppable Dan, who literally cannot seem to be beaten in Class B, and not forget Matt, who has taken the lead in our Class C head-to-head battle. Now, special shout out to Lucas, who are bringing you the live stream today, and a special hello to our American viewers. Stick around for a fantastic day of racing.
Don't think Charlie could have said it better. Welcome everybody to a very sunny Brands Hatch for the third event of the season for Time Attack, TUNERFEST South in Brands Hatch in Kent, on the shorter Indy circuit, 1.2 miles in store, and what's set to be a magnificent day of track action, not just for the Racing Hondas that are coming up here for their first session of a day of free practice, but also a full day of sessions for Time Attack and also demonstrations for the Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship drivers as well. Scott Wood was here in the commentary box to guide you through all the action for all the Racing Hondas action. And you'll hear once again from Alexi Wood once we get underway for our Time Attack sessions. And this really is looking to be a fantastic event here at TUNERFEST South. There is anticipated to be around about 10,000 people moving through just today at this event. There are car clubs in store, there are trade stands, food stalls, and plenty of things to see and do around this event. It is set to be one of the biggest events not only that TUNERFEST South has ever seen, but one of the biggest events of the season here at Brands Hatch in itself. Well, good morning to everyone that's watching on the Time Attack and Alpha live streams. Also, a good morning, or at least a very early hours of the morning at least, to our American viewers on the Lucas Oil stream as well. Good to have your company. And of course, thank you to Lucas Oil, which this stream is powered by. Without them, of course, this stream mostly wouldn't be possible. So before we get Time Attack action underway later on this morning, we are getting set for our first session of the weekend, of the day, for the Racing Hondas Championship. This is the third event of the season, rounds 5 and 6 later on this afternoon, and a 27-car entry ready to take to the track. As the green flag flies, it is 10 o'clock sharp, and it is the Honor Motorsport pair of the two EP3 Civics of James Kembury and Duncan Holloway that will lead them on to the circuit, this 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit, which in terms of the history of this circuit is quite spectacular. They first started using the circuit way back in 1926 for cycle and running races, moved to motorcycles in 1932, didn't get paved until 1950 when they run their first car races here, and then they added the GP loop in 1960, and it first got its name becoming the Indy circuit. It used to be called the Club Circuit until 1978 when John Webb, the late John Webb, who was the all-impressive manager of motor racing circuits and particularly Brands Hatch, managed to convince the Indy cars to come over from America as part of a double header with Silverstone and Brands Hatch. And to honour their visit from 1978, this circuit was renamed from Club Circuit to Indy Circuit, and it's since made some changes from about 2000. This race circuit has remained pretty much unchanged from about 2003 onwards. 1.2 miles in length. It really is a speed bowl of a circuit. It's a bit of an amphitheatre you can see around here, but on this Indy circuit. It's only when you turn left off of Surtees onto the Grand Prix loop, which you can see the exit of just in the background of the bridge, that you start to really go off onto the trees. But you can see the entire circuit from where you're situated around here, and already I can see plenty of people on the spectator banks moving forwards now to watch the track action, also in the grandstand over at Paddock Hill Bend and around on the exit. And so this is a circuit where these Racing Hondas are certainly going to thrive. So just a reminder, the free practice session is just that. There's no real cadence for qualifying or races. It's simply just for these drivers to get their first proper taste of the track conditions today and get themselves warmed up for qualifying, which is scheduled to take place at around about 5 to 12 this morning. So it's roughly around about, let's say, the session, about an hour and 45 minutes on original schedule before these cars will head out again to the side of the grid for the first of today's two races. And immediately the timing screen showing a red flag for reasons we know not. I'll have a quick scan around the circuit to find and see if we've had someone off the road. And immediately, unless our camera picks something up, I can't fully see the reason why we have a red flag, truthfully. I can't see anyone off at Surtees, no one off at Clearways and McLaren, no one's off on the pit straight either. No one off at Paddock Hill Bend that I can see. I can't see through the trees anyone that's off at Druids, and neither at Graham Hill Bend. The only thing I can think is that I can't see from our commentary box position is the short row of the beginning of the Cooper Straight exiting Graham Hill Bend towards Surtees if someone's pulled off there. But even with the camera shot we just saw, I couldn't quite see. There might be a car pulled off on the back straight towards Surtees. I'm just looking at one of the CCTV cameras. That's the reason why. We have a piece of trim or bodywork in the road, and that looks like it's on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. Yeah, right in the compression of the hill. So one of our ever hard-working marshals having to call into action for the first time today. Big thank you to all of our marshals and officials and volunteers for being here today. It's set to be a rather warm one, so these marshals certainly are going to be doing the best job they can in these conditions, given they have to be in a full orange, essentially marshals overalls. So it's not going to be easy for them to be coping with these weather conditions. Whilst we're under a red flag, we get to have a look and see where we are in terms of the championship. So in the championship coming into the weekend, remember there's an overall championship as well as individual classes, but we'll go through the classes first of all before we look at the overall picture. Class A, which is the fastest cars in the field, which has a maximum power to weight ratio of 240 brake horsepower per tonne if naturally aspirated, or 235 brake horsepower if supercharged. I reckon possibly forced induction in total. Lead of that championship at the moment, class, is Kevin Talbot, as the green flag quickly flies and gets back underway. So Kevin Talbot leads the way in the championship, 54 points to Will Self's 46. And Kevin Talbot at Donington Park was the first driver to win more than one race in the season. Prior to that, we'd had wins for Will Self and Kevin Talbot at Calvin Park, and then a winning race one at Donington Park for Phil Wright, the 2023 champion, just going through the shot in car 63. But it was Kevin Talbot's winning race two that makes him the only driver to win more than one race this season. Has that 8-point advantage over Will Self. And then Phil Wright has still managed third in the championship despite not starting the first race. He's come through and taken a third at Cadwell Park in race two, and then a victory in damp conditions in race one at Donington, and then the dry he managed fourth position. That puts him on 43 points, just 3 behind Will Self, who has a DNF to his name as well from Cadwell Park in race two after he tangled at the start with Tommy Knight. Liam Collins, who had a couple of podiums at Cadwell Park, then DNF'd in the first race at Donington Park, managed a P6 in the second race, but he's now currently tied for fourth position with Tommy Knight, who's had very similar results along the way. Tommy having taken 2 podiums himself. And another driver who's back in P6, but has had some pace that has not quite belied where he is in the championship, is Bob Barron, who I was talking briefly to Fraser McNeil this morning. He was doing some testing up at Knock Hill earlier on this week, and on Thursday, the front end of that car had been taken off, so they had to quickly refit it and get the car back down and ready to be here when it turned up on Friday. So thankfully that car's been put back to full health, and he'll be looking to try and get his first podium. He's come close more than once to taking his first victory. He was a real sensation on the season opener at Cadwell Park, where in only his second race, he started from the front row of the grid, led for half the race, and then just made a mistake at the top of the circuit halfway through that dropped him off the podium. So he'll be looking to try and put that right. Just looking at our defending champion, Ryan Cunningham, champion in Class C and overall last year. He moved up to Class B this season, and currently doing the chasing of the championship leader, Dan Thackeray, who also leads the championship overall. It's a little bit like if you reminisce of the times when we've seen the British touring cars back as recent as the late 80s, when you had the multi-class system where drivers score points within their class, but then it's how many points you score that can also lead towards an overall championship. So, case in point, Ryan Cunningham was in Class C last season, but he scored enough points in his class to be champion overall, and he's used that momentum to then move into Class B, where he's looking to try and take the fight to Dan Thackeray, who's a former Civic Cup racer. And he might not thank me for saying that a couple of years ago he was in contention here at the final rounds of the Civic Cup, battling with I really should remember his name, but it's Max. I remember his name at some point, but battling for the championship, and he was in the lead of it and contending for it until his engine blew on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and then through up to Pilgrim's Drop and Druids, and that essentially put the brakes on his championship charge. Dan Thackeray leads with 74 points, ahead of Ryan Cunningham with 54. Sam Lintzner is third with 36 points, ahead of Spencer Fortag with 27. Just seen on screen there following Fraser McNeil's bright yellow EG Civic. And then rounding out the top 5 is Lewis Barker with 25 points. And then in Class C, you've got Matt Rowling. I was told off this morning by Matt, it should be Rowling, not Rowling. So forgive me for that. Matt Rowling is on 33 points and Callum Houchin on 21. The only other car that's competed in that class all season is one half of the Time Attack organisation ownership himself, Andy Barnes, in the number 99 Kemp Models FN2 Civic. But he's a single round entry, so he doesn't score any points. But he did take 2 victories last time when he first made his appearance in his FN2 at Donington Park, so he'll certainly be looking to be on the pace. Look at the session times at the moment, as I mentioned. The practice times don't really tell too much in terms of outright pace, unless anyone's going for an outright glory run. Will Self currently fastest, 52.643, just over a tenth ahead of Phil Wright in second fastest. James Alford is now third, and then Liam Collins, Kevin Talbot, Bob Barron sixth quickest, just ahead of his teammate Fraser McNeil. And then eighth fastest is where you find the top of the Class B, which is championship leader Dan Thackeray, just ahead, about roughly 0.4 of a second ahead of Ryan Cunningham, who's just popped up to ninth. And then in 10th position is Dave Buki in his number 51 Class A EK9 Honda Civic. Debuted that last time out at Donington Park. Just had a notice that on the screen that James Kiff appears to have stopped on track somewhere. James Kiff, one of our 2 newcomers this weekend. James Kiff, a former amateur bike racer. And I was reading about some of his history. He had to stop racing after an accident back in 2019. And he was advised by his other half that maybe he should step away from the 2 wheels if it's more dangerous. And he went, well, how about 4 wheels? That's got a roof and a roll cage and a seat, so it seems to be something better. He's bought the car from what was intended to be a competition car that I think he mentioned this morning just after the briefing, that it was meant to be a competition car to drive at the Nürburgring. So it's really had a competition life all its life, really. It's been in competition all its life. And so now that car's been put together in around about 4 or 5 months. And it's his first ever car race. So fingers crossed to James that he can have a solid run in his first appearance in the championship this weekend, running with KC Motorsport. The other newcomer that we have is Jason Stack in the JS Engineering SW Limited Civic EP9 that's racing Class A, and he's got experience racing in the Castle Combe Hot Hatch Championship, so it's nice to see a couple of new faces in the championship. There's Matt Rowling in the Class C Civic, leads the way in points with 33, just 12 ahead of Callum Houchin with 21. Across the line he goes. He remains top in class and is in 19th quickest overall, because his nearest contender, Callum Houchin, is in the pits and 26th fastest. Just saw that Liam Collins, I think he needs to readjust the windscreen strip, because it's starting to peel off the top of the windscreen. There's Ryan Cunningham in the number 1 Kemp Models Civic EP3. Kemp Models, one of the key sponsors of Time Attack. And it's nice to see that car doing so well. And Ryan adjusting to Class B life. So 3 second places and a third, as I think Liam Collins there is just easing off a little bit to find a bit more track space in these last 4 minutes. Now there's Owen Diver, who we're glad to see is also making his proper debut this weekend. He was meant to race last time out at Donington, but the car was still being built and put together on the Sunday, the day before it was meant to go on track, and the Kinetic Motorsport squad couldn't quite get it ready to make his debut, so he had to sit out that event. But he did have managed to get that car finished and out for this weekend. So Owen officially making his proper debut in the Racing Hondas Championship this weekend against Rick O'Connell, who we were pleased to see at Donington Park after he had a bit of a shunt at Capel Park. He lost it on the back end coming out of a corner and went side on into the tyres. He was fine, but the car needed a bit of straightening out back at base, and so they got it fixed and sorted, got it out for Donington Park, and then once they did manage to fix it, he picked up a couple of top 10 finishes in class as well. So he now currently comes into the weekend around about just about 11th or so in points. Got some work to do to find a bit more pace. He's got 4 points, as has Dave Buki as well. So Tommy Knight is showing us fastest of the times. Now he's done a 51.815. Now that's significant, because I was looking through some of the lap times, and I'm pretty sure that if they can lap that quickly in qualifying, we might well be staring at a brand new qualifying lap record, because the qualifying lap record at the moment held outright is by this man, Liam Collins. It's a 52.237. You've got 2 drivers, both Tommy Knight, who's showing as being stopped on track somewhere, and by Will Self, who's actually set the fastest second sector of anybody. Going underneath that time, the next fastest time is Phil Wright. He's done a 52.376. So maybe this is a bit of an omen for qualifying. Maybe if these guys can go that quickly, we could be looking at a brand new qualifying lap record. If they can match that in the race, it'll be a new lap record in the race as well on top of that too. Just looking at my commentary box window, it's great to see not only so many people who are lining the viewing bank opposite the pit straight as well, but also so many car clubs and so many displays that you've got. I'm sure if the cameras catch it in the background here, you'll see so many cars lined up on the bank. There's trade stands, there's food stores. It's a fantastically packed event here at TUNERFEST South. It's only just getting started. It is set to be a really magnificent day of on-track action, beginning with the racing Hondas. And we should mention also in qualifying, getting a good pace in qualifying is going to be key, because you do score bonus points in the championship. You score 5 points for pole position within your class. You score 4 for second quickest, 3 for third quickest, 2 for fourth, and 1 for fifth. So you get extra points before you even go lights out for race number 1. You can get a good time in, it'll certainly work. Now there's Tommy Knight, which the timing screen says has stopped on circuit. There's a couple, I think, that has shown that has stopped, but it might be a glitch. I think the reason why is because possibly, it's because they haven't got a working, a couple of cars haven't got a working transponder. It's probably the reason why it's showing a bit odd. Liam Collins has actually gone ahead and got even quicker than Tommy Knight. He's gone to a 51.477. That's nearly almost getting towards 8 tenths under his qualifying that record. You technically shouldn't have favourites as a commentator, but I do quite have a soft spot for this blue EG Honda Civic. It looks like a proper little touring car, and it's quick as well. It's just at a personal best, 51.815, gone slightly quicker as the timer ticks down. Only roughly about 30 seconds or so before the session wraps up. Just in the background, you can see there is Bob Barron in the silver EG Civic. Again, what can he manage? He's currently at the moment 4th fastest. He's done a 52.290, and then we've got 3 cars that have gone underneath 52 seconds. So I think the qualifying lap record's going later on in a couple of hours. I think we're going to see a pretty rapid lap time, and of course there's potential for the race lap record to be lowered too, as I mentioned, but those come up later on today. Timer ticks down to 0, so anyone on a lap right now, including this quintet of cars coming across the line. Checker flag is out on the session. Barron gets a tow from Knight down the pit straight. Did any of them improve on lap time? The answer is no. Checker flag is out. And so Liam Collins, who's already pitted, will end the session fastest in a time which is around about 8 tenths quicker than his existing qualifying lap record, which means that could be pretty ominous for qualifying. And 2 other drivers, which is Tommy Knight, the driver you're seeing on screen if you're watching the live stream, 2nd fastest in the blue EK Civic, and Will Self in his kind of maroon-red number 34 EG Civic. It is Class A cars in the top 7. The outlier in the top 10 is Dan Thackeray, 53.442. That's put him 8th fastest overall and quickest in Class B in the session. But again, these car times are a bit more of a proving ground to make sure they can dial the setup in, to make sure these cars are where they should be, get a feel for the conditions, make sure that the baseline setup they have works, and then of course they'll go back to the paddock now for a couple of hours, tweak and fettle the cars to make them even better, even quicker for qualifying. And even though I said it's sunny out there, just keep an eye on those clouds overhead, because I wonder, hopefully, if it's going to be humid enough that we might possibly see a sprinkling of rain or 2. Hopefully we don't, because we'd love it to keep dry all the way through, but it might all cool things off a little bit. But the racing Hondas make their way into pit lane and to Parc Fermé at the end of the session. And at the end of it, it is, as I mentioned, Liam Collins fastest of the pack by about 3.5 tenths on a 51.447. He is also joined in being a sub-52 lapper by Tommy Knight in 2nd fastest, Will Self in 3rd fastest, then Kevin Talbot, the championship leader in Class A. He's 4th quickest from Bob Barron in 5th. Phil Wright is 6th quickest from James Orford in 7th. Then Dan Thackeray in 8th, Fraser McNeil in 9th. Dan Thackeray, as you mentioned, of course, is Class B, fastest runner in practice. 10th fastest is Rick O'Connell. Good to see him back up to speed. Dave Buki rounds out the top 10 in class, 11th in overall. Then it's Ryan Cunningham, Sam Linsner, Sammy Milam, Spencer Fortag, James Kembry, James Kiff, who's the best of our 2 newcomers. He's ahead of the number 18, which is Jason Stack. And then it's the number 15 of Lewis Barker, and Trevor McConnell, Matt Rowling, who is fastest in Class C, Duncan Holloway, Oliver Barsby, Luke Crassus-Mellu, Andy Barnes, Callum Houchin and Owen Diver on his first session, rounding off the 27 racing Hondas who are going to be in the mix. So the next track action that you'll see on stream will be voiced by Alexi Wood, who is going to be covering the first sessions for the first attacks, or attack 1, for the time attack groups. The first group that's coming out when that comes on stream is the fastest cars you'll see: Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. This is their warm-up, first of all, not attacks, forgive me. Then it's Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive, and then C and up, Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket. And when that's completed, we're then going to be going to Racing Hondas for their qualifying session coming up. So that's all from me, Scott Woodward, for the time being. Alexi will be here very shortly to guide you through the warm-ups for the time attack sessions. But before we do that, we will take, I think, a very short break, and we will come back shortly. The drifters are going to be out on session in a moment, but we'll come back on screen once the time attack cars are ready to go for their third round of the season here at Brands Hatch.
Good morning and welcome to round 3 of Time Attack. We're here at lovely sunny Brands Hatch, and this is the 20th anniversary of Time Attack this year. And what that means is we've got this fantastic live stream, which is brought to you courtesy of our amazing sponsors, Lucas Oil. And there's also a few scoring format changes throughout the day. And what we're going to see is the pro classes actually out first, and then we're moving on to club, and then on to the Clubman and Pocket Rocket classes. So we're round 3, and we've had the first round at the twisty and technical circuit of Cadwell Park, and fantastic start to the season. Then we went on to round 2, the fast and flowing circuit of Donington. Very changeable weather. Hopefully we won't see the same today. Yeah, very tricky conditions and slippery on track for the drivers. So we're seeing a few incidents, but we actually saw it dry out towards the end of the day and some lap records set as well. So are we going to see the same today? Let's see. We're here at the Indy circuit, so I think the challenge today is actually going to be, it's quite a tight circuit, so it's going to be getting enough clear space for actually someone to get in their perfect lap. So we've got a fantastic day of on-track action ahead of us, so let's get started.
Good morning, everyone, and we are jumping straight into our Time Attack warm-up. We have a slightly different running order this year, new for 2025. In fact, new for round 2. Round 1 ran to a different order than rounds 2 onwards, where right from the get-go, our fastest and most radical Time Attack cars hit the track first, such as the number 33 Honda NSX of Luke Sendziakowski, the Tegiwa machine, the Honda K-Series swapped Honda NSX, Hollinger sequential gearbox, Olin suspension, ABAC race springs. Fascinating piece of trivia from Tegiwa's blog. I've got to say, Tegiwa are very thorough when it comes to blogging and documenting their build, including this car, this NSX. Their build began in 2019, and it went through a few different versions over the years. It started out as a road car, and now it's the beast that you see on track today. And yeah, currently now K-swapped, turbocharged. Very interesting piece of trivia on the Tegiwa blog was that it was tested on a multi-matic chassis rig, and this Honda NSX is 12.18 times more uncomfortable than a 1998 Mercedes S-Class. So there you go, a very useful piece of information there. And again, the team at Tegiwa have been incredibly thorough in documenting all the nuts and bolts of their various builds, not just this NSX, but other ones as well. So I've been a long time reader of their blog, and I recommend that you do the same as well. So for those of you wondering, perhaps you're here as part of the wonderful TUNERFEST show, sponsored by MMT Performance, Get It On, Pulsar UK, Zerkotech, ProBite Performance Brakes, and Hugo's Plates. If you're here for the TUNERFEST aspect, more for the show, more for the clubs, you're here with your mates, and you're wondering, what is this happening on track right now? And Time Attack is all about lap time. So our drivers will have a 15, 20-minute open pit lane session where drivers aim to set the fastest flying lap that they possibly can. And based on how fast their flying lap is compared to the other drivers, that's what determines the winner and second place and so on. So we might call it finisher, we might call it you know, the finishing order and so on. That's not really, you know, we're not talking about who's completed a greater race distance or anything like that. We're looking purely at lap time. But unlike, say, rallying or hill climb or sprints and so on, our drivers don't just have a single run. They have a open pit lane session. They can do as many flying laps as they can fit in. And of course, they're doing so when there are multiple other drivers on the track at the same time trying to do that as well. So it's a little bit different to other types of stopwatch-based competition, in that there are lots of cars on track and it's an open pit lane format. But at no point in the day will we see Time Attack cars racing wheel to wheel like you will with the Racing Hondas Championship. These cars are competing purely to set the fastest lap time. And so this is only warm-up, so we have warm-up and then we have a new format for 2025, Attack 1, Attack 2, and Attack 3. But while our pro class drivers are warming up, I believe Susie is in the paddock.
So kicking off the day, I'm just down here in the pit lane talking with Simon Norris. So good morning, Simon.
Morning.
So we've got the fantastic SWB Evo. So tell us a little bit about it for people who don't know anything about the car.
It's a pretty infamous car, but we've had it been built in 2006 originally, and then we've changed the spec, as most people do with these cars, over a number of years. The biggest difference from this, from a normal Evo 9 or CT9A as people call them, is it's 10 inches shorter, 3 inches lower on the roof chop, so hence the SWB reference you made, short wheelbase, which is done as a marketing thing really originally, no other real reason. And it's got an Andrew Brilliant AMB aero package on it. The engine was transverse from factory. That's longitudinally mounted now. And then lots of different developments making it different from a standard Evo 9 or CT9A.
And of course, huge amounts of aero. Can you just talk to us a little bit about the aero package?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people in Time Attack know aero is the thing that makes a massive difference. But with that comes complication of suspension support, making things work so you just don't drive the car into the ground. However, we messed around with self-designing over a number of years and things you glean from the internet, from not thinking you're an aerodynamicist, but thinking you have some idea how these things work. But we got to the point where we were having a lot of rear aero from the spoiler, but nothing or little from the front. So we enlisted AMB Aero, who do a lot of the World Time Attack cars, who do a couple of the high-level cars here as well. He designed us a proper package on CFD with his years of experience. And the difference is utterly astounding. You've got proper downforce at the front. The package works as a whole, although it still took a long time to dial it in and get it how we wanted with the balance of the aero loads. Yeah, single biggest game changer, really.
So how much downforce are we talking? And talk to us a little bit about the suspension changes you've had to make.
Well, that's the problem you get, is you get so much downforce that the car collapses under the weight of the downforce at speed, so it drives the car into the floor. So on a McPherson type setup like this is, rather than a double wishbone with a 5th and 6th damper, you have to support that load, and if you have enough spring to support it, then you get no low speed grip. So you run a softer spring for some low speed grip, mechanical grip people call it, and then you support it on the bump rubbers, and you have to engage the bump rubbers at a very particular point, so you're getting the car at the right height at speed, but you're not driving into the ground, and that took a lot of work. We developed it on some KW and then Tyne suspension originally, which weren't ideal, but it allowed us to get a baseline, if you like, and then we got Mick Gardner Racing to do us some Öhlins 4-way dampers based on that information. We went to the shaker rig and got a base setting, and then we've still tweaked it quite a lot from there because the balance of the car wasn't right, as I hinted at earlier, and that's now the car sits down in a flat way rather than going nose down at the front. So getting those things to work is difficult, but it's nearly 2 tons of downforce, 150 miles an hour, so which is significant. And the limit isn't how much you can make, it's how much you can have and control and use on circuit without running into these other problems, which Andrew explained to me initially.
So is the issue then just keeping the speed up so you can really utilise that downforce in the corners?
Well, that's where you want the lower spring rates. The lower spring rates get you mechanical grip when the aero isn't not working. It's not like it's a knife edge where it's working and it's not working. It's obviously a graph of aero load that comes on. The more speed you have, the more you get proportionally, which is also a negative. But yeah, as you sort of need to go faster through the corners, trust the car a bit more, and the load you get from accelerative traction and also braking is much higher because the tyres are being pushed into the ground. So it's a reprogramming of your brain, which old brains struggle to adapt, mine in particular. So you have to you either blindly trust it or you slowly build up to the grip that's available, which is what we sort of have been doing along the way.
Oh, it's fantastic to see it back, and it's great to have Pro Extreme Car. I think everyone should keep an eye out for the times you're doing today. So good luck out there today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely fascinating stuff. We did have a red flag in the meantime, which is not fascinating, but luckily we have some really great interviews happening in the meantime. Now, so we have number 151, that's Colin Dorward, stopped out on track, so that will need a little bit of time to get recovered. I can see Colin there in the car, sitting in there. Marshall is there opening the door. He is remaining in the car. Anyway, I think that's absolutely fascinating. Great to see Simon Norris back. I think it's the first time we've seen him this year in Time Attack. Although, of course, the Time Attack legend over the years. And he mentioned it there himself, and I touched on this earlier with the Tegua NSX. I think one of the things that makes Time Attack so unique is how drivers or driver builders can develop their car year on year on year on year from a quite tame road car, as it came from the dealership, into something really quite extreme. And in some cases, if we take into consideration the Roger Clark Motorsport Gobstopper 3, a car that laps at a similar pace to some top single-seaters at some circuits. So this process of evolution is so interesting, and these interviews that we now have and that we can now watch and listen to thanks to the live stream powered by Lucas Oil make the Time Attack fan experience so much more interesting, because we get to hear all these insights from the driver builders. Absolutely fascinating hearing about the Norris Designs car. I think it's the only Pro Extreme car that we have with us today, but we haven't actually seen any Pro Extreme cars in Time Attack so far in the 3 rounds of 2025. So great to see Simon Norris back here. Very interesting hearing about his build there. Nearly 2 tons of downforce thanks to the Andrew Brilliant Aero, a name who is well known within the Time Attack paddock, but also the global Time Attack community as well. And as Simon was saying there, it isn't just about how much aero you can produce, it's also about how you balance out that aero and the other adaptations that you need to make to the car so it can cope with the aero. And the great thing about the Time Attack paddock is that you can go and have a wander around as a member of the public. It isn't closed off like in some other motorsport categories, so you can come and take a look, drink in the vibes of the paddock. Of course, you need to read the room, and if teams are frantically working away, then maintain a respectful distance so they can crack on with what they need to do. But if you get a chance to see Simon Norris's car, it tends, when it's stationary, it rides quite high. There's quite a lot of arch gap. And that's because when it's moving at 150 miles an hour or other speeds, and it's making all that downforce, like he said there, like Simon said, at 150 miles an hour, it's making nearly 2 tons of downforce. That's 2 tons more load through the suspension and tires than when it's stationary. And if you think about, if you're moving house and you just put a bunch of stuff in your car, how much the suspension sinks by, you've only added maybe 400 kilos max, and the suspension already starts to sink. He's adding 2 tons of extra load through that suspension. So it needs to be extra tall when it's stationary, so it's got that room to sink down and absorb that extra load. So you're getting the benefit of the downforce, but like you said, you're not then bottoming out the car and running it into the ground. So when you add that downforce, you've got to compensate and adapt in other areas. Really, really, really fascinating stuff. And I really love watching and listening to these interviews with the drivers. And again, that's the thing that's been made possible by the Lucas Oil live stream, which we haven't had a live stream for a few years now. That's a very, very welcome addition back to the Time Attack organization media package. And of course, today we do have some listeners from the US. This is going out on the Lucas Oil US pages as well. So welcome if you're watching from stateside. Great to have you with us. I believe that red flag incident has now been cleared up. However, that marks the end of the pro cars warm-up, and now our club cars head onto the track. If you're wondering what that is, so actually, there we go. It goes back to our earlier point about modifying the car, building it over the years, and in fact, we will get into that in just a few moments as our club cars get their warm-up underway. So it's a point there that we've made a couple of times already. So for example, Simon Norris's car, the Tegua NSX as well. These are cars that have developed year on year on year on year from something that was a very tame road car once upon a time into a real extreme fire-breathing monster in every step in between. Now, in most other championships, the spec of car is very tightly controlled. And if you modify your car in some way, you make some kind of change, chances are you're no longer eligible for that championship and you need to leave and go somewhere else if you want to modify your car. Now in Time Attack, you can stay in the championship, you can modify your car, you can pretty much do whatever you want. The question is, what class will your mods put you into? So you're welcome to make changes to your car, but they might move you into a different class, that's all. So you're still part of the paddock, you're still part of the same Time Attack circus, the same club, you just might go into a different class than what you were previously because now you've added some extra aero or you've done an engine swap or something like that. So that's why we have the different classes here in Time Attack. We had the pro cars on track previously, now we have the club cars on track, and then after that we'll have our clubman cars. And basically, this is so that to keep things somewhat fair, yes, you know, everyone can modify their cars and upgrade them and so on, but we want to keep things somewhat competitive, so we try to group cars together based on if they have similar mods done, basically. And so the pro class cars made up of the Club Pro class, and Pro Extreme class, those are really the highest spec, most elaborate builds, very bespoke, very high-end things. And then in the club two-wheel drive and club four-wheel drive classes, this is for what you might call a track day car, track car. We've got a cage, it's fully stripped, there's a bit of aero going on, maybe an engine swap. So that kind of thing is what we might call a club two-wheel drive, a club four-wheel drive class car. That's what's on track right now. And the next class, we'll get into that when they're on track. So again, this is only warm-up, so the drivers aren't pushing that hard, and there's not any great need to pay really close attention to the lap times that we're doing. Actually, we just take a look, that's Neil Wren in the purple E92335i. Neil, also a driver who's been in Time Attack for quite a long time and developed his cars over the years. Same as Johnny Fletcher there in that Mark IV Astra GSI. See Neil Wren there jumping up the leaderboard. And while our drivers here are warming up, I believe we've got Susie in the paddock again.
So I'm just grabbing a quick couple of minutes with Andy Grady from Club 4-Wheel Drive. So good morning.
How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Yourself?
Good, really good. The weather's good. Can't complain.
Yeah, exactly. Much better than Donington, right?
Yeah, a lot better. Yeah. Hopefully your day works out better for us as well.
So tell us a little bit about your car. So you're driving one of the Evos in Club 4-Wheel Drive.
Yeah, it's GR Performance built. 2.3 with a DSG, Audi DSG, rear diff, obviously gearbox, etc. It just all works on the paddles, like a full manual on paddles. I believe it's one of the first in the world to be finished. There's two others, but they're not actually finished and running. So we've managed to come on quite far with it, to be honest, for what it is.
So what made you go with the DSG?
It started off as a joke. We kept breaking 5 speeds, and as a joke, one day we broke a 5-speed, and at the end of the day, guys went, let's just do away with that and put a DSG in. A week later, I was like, are you being serious about this? This is where it all aspired from that. So, yeah, it's not been easy. It's two years trying to get it all to work properly.
Right.
This is the first year we've had it all working like smooth and no problems. So, hopefully, I mean, up to now, we haven't done the best that we'd like to do, if that makes sense, because the GTR we're against, Volkov, it's a big powered car, and the tracks we've had up to now have played into his hands over ours, let's say. So we're kind of hoping today is more of a track for our car over the GTR, but we'll see.
So and you've got the DSG dialed in, and what sort of power are you kind of running?
It's around 800.
Right, so plenty of power, and like you say, Brands Hatch is going to be a bit of an equaliser with the big power cars because it's a bit tighter, isn't it, as well?
It's basically one big corner, isn't it? The whole thing's one big corner. So yeah, we'll just see how the day pans out. Fingers crossed it goes our way.
And how's the season been going for you so far? So I know at Donington, I think we saw you not out in the final.
We did one lap. We had a bit of an issue with some brakes, and we made a bit of a decision between ourselves that there was one fast lap and come back in, and that's all we managed to do. But it still got us to second place, so I was pretty pleased with that.
And it's changing the championship, isn't it? Because the points are scored in a different way this year, but you're doing well in the championship.
Yeah, we're not far behind Volkov, but it's going to take a bit to catch him, I think. But we'll get there.
So it's more about that consistency. You've got to get out every round, haven't you?
Yeah, it's your reliability as well this year, isn't it? And you've got to make every round, make every session, and finish every session. So.
Well, fantastic. Well, good luck today, and I hope everything goes well. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll speak to you soon.
Absolutely fascinating stuff there from Andy Grady as well. Again, I think these interviews are one of my favorite things about the new Lucas Oil live stream. Very interesting. I spoke with Andy at length after Donington about his DSG gearbox. Like he said, one of only a handful in the world, and potentially the only one that actually works, because it's all fine and dandy. If you go on eBay, these DSG gearboxes are quite plentiful, actually, and it's all fine mounting this stuff. However, controlling it is a whole different thing. It's all electronic. You're sending electronic signals to it. It's getting all different torque inputs, wheel speeds, and of course a whole bunch of other things I'm not even going to pretend to know. So many electronic things are happening with those DSG gearboxes that getting it to play nice, like you said, that took 2 years, and I would dread to think how much money and time as well getting that gearbox to work. But of course they are incredibly robust, very common. Seems like do we have a red flag? Or is it just cars coming into the pits for no reason? We have a red, no people, everyone's just going into the pits, okay. Fine, so we still have Neil Wren on track, actually, as we do Alan Shepard in the Toyota GR Yaris. But on the subject of that DSG gearbox, this is a DQ500, which is the all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive version. There's also a DQ, I think 300 or 250, which is the two-wheel drive, which you might have in a Golf GTI or something like that. Whereas the DQ500 is what you'd have in the big Volkswagen Touareg or maybe an Audi RS3 or something, I guess. I'm not very big in the VAG world, but I do know that this is a DQ500. But yeah, I think very, very unique. And I think once you start breaking these very hard to come by Evo gearboxes in this day and age, any of you that has a classic 90s or noughties JDM machine will know that these gearboxes are getting very difficult to replace. Once upon a time, they were all over the place, and nowadays parts are getting very scarce. So if you can reinvent things a little bit and make life easier for yourself, then people are starting to explore these really innovative new solutions. Let's take a look at what's happening on track. We have Filip Najdenov in the white Ford Sierra Cosworth, car number 946. A very popular driver to watch. Very unique car as well, this Sierra Cosworth 1991. Something that's quite rare to see in this day and age, but here it is on Time Attack being used as its creators intended. Very fast and very, very sideways as well, actually. I think that the track driving lore has moved on to a point where cars now are very pointy, very grippy. It's very much a point and squirt driving style, slow in, fast out. And that's the case with really a lot of cars, and that's really the school of thought in track driving these days. Filip Najdenov, for whatever reason, in this Sierra Cosworth, he takes a different approach. We're actually really steering with the throttle, with the weight of the car as well. So it's less so point and squirt, and actually quite a oversteer-centric driving style, but not in a way that is excessive, but just in a way where he's using weight, and he's using, as in weight transfer and the throttle to turn the car, to turn it in, to adjust its balance that way, which is quite rare to see these days. And it does make him very much a real crowd pleaser when it comes to watching him drive. Let's take a look at the number 117 AirTech Motorsport BMW M3. A single round entry here for today. You can see there Andrew Keim going around the outside in the Honda K-Series powered Citroen Saxo. Down Paddock Hill they go. Now up into Druids. As Andy Grady said, this track is basically one big corner in terms of, well, of course, it's multiple corners, but you're turning almost the whole time. Even the main straight isn't really that straight. We do have the little straight at the back, linking Graham Hill and Surtees, the Cooper straight there. That's kind of straight, but it's not very long. And the main start-finish straight, the Brabham straight, has got elevation changes, it's off camber, and it's also on a corner as well. It's you know, you've got to have steering input pretty much the whole way around. So, as Andy Grady said, the whole circuit involves some level of steering. So it is basically, to paraphrase what he said, one big corner, which changes perhaps the competitive landscape here, because some tracks in the UK, of course, very much favor the more powerful machines, whereas something like Brands Hatch Indy actually maybe plays into the hands more of the chassis-oriented cars, like the smaller, lighter, often older chassis. Hayden King there, single round entry, although a well-known name in Time Attack. Oh, you can see the petals being blown across the screen. Very nice there, of course. Not very nice for hay fever sufferers, but a nice touch there, very cinematic for those of you watching the Lucas Oil live stream. And if you're here watching in person and it's giving you hay fever, then I can only sympathize, because it's affecting me as well. Hayden King of the number 444 King Lifting Seat Leon now makes his way around Druids and into Graham Hill Bend. Meanwhile, Andrew Keim there in the white Citroen Saxo. Barn Work Motorsport machine. This Saxo is K-swapped. And of course, we also have Stu Summers in the other Saxo. Perhaps, has he changed class? Oh no, Stu Summers is here as well. 179 Race and Retro Cars Citroen Saxo. So that's still in the Saxo engine. Andrew Keim on a Honda engine. And now into Paddock Hill he goes, lifting that rear inner wheel, as Saxos often do. Paddock Hill, for me at least, one of the most intimidating corners in the UK. given that it's blind. So as you approach corner entry, you can't even, never mind the exit, you can't even see the apex of Paddock Hill as you're entering it. And it's downhill, and it's got a funny camber going on as well. So it really takes quite a lot of chutzpah to do Paddock Hill successfully. As we see Andrew Kime there giving it a good attempt in that K-swapped Sexo. It's a very fast lap here at Brands Hatch Indy, very short. So as you can see, most of our drivers comfortably under a minute. In fact, all of our drivers now who have set a lap time are lapping well under a minute now. Checkered flag is out. Of course, this is only warm-up, so the lap times themselves don't matter. But as Susie mentioned in the intro video, we do have a new point scoring session, a new point scoring system this year that awards consistency. Andy Grady touched on that in his interview as well. We have a new point scoring system that rewards consistency and reliability across the day. So drivers do get a point for setting a lap time here in warm-up. So it doesn't matter how fast you go, but for those of you, this is very much done with our trackside visitors in mind, so that you're not spending the morning watching an empty track. To incentivize drivers to do some laps during warm-up, we do give them a point for turning a wheel, so that our drivers are encouraged to drive extensively in every single session. So checkered flag is out. So our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars now re-entering the pits. And you can see at the front of the pit lane these lovely new Hyundai Ioniq 5N course cars. I believe MSV have now linked up with Hyundai. And I had a Hyundai Ioniq 6 for a little while, the rear-wheel drive version. Absolutely loved it. I think they're really smashing it. And I think that's great to see their work and their track credentials now extend into the MSV circuits. So very welcome addition, very smart looking cars as well. Right, so I believe that is all of our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars now back in the pits, which means that we will be able to get our Clubman classes on track for their warm-up in just a few minutes. Just as the green flag is waved, and now our entry-level classes, if they can be called such, now enter the track. That's Classic and Retro, Clubman, Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket NA, and Pocket Rocket FI. Those classes now kick off their warm-up session. And like I touched on earlier, there's a whole spectrum of classes and builds and specs that are welcome here in Time Attack. The question is how modified your car is. And the more modified it is, the higher a class it'll go in. But we'll be able to accommodate whatever you bring, basically. As long as it's built to a good standard and it's safe and it complies to the safety regs, we will probably find a class for you. So Time Attack very accommodating in that sense. And so we had the really, really fast and extreme and high-end stuff on track first in the form of Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme. Then we had the track day type cars, what you might call a dedicated track car in the Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive. And then now on track we have the entry-level classes. But don't let that fool you, because we have some very, very quick stuff in these classes as well. Classic and Retro for the older chassis. Clubman and Clubman Plus for the road cars. Some people bring their daily drivers, especially if they have something a little bit spicy, like maybe a standard road-going M3 with a half cage and coilovers. That's perfect for Clubman or Clubman Plus. Then we have Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, which is for cars with small engines, less than 2 liters naturally aspirated. And we also have Pocket Rocket FI, Force Induction, for cars that have small engines under 1.6, but with force induction. Sometimes we combine the Pocket Rocket classes into one, but if we have enough of them, then we can afford to split out the naturally aspirated and the force induction ones, turbocharged or supercharged. Now, looking at classic and retro, I actually managed to, as you will see from the entry list, we have a lot of cars in Time Attack. And I spent the morning milling around the garages, seeing what's what. I managed to catch Mark Donnelly for the first time for a proper chat and a poke around his 1983 Ford Escort, which out of these cars on track now, so far this year, has been the fastest. Also the oldest. And so, of course, that does pique your interest and you think, okay, what's up with that? Now, Mark Donnelly has owned that car for 20 years. And of course, what that means is you get to know your car incredibly well when you've competed in it for that long. And that really means that you can extract the maximum from your car. I think unlike a lot of other builds, which are constantly progressing and changing, or drivers are reshelling or choosing a different platform and so on, and so constantly, even if they are very confident, they're still needing to learn and relearn and adapt and tweak and so on. Mark Donnelly knows his formula very well, he knows that chassis very well, and his driving shows that. And so far this year, he has been the fastest driver in these Classic and Retro Clubman Plus Pocket Rocket sessions, which of course have some very modern machinery, including things like BMW M2s, current shape Honda Civic Type Rs, the Vauxhall VX220, Lotus Exige, and so on. Mark Donnelly faster than all of that in his 1983 Ford Escort, which of course is very interesting indeed. Now, as it turns out, this car did once have the Mark I Ford Focus RS engine swapped in. But since then, he's actually now changed it to the Ford Focus ST170 engine, but turbocharged. Because I believe the original ST170 was naturally aspirated, but this one is turbocharged. And the reason why he went from the Focus RS to a turbocharged ST170 engine is because they have variable valve timing. That's an extra way to extract that performance. So actually, the Ford Mark I Focus RS isn't necessarily a better engine than the ST170, which is considered the lesser model. If you turbocharge the ST170, then actually, in some circumstances, like in Mark Donnelly's case, that is a better track engine than purely Mark I Focus RS. Very interesting stuff. Let's take a look at Annie Thompson in the Lotus Exige 410. This is in the Clubman class, which is for, as I mentioned, fast road cars. Not even necessarily fast road cars, just what one might call fast road specs, and maybe some spicy brake pads or some coilovers, maybe even fully standard. Anyway, Susie caught up with Annie a little bit earlier on, so let's see what she had to say.
So this morning I'm having a catch up with Annie Thompson from Clubman class, and you had a fantastic round at Donington, didn't you?
I did, yes. So what, 4th round of Time Attack, got lap record at Donington. Yeah, took it away from Ben Robinson, who set it in 2019 in his gorgeous Noble M12, which I think was probably a bit more standard then, but yeah, pretty proud.
So, and this is your first season in Time Attack?
Yeah. Did a couple of single round entries last year. Got the trophies on both of them, but I mean, you're kind of going in as first, like the only single round entry, do you know what I mean? So it's participation trophy, really, if you're anyone. But yeah, it's good.
But you're no stranger to the pit lane, are you? Because tell us about, you are the Time Attack couple.
Yeah, yeah. So my partner Luke also races. He's in a couple of classes above me in his very, very fast Astra, which when it works is very fast, which currently doesn't work and hasn't worked for some time. So, but yeah, hopefully he'll do well in his class. We got engaged last year at the last round on the podium, so that was exciting. Yeah.
That's amazing, and you're getting married as well, right? Tell us where you're getting married.
Goodwood House next year. Yeah, we had to. It was one of those. We come home and we're thinking about venues and stuff, and we knew we wanted like a kind of manor house. And then Luke was like, "What about Goodwood?" And then basically my entire list of 50 odd venues just got ripped up, and that was it. Goodwood was the one. So
that's amazing, and also I'm just very happy to see another woman back out on track and in for the full season.
Why, thank you.
And so tell us a bit about your car as well.
So it's a 2019 Lotus Exige. Obviously it's Clubman, so it's like Bogo basic class. Can't really do much to it. So I've literally changed the brakes, got better brakes on it. It's had a little map, it's had a new intake, but other than that, you can't really do anything with them. So, but yeah, it's very good as kind of as a standard car. And then I use a company called 24/7 Motorsport for the setup. So we're running kind of halfway between road and cup setup because it's still a road car, so I still have to be able to drive it on the road, even though it's horrible. But yeah, I mean, they're amazing, so they do as much as I can do for the class and get it as good as it can be, so yeah.
And obviously a fantastic chassis on those. What kind of power are they running?
So standard is 410, but mine at the minute should be about 4.5, I think it was. So yeah, decent power for not a lot of weight. They only weigh 1,100 kilos, so.
And obviously in the championship, it's getting quite tight as well between you and Dan Buckingham.
Yeah, I'm currently 4 points behind him. So we're obviously, this is the third round. If I can pip this, I'd like to get the lap record. I think I can do it. Had a really good track day here a couple of weeks ago, and I'm literally a second off the lap record, which is easily doable to make up at a time attack round. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, 4 points behind him. So if I can get this, then I'll be in the lead, and then I've just got to keep it there. But he's going to be really fast at Alton. I've never been to Alton. I've never even seen the track, so I'm not expecting to be particularly fast there. I think I'll be good at the 2 Snetterton rounds, and then again, if I can get Brands, that will hopefully be enough. But we'll see. It's friendly competition. He's also kind of one of my teammates, so I want him to do well as well. So yeah.
Oh well, fantastic. Good luck out there. I'll be rooting for you, and yeah, I hope the day goes well.
But thank you.
Thanks, Annie. Thanks, Susie. There you go. Annie's Lotus Exige 410. Although, as she said there, with the new intake and map, actually around 445. This is a car that I'm actually quite interested in, as I also have a 2GR FE powered machine. This Lotus Exige, of course, using the is it legendary? It's not legendary, no, but it's very well respected Toyota V6. It's probably not quite legend status as say a 4AGE or a 2JZ or even a 1UZ FE, but very well regarded in some circles is the Toyota V6. So much so that Lotus still use it today. And indeed, that's the engine that's in my Toyota MR2. So always very interesting to see how a factory-built 2GR track car can perform. Let's also take a look then on a slightly related note at Dean Riley's DRS Racing Vauxhall VX220. Quite closely related to the Lotus, of course. I believe it was GM used to own Lotus or something like that back in the day, so they pinched a lot of that know-how and built a GM-powered, GM-branded spin-off Opel or Vauxhall, depending on what region you're looking at. But from what I understand, those are very much a Lotus underneath, just with a little bit of approved corporate copy pasta going on there. Quite a smart-looking machine as well. Dean Riley, very handy driver as well. Just under 4 minutes remaining in this session. Taking a look at the YouTube comments. Good to see Oddballs back, who provided some very useful input in previous rounds. So great to see oddballs back, as well as loads of other people getting stuck into the comments. If you have any questions, please do fire them my way, and I will do my best to try to answer them. There was a chap who did some hill climbing who was interested in getting involved in Time Attack, who asked some very interesting questions last time around. Actually, there was one question was around blown diffusers, and in fact, the questions really suggested that we were dealing with a very high-level hill climber who asked when was Donington last resurfaced, which I have no idea. And then some other questions. Oh, are single seaters allowed, like those top hill climb cars that maybe you've seen on YouTube or in real life, of course, that can smash out a hill climb in 17 seconds or something obscene. Now, those aren't allowed in Time Attack because this is for production-based cars that are closed wheel, so no open wheelers, single seat type cars are allowed in Time Attack. Then he asked about, they asked about blown diffusers, which I wasn't really sure on, and I guess are fine. And actually today, Mark Roberts pulled me over and said, look, I have a blown diffuser right here on my Clio. And indeed, he has a big diffuser assembly on the back of his rear bumper on the Clio 172. In fact, that's him now crossing the line to begin his next flying lap. Mark Roberts in the 213 black and blue and gold Clio. He actually is experimenting with a blown diffuser as we speak. And I guess if your exhaust exits around your diffuser, then they're all going to be blown diffusers to some degree. So I guess that's fine and allowed, and that's just it. So to answer that question, if you want to try a blown diffuser, I guess that means you can. And Mark Roberts deliberately there trying to explore the world of blown diffusers and positioning his exhaust in such a way, actually in the middle of the car, so that it blows evenly across his diffuser. Very interesting stuff. And I think, as Simon Norris said in his interview with Susie earlier, a lot of us are now trying to fiddle with aero ourselves, kind of self-learned, self-taught to some degree. I think when you get to the level of Simon Norris and the power and the chassis and the speed that he's got, that professional expertise of someone like Andrew Brilliant does come in handy. But of course, that does also come at a cost. I believe Ilya Krylov's car also, no, maybe not Ilya, it was Dave Ward has also used the services of Andrew Brilliant. Andrew Brilliant, very well-known name in the Time Attack community across the world. Anyway, but until you're at that level, you're going to try to fiddle around yourself and see what's what. And Mark Roberts there experimenting with a blown diffuser at the moment. Very interesting stuff. Mark Donnelly there in that 1983 Escort. Someone fell off the track there, dipped some wheels off, and I believe that is the Honda Civic of Dan Buckingham, I believe, who just dipped a couple of wheels off the track, threw up some dust, but that didn't really hinder Mark Donnelly too much. Checkered flag has now been thrown for the Clubman classes session, which ends warm-up. All drivers who set a flying lap successfully will earn a point towards their championship, just to encourage that consistent running in all of the sessions. Our drivers are now incentivized to do so. And that concludes the Time Attack warm-up. So, after just a short little break, we need to do a little shuffle around to get the Time Attack cars out of the pits and the Racing Honda's championship cars into the pits and so on. Little shuffle around, and then hopefully we'll be able to get our Racing Honda's championship qualifying underway in just a few minutes.
So, from Time Attack, we move on to Racing Hondas once again, the second session of the day. We had pre-practice earlier on this morning to get people... It'd help if I use the right headset. There we go. Right, from Racing Hondas, so from Time Attack onto Racing Hondas. I'll get the words out eventually. From Time Attack to Racing Hondas, back to our second session of the day. We had warm-up this morning. We're now going into the all-important qualifying session to set the grid for race 1 later on this afternoon. So good morning, good afternoon everybody. Scott Woodward here on commentary to guide you through the session. And we've just had 3 intense warm-up sessions for Time Attack, and then moving on back onto Racing Hondas on this Brands Hatch Indy circuit, 1.2 miles in length, and it is rounds 5 and 6 today on Racing Hondas after the initial opening rounds at Cadwell Park and then at Donington Park. We're here at Brands Hatch as part of TUNERFEST South. And I was mentioning before, for the benefit of those who were around the circuit but couldn't hear me on the tannoy, just how incredible this event already is. There's so many car clubs around the circuit. You can see on the screen here, so many cars, so many attendees. We're expecting about 10,000 people here today through the gates to watch here. You've got so many people on the bank, on the front stretch here. You've got them all around at Paddock Hill Bend in the grandstand. You've got them down the run through Paddock Hill Bend and down through Pilgrim's Drop, around the hairpin up at Druids, all the way around the circuit. It's magnificent to see so many people at this event. It's one of the biggest events that Time Attacks holds, and it's one of the biggest and best attended events I can see already. There's people even in this early morning Sunday sunshine already enjoying ice creams and all the food trucks. We've got trade stands, so we've got the Obsession car tent over there. We've got all the cars in that particular contest. We've got so many car clubs here. We've got drift taxis in the outer paddock. All sorts going on. Lots of different things to see in here. Whilst we get ready for qualifying, we can hand to a quick interview from our roving reporter, Charlie Harmon, who caught up with one of the drivers in the paddock earlier this morning. So let's head over to that and see who she found.
Right, I am here with Tommy. Now, Tommy, you are quite high up in the championship at the moment, doing quite well. How are we feeling heading into round 3?
Yeah, confident. It's a different car now. We've got a bit of power off, so we've got the 100 kilos of lead that was in the passenger seat out of the car, and it's a different car. Here Friday, and yeah, it was good, felt good. Brilliant
stuff. Obviously, it had a bit of a smash up in round 1. The car is behind us, it's back, and it looks like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, no, to be honest with you, I'm not taking any credit for it. It's the boys, Tyler at TSR Developments. He worked long and hard, late nights, running around Europa Car Crash Centre. They painted it for me. So yeah, I mean, the boys absolutely smashed it out of the park, getting me back. I didn't expect to be on the grid for Donington, that's for sure.
And obviously back here at Brands today.
Yeah, home circuit, done thousands of laps around here. Was here testing Friday, so yeah, hopefully a good day.
Confident.
Hopefully, yeah.
Lovely stuff. Well, thank you so much. Good luck today.
No worries.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Tommy Knight, whose bright blue Honda Civic EK is not a car you can really miss, given that it is the colour, and also, in my personal opinion, even though commentators shouldn't really have favourites, it's one of my favourite looking cars on the grid. I do quite like the shape of it. It looks like a proper little mini touring car that's on the grid, as you can see on stream, but also around the circuit, and also if you're listening around the circuit PA and also on Radio Brands Hatch as well, you'll be able to see that the cars are heading to the circuit now for 15 minutes of qualifying for round 5 and 6 of Racing Hondas here at Brands Hatch. Cars make their way onto circuit for 15 minutes of qualifying on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, 1.2 miles here for rounds 5 and 6 of Racing Hondas 2025 as part of the Time Attack organisation. And in what's becoming increasingly lovely conditions out there, wonderful early summer sunshine. There is some cloud around, but it's keeping things cool out there, and it should be pretty interesting to see how these guys and their Hondas get on track here. A few little bits of updates from Championship Coordinator Carl McKenna that I just had through before the session. Some little bits of info. Lewis Barker's going to have a tough time because apparently he's doing this session with no power steering, and so he also says that it hurts going around clearways. So he's certainly going to have to grip the steering wheel pretty tightly. Now, Phil Wright was also apparently racing to get out into this session because he had a suspension issue on the rear of the car, which plagued him during qualifying. during practice this morning, excuse me. So he may or may not be out on circuit. He hasn't come across yet to actually set a lap time. Just looking out the window to see where his Honda Civic EP3 is. I can't see it out of the window, so it looks as though potentially whatever issue he had, he might well have to possibly do some laps in qualifying. I think somebody's rear window has fallen off coming down the pit straight. I think it's car 10, which is Oliver Barsby. So that's the Honda Civic FK8, if I'm correct. That car's lost one of its rear windows, which is in the middle of the track, and of all people to hit it, it's Andy Barnes in the number 99 Kent Models Civic FN2, so he has to be careful that's not going to cause a problem. I wonder, because there is some debris now on the circuit because of that, whether or not, I don't want to tempt it, but whether or not that might possibly lead to the possible early pause of the session while they can completely clean that up, because of course there is shards of, I'm guessing it's plastic, all over the pit straight because of that rear window falling off. So we'll wait and see. I'm not a clerk of the course, so it's up to them to decide if they're going to make a change, if they've even seen it based on what's on track. So we'll get to that in a second and see if that affects the session. Yeah, 25 cars are out there. I think one of the cars that we are missing is Phil Wright. So what I was going to mention was that whether or not they'll let him out to do some laps during the lunch break in order to make sure that he's qualified. He might also possibly be allowed to race, given that he has raced here before in the past couple of seasons. Of course, he's 2023 Civic Racing Honda's champion. I'm so excited, I can't even breathe. Dave Buki, we're seeing on screen in his Honda Civic EK9. Although, I think he's left the fuel filler cap open, because I think it's possibly dropping some fuel out of the fuel filler cap. At least that's what it looks like. And it probably wouldn't surprise me if we get one or two cars possibly sliding off the road as a result of that. I did notice, just looking, if we can get a shot of him going through clearways, you'll see his fuel filler cap is open. And because of that, yes, you look, and that's possibly spraying fuel out the side. That's not going to help anyone. Oh dear. Now, I wonder if that's possibly going to be another reason to throw caution to the session. And off the road's gone Callum Houchin, the Class C contender in the FN2 Civic. Now, I wonder if that's got anything to do with the fuel that's being spilled out of the side of Dave Buki's EK9. And indeed, red flag has been thrown, race session has been stopped. Now, that's going to be because of the fact that there has been fuel spraying out the back of Buki's car. And so Callum Houchins then, his car stuck in the gravel as a result. He's climbing out. Now, he had set a lap time, and Houchin was currently showing in 21st, and he was third in Class C. One car, I think, that had actually also made it out only just then, going out on track, showing on the screen, was in fact Phil Wright, and he had actually made it out into the session. The other car that also made it out was Dan Thackeray, who's the leader of the championship both overall and in Class B. So the session is stopped, who had only a couple of flying laps, and it's Liam Collins who has already broken his own qualifying lap record, 51.606. That now betters the qualifying lap record he set last year in the same car with a 52.237 last year for qualifying and the record. So he's lowered it by about 0.6 of a second, but we did see one or two cars in the session go a little bit quicker than that in practice earlier on this morning. And looking at the classification of the free practice session, it was Liam Collins fastest. He did a 51.447, so he has got about a tenth and a half quicker in practice this morning. I wonder if once we get the session back underway, if Collins will be able to do that. He wasn't the only driver that went sub 52 seconds, because we also saw Tommy Knight on a 51.815 and a Will Self on a 51.916 go underneath the qualifying lap record. Also the same happened for Kevin Talbot. He went 52.180. So 4 drivers went under the pre-existing qualifying lap record, which had been 52.237, but now, of course, it's been lowered once again. First of all, actually, Will Self has gone underneath that as well in second quickest, 52.132. And then Liam Collins, of course, now top of that by over half a second. So 51.606, currently the new qualifying lap record here for this championship at Brands Hatch Indy. Now, the cars are lined up in the pit lane. There are a few cars that have gone onto the pit apron, and once they're done, they're going to be moving out onto the acceleration part of the pit lane. Whilst we wait for the session to get back underway, let's see what Charlie was up to earlier on in the paddock. She's caught another interview with another driver. Let's see who she found.
I'm here with Liam, one of our Class A drivers. Now, Liam is actually the lap record holder here at Brands for the Racing Hondas Championship. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, good. Yeah, tested day before yesterday. That was good. I managed to do the times that I was doing last year, so that's what I came to do and that's what I hoped to do. That was the case at Donington though, and that didn't matter. To be further up than I am, but I massively underestimated how long it would take to learn the car.
Yeah.
It's ultimately the same car as last year with regards to bolt-on parts, but it feels very different.
Okay.
So there's a certain learning curve to getting that ready, and hopefully I'm getting to a point where I can get the most out of it now.
Yeah, and I feel like naturally you learn, the car is always different, like round by round, you sort of learn it as you go.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the cars suit different tracks, definitely. And hopefully the weight of this one will be better against the more powerful, heavier cars here more than other places.
Oh, fantastic. How are you feeling, obviously, heading into round 5 and 6 as well? We're here at Brands today.
Yeah, good. I like the track. I like coming here. It's been good to me before, so hopefully carry that on.
Fantastic. Well, good luck today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's nice to hear from Liam Collins, who has broken his own lap record, as we mentioned, but of course talking before the session there with Charlie in the paddock earlier on this morning. As you mentioned, he is fastest in the session. We'll go through the times as it sits at the moment. We've still got, well, the time is still ticking on the session, so we want to try and get out hopefully as soon as possible. But I wonder if maybe one or two of these times might just set the grid for race 1. We'll wait and see how the rest of the session plays out, because we are now 7 minutes to go. Just seen Callum Houchin's car has been recovered, you can see on screen, from the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. I think what he's trying to sensibly do, and that's actually really courteous of Callum, genuinely, is that he's trying to shake off any of the gravel in the car on the grass on the exit of Druids to try and make sure he's not leaving any dirt and stones and gravel all over the circuit, which might make things even more trickier. So it's actually really considerate driving. You might have had some advice from that from the marshals to say, and the recovery team to suggest, don't run on the track completely, just go onto the grass, shake off all the gravel that might be underneath the car so that you're not throwing it all onto the circuit, and then make your way back to the pit lane. So the timer continues under this red flags, and there are a couple of drivers that haven't actually set a time yet. 5, in fact, that haven't. That's Sammy Milam, defending champion Ryan Cunningham, James Alford, and then Dan Thackeray and Phil Wright. Now, if it gets to a situation where we end the session and the timer ticks down to 0, then I wonder if we'll have a few drivers going out during a lunch break to complete 3 laps in order to be able to qualify at the back of the grid. That will make things very interesting, particularly as Phil Wright is up there in the championship. He won a race last time out at Donington Park, but the big one will be Dan Thackeray. No time for him would mean he would start right at the back of the field. On a short circuit like this, you get plenty of laps in 15 minutes, but he's going to have to pick his way through the Class C cars, then all the Class B runners to try and get up as high as he can and make a lightning start from quite deep in the field, if he stays where he is. You can see on screen, if you're watching on the stream, just how big and how packed this TUNERFEST South event really is. So many car clubs, so many modified cars here, so many people coming to Brands Hatch today. It's great to see so many people, not just walking around, but also on the spectator banks. I can see from the commentary box position here in the grandstand at Paddock Hill Bend, all around the circuit. So those of you who are here this weekend, thank you very much for coming and supporting the championship, the event, Time Attack, Racing Hondas, and everything else in between. Now, green flag on the session. We've got 5 minutes to go here, so 5 minutes to get a good lap in. This has been a bit of a reprieve for the likes of Sammy Milam, Ryan Cunningham, Dan Thackeray, James Alford and Phil Wright, but they're going to have to really get their skates on to put a lap in here, and any lap they put in is going to have to be pretty much their first couple of laps are going to be the ones that really sets the tone, because you've got 27 Hondas, well, 26 Hondas out there, possibly still 27 if Callum Houchin does make it back out and continues on. And I wonder also as well what might happen to Dave Buki, because he is getting, I can see, back in the car looking down the pit lane. I wonder if they're possibly remembering this time to close the fuel filler cap so he's not spraying fuel everywhere. So, back out on circuit. Let's just quickly run through who is where then in this session before they change. Now, they have just reset the timer, I think now to about 9.5 minutes. So they have given that time back to qualify, which is pretty good. So, a good reset there. I wonder if possibly it was meant to pause, but on the timing screen here, it didn't actually stop. So we reset back to 9 minutes. So we still get 2/3 of the session left to go here, and it gives a fair chance for everyone that hasn't set a time yet to properly put their laps in. Looking at Tommy Knight, across the line he goes, currently 4th fastest, 1 second off pole at the moment. So he skips a wheel, look at that, hopping through Paddock Hill Bend, just wheel hiking through there. Saw the right rear, how stiffly sprung these cars are, just skittering on the ground and just got a bit of puff of smoke as he turns in, trying to rotate the car out through Druids. We're now down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. So Liam Collins then, currently on provisional pole position on a new qualifying lap record, 51.606. Second fastest overall is Will Self on a 52.132. Kevin Talbot third fastest, 52.411. It's then Tommy Knight, who was looking at here, 52.659. Dave Buki, before the red flag, had been fifth fastest. So Dave Buki in his EK9 Civic, fifth quickest on a 52.927, exactly the same time as Bob Barron in the silver EG Civic, sixth fastest. Then it's Rick O'Connell, seventh fastest in his EG, 53.355, and now the times are starting to change around pretty quickly as the likes of Thackeray and Cunningham insert themselves into the field. I have to say, actually, as well, an impressive lap already for considering it's his first ever full-on qualifying session for James Kiff in car number 97. For those who might not have heard on the live stream earlier on or heard around the circuit on the tannoy, the Integra that he's racing was put together in about 4 or 5 months. He's a former kind of amateur, kind of club level bike racer. He had to stop racing for a while after an accident in 2019. He switched to cars. This is his first ever weekend racing cars, and he's currently put the car in the top 10. Now, yes, it's a Class A car, but still, to be up there in the field, I mean, for someone who's doing their first car weekend, you know, car advantage or not, some drivers might be could expect it to be sometimes a little bit further down. But he's got some confidence, particularly from his bike racing days, to be up there, getting to grips with that Honda Integra. There it is in white. And no better car to get a tow from than the defending champion Ryan Cunningham. Across the line he goes up to 9th. So he does improve, stays on the 5th row of the grid. You can tell he's a rookie by the yellow square with the black cross on the back. That denotes a driver who's done, it's either less than 6 races or 6 events, one of the two. But James Kiff certainly looking pretty impressive. There's Rick O'Connell, whose car is sporting a different coloured door, with different coloured doors after it had a meeting with the barriers at Cadwell Park at the opening round. It required some chassis work between events, between Cadwell and its return at Donington Park, but the team managed to get that car working again, and once he's managed to get that car sorted, the squad in the Garage 24 team managed to get that car back to working conditions. Currently sat at the moment in 8th fastest. Other classes we should mention, let's not forget classes B and C. Dan Thackeray, now he's up to speed, naturally, has got up to pole position in class, 53.627. Now we talk about class lap records. Let me just look at classes B and C. The class lap record has been broken as well, because it's a 53.903 was the old lap record set by Dave Buki, but a new qualifying lap record has been set by Dan Thackeray, 53.627. So another class lap record goes by the wayside. All we need now is Class C to go better than, if they can, a 55.434 set last year by Ryan Cunningham, and we've completed the set in one session. And Matthew Rowling has got to find another 3/10 in the rest of this session if he wants to also complete the hat trick. O'Connell makes his way to Surtees. There's a couple of other cars we mentioned, drivers that had some pre-event, pre-session info that came through from Carl McKenna. Phil Wright actually has been busy in between race weekends. He recently did the 3 Peaks Challenge in 25 hours in aid of the Alzheimer's Society. That's a great effort from Phil to do that for charity and hopefully raise as much money as he could. And anyone that watched the free practice session earlier on will have noticed there was an errant front splitter. Fittingly, it came off this car, which is quite good fortune reading that. Spencer Fortag lost the front splitter, and because of that, that's what caused the red flag earlier on in practice, whilst the marshal had to go and retrieve it from the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, right at the compression when you come down the hill, then back up Pilgrim's Drop once again as you head towards Druids. So there's the current Class B pole sitter. He's many things, Dan Thackeray. He's Class B championship leader, overall championship leader, current Class B pole sitter. He's won every single race in Class B so far this season. And to add with that, he's also just, of course, set a brand new qualifying lap record. I think he's got even faster, in fact, actually, on this session. Has he had a lap time taken away? No, he hasn't. No, yes, he has. It's 53.627. I was looking at Ryan Cunningham's time for some reason, and that's the reason why I was getting a bit confused, thinking he hasn't actually broken it. But Ryan Cunningham doing a good job, considering he's the defending champion, moved up to Class B this season after winning Class C, and it's his current lap record in Class C that still exists. So we'll see if he can break that. Another newcomer who's making his first proper appearance this season there was Owen Diver, car number 14 we just saw. He was present at Donington Park, but the car was still being finished or built on the Sunday, which is the evening before the Bank Holiday Monday races at Donington Park, and so that car didn't actually go out and race. But the car's been finished. Kinetic Motorsport have got that EP3 going, and away he goes. There goes James Kiff, side by side with Spencer Fortag down towards Paddock Hill Bend. And where's he got to? Still 9th fastest. He's just shy off 2 seconds off pole. And I think that record's gone down again because the 51.338 has gone to... Yeah, has gone to Liam Collins. He's lowered it again, so it's now 51.338. And 2 more drivers have also dipped under the 52-second mark. Will Self on a 51.6. And Kevin Talbot, who took his second win of the season in race 2 at Donington Park. There is Kevin, 51.898. He's been chased actually by Collins on track. And just behind them is Dave Buki. Now, I hope with fuel filler cap firmly closed. They make their way out of Graham Hill Bend. It's only a short circuit, as we know, with Brands Hatch Indy. 1.2 miles. It really is a little speed bowl of a circuit in Kent. It's only when you turn all the way left off the circuit, just there in the background, that you go onto the legendary Grand Prix loop. So Collins then, does he try and lower that lap record even further? He's got 2.5 minutes to go, but I thought for a second he backed off. Yes, he has backed off on this lap. He's letting Kevin Talbot through and Dave Buki. So, Liam Collins, overall in Class A pole, 51.338. New qualifying lap record in that class. Dan Thackeray, 53.627 on Class B pole, had 12th overall. That's a new qualifying lap record in class. For Class C, it's still Matt Rowling. Oh, I said Rowling again, apologies. He told me off for that this morning just after the briefing. He didn't really, he just mentioned it. But the great thing was he was apologetic as well. He said, I'm so sorry to point it out. And I simply went back, I'd rather you give me the proper pronunciation so I can get it right rather than get it wrong all the time. So thank you to that, Matt, genuinely, for correcting me so I don't know how to say it properly, although I'm certain I might forget and make the mistake once or twice. So Matt Rowling, 55.655. He's on class pole by almost 3/10 from Andy Barnes. And then a further 8/10 back is Callum Houchin, who is currently showing us in the pit lane after his excursion into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, which brought the red flag out. This is Sam Linsner in car number 30. He's currently sat at the moment 4th in class and 15th overall in Class B. 5th in class, in fact, because he's behind Stack, Milan and Linsner. Now, I've got to check this because I saw earlier on that there was a class change, but Jason Stack is one of the other newcomers in the race making his debut this weekend. I'm pretty certain I saw that he's supposed to be in Class A. He's showing us Class A, and I think there was a bulletin that might have suggested a class change. But whether or not that was to Class B, I'll have to double check it. I'm sure there's a bulletin here somewhere that told me what that change was. Still no change at the top of the field. A few more personal bests coming in through the mid-pack. Dave Buki is 6th quickest on a 52.4. Rico Collins gone to 7th and is now sharing the 4th row of the grid provisionally with Bob Barron. So 52.5 for O'Connell, 52.7 for Barron. And then still the top 10 rounded off overall by James Kiff and James Alford. Fraser McNeil also pits in the bright yellow kilted K-Swaps Civic EG. And Owen Diver is being told on the screen to fit a working transponder. Well, he's have to do that before race 1 because he's heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend. In fact, that is actually Sammy Milam just in front. There is Jason Stack. Right, now that's his car there, and it is showing in Class B. Okay, right, so there has been a change then. So Jason Stack is in Class B. He's a regular in the Castle Combe Hot Hatch Championship, so no stranger to racing these kinds of cars. It's good to see him, another newcomer into the championship, making his debut here at Brands Hatch. There he goes. Not a bad effort, actually. Currently sat at the moment, 3rd in class. He'll start on, at the moment, row 7 overall, alongside Ryan Cunningham. So of all the people to start alongside on your racing debut, it's the defending champion. As the checker flag flies on the session, there was an improvement by Kevin Talbot, 51.845. It's gone fractionally quicker, and also James Alford did a personal best on his lap, 53.250. Doesn't look like anyone else did personal best. Well, Callum Houchin did. He's only done 3 laps in the session, and Owen Diver has done 12 laps and still does a 58.652. So the checker flag comes out on the session for Racing Hondas. This will set the grid for race 1 provisionally, and it's Liam Collins with a brand new qualifying lap record that puts himself on pole position in the Integra alongside Will Self on the front row in his Honda Civic EG. Kevin Talbot is third fastest, the championship leader in Class A. He is alongside former champion Phil Wright, who did get out of the session and sets the 4th fastest time. He'll be on the 2nd row. Tommy Knight and Dave Buki put a pair of EK Honda Civics on the 3rd row, 5th and 6th respectively. Then a pair of EGs. It's Rick O'Connell and Bob Barron. What can he do from 8th on the grid in race 1? Then James Alford and James Kiff in his first ever kart qualifying session puts it into the top 10 in class and overall. Really good effort from James. Well done. 11th fastest for Fraser McNeil in the Honda Civic EG. Then we move to the Class B top runners. That was Dan Thackeray, also setting a new qualifying lap record in class. He goes quickest in Class B to take pole from Ryan Cunningham. And then it's Jason Stack, another newcomer, in 40th on the grid on the 2nd row of Class B. Then we go to row 8, where we see Sammy Milam and Sam Linstner. For Spencer Fortag, he lost his splitter in free practice earlier on. James Kembry, who is 18th quickest, and Trevor McConnell and Duncan Holloway, James's teammate, he runs off the top 20. But it's Lewis Barker and Oliver Barsby, who lost one of his rear windows throughout the session. On the pit straight, Luke Crassus-Meddy, 23rd fastest, and then it's Matthew Rowling, who is fastest in Class C, 55.665. He's on class pole position ahead of one half of the Time Attack owners, Andy Barnes and the Kent Models FN2. Callum Hatch, who went off in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, which brought out the red flag, and newcomer Owen Diver, who needs to fit a working transponder, but did set the 27th and last time on the session, 58.652. The entire field covered by 7.3 seconds. So, qualifying complete, and we will see, at least it's scheduled in the timetable, the Racing Hondas will be coming up for their first race. This will be after the trio of Time Attack 1 sessions. Then we'll have a session for the Drift Exhibition, will give us a brief break, and then before the scheduled half-an-hour lunch break, which is said to be around about 20 past 2, we will have Racing Hondas race number 1 to see if Liam Collins can back up his pole position, his record-setting pole position, and can take his first win of the season, if he can. Because Will Self, Kevin Talbot have taken wins too throughout this season. So is Phil Wright. All 3 of our race winners this season, 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the grid behind Liam Collins. You've got other potential front runners, Tommy Knight as well, Dave Buki. What can the EGs on row 4 do? The EG Civics of Rick O'Connell and Bob Barron, can they make an effect? What can James Kiff do on his first event? He's qualified 10th in the Honda Integra. For Class B, well, Dan Thackeray versus Ryan Cunningham. It looks as though that Thackeray's got the pace set once again, but Cunningham will try and keep on adapting to Class B if he can. Jason Stack can be a factor. He could get a podium on his first ever run of a championship this weekend, starting from 3rd. But the likes of Sammy Milam, Sam Linstner, Spencer Fortag, they're all going to be in the contention. And what about Class C? Matt Rowling has the advantage, but Andy Barnes took 2 victories at Donington Park. He's a single round entry, so doesn't score any points, but he could be a factor to battle with there. And it's Callum Houchin as well, also, who went off on the gravel as well. So the qualifying session complete. We're going to be handing back over to Alexi, who will be running you through the first proper attacks, the Attack 1 sessions for the Time Attack qualifying, or qualifying Time Attack session. Club Pro, and Pro Extreme up first, then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive, and the Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket to complete it as well. So that's the end of Racing Hondas. We're going to head down to our roving reporter, Charlie Harman. She's got the pole sitters down at Parc Ferme. Let's hear from them before we get set for Time Attack 1 here at Brands Hatch.
We are here fresh off of qualifying, and I'm here with our Class A pole position, Liam. Now, Liam, are you aware that you just set a new lap record?
I was actually, yeah. I'd love to say no, but I actually was. Yeah, I was, quite pleased. Yeah,
fantastic. We were watching it. You said it once, and then you kept beating yourself, and then beating yourself. It's just getting quicker and quicker.
I knew that it probably wasn't going to be enough up until the last one. I don't think it would have been. I think in the 51s here is normally enough, but with the strength of this field, it's not. So every last bit counts.
No, fantastic. How was the car feeling as well?
Yeah, mega. Probably the best I've ever felt it. It's a new car, so there's probably still a little bit left to go in it. But I think it's more so just me getting more confident in it nowadays. So.
Obviously, you've got Will hot on your tail, sort of behind you, ready for race 1. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, good. We've laughed and joked a couple of times during the week that let's have a race. So hopefully we do.
Put on a good race for race 1.
Let's hope.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We're going to get Dan back over now. Here's our Class B pole position. Hello, Dan. Hello. This is becoming a very bad habit, this is.
It's one I'd like to keep, though, if I can, yeah.
Definitely. Obviously, you also set a lap record there for the Class B as well. How was that?
I didn't know that as well. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. We're still trying to learn the tyres here, and so we did actually overheat them. We were a bit late out for the session, so There is more time there.
Yeah.
It's quite tricky to find the sweet spot at the moment, but we're
Yeah.
working. We're trying things every time.
Yeah.
We're not quite getting there yet, but still nice to be pulling out enough pace.
No, definitely. We were a bit touch and go when the red flag went. Obviously, you hadn't put a time on the track. We were a bit like, oh no, might be starting from the back.
Yeah, we were a bit late out for the session. We had to do some bits and pieces on the car. And then I saw the red flag and I was like, oh my God,
no.
this is it. Yeah. But I think I got 1 or 2 clean laps
Yeah.
before the traffic, and
That's all you need,
that was
isn't
enough.
it?
That was enough, luckily, yeah.
No, perfect. Wow, fantastic. Good luck for race 1. Thank you. Right, we're going to grab Matt over. So Matt is our Class C pole position here. How was that for you?
Oh, incredibly warm. It's so warm today, yeah, different from Donington, but yeah, really good, really enjoyed that.
Fantastic. Now, how are you feeling going into race 1 as well? You got Andy hot on your tail?
I know, yeah, it's going to be, we had a bit of a battle at Donny, so yeah, hopefully we can take it to him a bit more this time, so yeah.
Make him put the work in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to make him work hard, for sure.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Good luck for race 1.
Thank you, cheers.
Right, thank you guys. We're going to head over to Time Attack.
All right, Attack 1 is underway now for our Time Attack drivers. Starting out with the Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme classes. New for 2025 is this format where instead of, in the past, only the afternoon session scoring points after the lunch break, now all the sessions score drivers points to some extent to encourage running in every single session, so that those of you visiting from the trackside get more Time Attack track action. So warm-up awarded points to drivers, 1 single point if they manage to complete a lap in warm-up to encourage everybody to get out during warm-up. Interesting, I just saw that Evo full of tape. Is that Simon Norris's car? It looks like it's covered in tape. Or is that some kind of stripy vinyl? One to watch there. Right, so warm-up awards drivers 1 point for setting a flying lap, just to help encourage everyone to go out and set a lap time. And the new point scoring in the Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack awards points to the top finishers, as well as also awarding points for setting a lap time. So, in fact, this all sounds quite confusing. It's not actually. So let's try that a third time. Warm-up awards a point to every driver who sets a flying lap. That makes sense. So that everybody gets out at least once. Now in Attack 1, first, second, and third place score points, as they do in Attack 2. But also, all drivers that set a time also win 2 points as well. So that's in addition. So for example, if you finish Attack 1 at the top of your class, you get 6 points. Plus 2 points for setting a time. Actually, you get 8 points. And that is the case in Attack 1 and Attack 2. Then in Super Attack, this is the one that counts, this is the one that determines the winner, this is the one that awards the big points. That follows the more traditional 15 points for first, 12 points for second, 10 points for third, and so on, down to 10th place. That follows a more classic point scoring system. But the thing to take away here is that drivers are now incentivized to go out and attack in Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack, and also score points for warm-up. So there are loads of points up for grabs all over the place so that drivers run all day, so that those of you visiting and watching from the trackside have even more stuff to watch. That's the take-home message, and that's a big change for 2025. So lots of points up for grabs for drivers who do many laps a day. Phew. Anyway, Josh Barrett now in that red Caterham 620R. The Barrett Racing number 145 machine. Quite unusual to see a Caterham with all that aero. I think that's not something that we're really used to seeing these types of cars using. I think if you consider Caterham Academy and things like that, you know, they're quite bare bones machines. all about the mechanical grip, all about the lightweight. But of course, Time Attack is all about pushing the boundaries of what is mechanically possible and aerodynamically possible. So Josh Barrett's Caterham also running lots of downforce with that additional wing on the front and the back of the car. 48.9 second lap there from Josh Barrett, absolutely blistering. Bradley John with a 48.7 and Luke Senjakowski with a 46.4 in the pro class. Lots of you watching here on YouTube as well. Zach Wynn would be a dream to join someday. Yes, well, please do by all means, Zach. As I mentioned before, Time Attack is a pretty broad church, and as long as it's well built and safe, you can pretty much bring anything you've built to Time Attack, even your daily driver. The bare minimum that you need is a safety harness and a fire extinguisher. And I think that's it. For Clubman class, I think you can enter Clubman class in your road car as long as you fit the correct safety harness and a fire extinguisher. So, Zach, whatever car you have, we will hopefully be able to accommodate you. And in the meantime, I believe Susie has been catching up with some drivers in the paddock.
I've just managed to grab a quick 5 minutes with Josh Barrett. So how are you doing, Josh?
I'm doing really good, thanks. Yeah, we've got the car working this time, unlike Donington, so that's a good start to begin.
So tell us what happened at Donington then.
Something really daft, to be honest. We couldn't start the car, and we couldn't work out why. We were checking all the spark plugs, we were checking the fuel pressure. Turns out it was just one dodgy spark plug, so as soon as we got home, we changed the spark plug and it started, but unfortunately, it meant we were out for that race, so nightmare.
Well, at least it's something easy to fix.
We've got loads of spare park plugs now, so won't do that again. Yeah.
And tell us a bit about the car, because last year we saw you in Club Pro, you had a fantastic season then, but now you've moved up to Pro class.
Yeah, well, we won the championship in Club Pro last year, really good battle with Ben. We came to Pro, I mean, partly because of the tyre options. So we were in 13-inch rims, which there's limited options in terms of tyre. There's a lot of power at the back of this car, so narrow tyres don't really go very well, which would have been the option in Club Pro. So we've gone for slicks. The car feels so much better on slicks. And yeah, so we just fancy the next challenge, which is to have a go at Pro. The cars are quite a lot quicker than us down the straight. The top speed they're reaching versus ours is quite considerably more, so it's a bit hard work, but you know, we're nimble and we can brake late and turn fast, so it's good. Yeah, we're giving it a go.
So is it a bit of an equaliser at Brands Hatch, obviously, as opposed to Donington, and obviously you weren't there, but obviously a very fast track, but a lot more corners here. So, and you've got obviously a very nimble car, lots of downforce with this wing.
Yeah, we've been playing with the aero. We've not perfected it yet. There aren't many Caterhams with aero on, so there's no sort of blueprint that we can copy, if you like. So we're playing with that. It is working. It does help, but we're trying to get the balance right back and front. But yeah, it is great in corners. We just went out now. It was only 5 minutes, and I only just got the tyres to come in, so didn't really get to feel what it was like. But I'm hoping for some pretty quick cornering speeds. Yeah.
And tell us, obviously, you've not got a lot of weight, but what sort of power is the car running?
It's got a lot of power. So we're running about 370, 375 brake horsepower. Yeah, so.
And what's that per tonne then? So you've got to be, what, 500, 600 kilos?
We're just under 600 kilos. Yeah, 565 with me, plus me as an 80 kilogram driver. So yeah, power to weight ratio is good. The thing with the Caterham is it's aerodynamically rubbish. So once you get to 100 mile an hour, the power to weight ratio kind of is not that relevant. It's the power to drag ratio. And so when we get to 100 mile an hour, it's like driving into a brick wall. And yeah, so our acceleration's great to 100, and then it just starts to level off. So we've been trying to work out how to reduce the drag on the car, which isn't easy on a Caterham. So that's the next big thing.
So lots of tweaks still to come through the season then?
Yeah, we're exactly. We're looking at a new diff for the next round, which we think will improve things a lot, change the ratio. So we'll run a lower final drive ratio. So the car could do about 160 flat out. Obviously we don't get there, so we'd change the ratio so the car could do about 150, but hopefully we'll end up going faster because we're more in the torque band, so that's the next modification.
And are you happy it's nice and dry out there today?
I am happy it's nice and dry, yeah. The Caterham is not so fun in the wet. I mean,
you get a little bit damp yourself.
It's like dancing with the back and you get wet, yeah. So, and you're constantly like this. You're going around the corners you can't see, and then when you get to a straight, it all comes off. Yeah, so, yeah.
Well, fantastic. We look forward to seeing what you can do out there today. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers.
Really fascinating stuff there from Josh Barrett, and actually very opportunely timed, as Kizza has asked on the YouTube stream. Love to see what the downforce on the Caterham does, if anything. The turbulence off that cage must be crazy, which is exactly what Josh there was talking about. And interesting how he mentions that at a certain speed, actually the power to drag ratio comes into play, perhaps more so than power to weight. Yes, the Caterham's got amazing power to weight. It's 375 horsepower to 565 kg plus driver. So amazing power to weight, but actually the drag above 100 and the aero situation as a whole is so dire with that car that actually power to drag matters arguably more over 100 miles an hour. So something that they're playing with. Apparently the aero does work. It's just a question of fettling it and fine-tuning it. But really, really interesting stuff there from Josh. And again, a big thank you to Lucas Oil for making this stream possible, because it means that people all around the world, and of course in the US as well, welcome to the US-based watchers joining us on the Lucas Oil US stream. And so this stream now making it possible for anyone, anywhere in the world to get up and close with our drivers and builds and learn all kinds of fascinating stuff from the driver builders themselves. Really, really cool stuff. Yum Yum Racing there on the comments. Ben Robinson, again saying, 2 mentions from different drivers already. Well, there you go. Here's a third one from a third driver. Glad to know we've not been forgotten yet. How could we forget you, Ben Robinson? Ben Robinson, Ben Robinson, Ben Robinson, Ben Robinson. There you go. Loads of mentions for, I think, one of the most popular and friendly, smiley people in the paddock, who hopefully will be back at some point. Let's see. Michael Greenhue here says, hello, Alexi. Not the only one with a blown diffuser. So going back to that point earlier about Mark Roberts in the JPR Racing Renault Clio 172 with the blown diffuser. Actually, Michael there with the Corsa B PD 130 Time Attack car also running a blown diffuser. I didn't know that. Very interesting. I should take a note of that for future reference. So blown diffuser, and also Michael Greenhue has a blown diffuser. I think the great thing about Time Attack is how much scope for creativity there is. Absolutely love that. And unlike many other motorsports where your hands are kind of tied in terms of what spec you can run, in Time Attack, that's not really the case. And it reminds me, so it's just going back to the interview with Annie, what was that, half an hour, 40 minutes ago, where she said, in the Exige, in Clubman, there's only so much she can do. The car is the car. She called it, I think, the Bogo class. You know, there's not a great deal you can do. But that's not because it's bad. It's just that it would then move you into a different class. So Time Attack doesn't really take that heavy-handed approach. We're not banning things. It just means that if you want to stay in this class, this is the spec you need to run to keep things fair. But absolutely go ahead and modify and change and tweak. It's just that we'll then need to put you into a different class. But absolutely go ahead and do that, which I think is a really cool approach that encourages creativity, and it's not, there's no overreach, it's not heavy-handed. Zach Quinn saying, can't wait for TUNERFEST to come back to Alton. I mean, I think we are at Alton this year. It's just not called TUNERFEST. It's called something else. Alton, 25th of August. So we are at Alton this year. but I think the show is called something different. But it's the same kind of vibe from what I can recall. Cameron Evans, say hello to BH Premium Club over in C6. We'll give you a wave. I guess that's a grandstand, maybe? Or is that a... what's C6? What is that? Cameron, please, if you give me some more detail. Oh, there they are. They're waving. Hello. So I guess that's one of the premium areas overlooking, in the main circuit building, overlooking the Brabham Strait, the hospitality bit. And so there are some people in there, Cameron and friends, waving from over there. That's fun. Right, let's take a look at what's happening on track. Andrew Barber there, now completing Sector 1 in his always immaculate Mitsubishi Evo. Now, actually having completed Sector 1, personal best there, but a little bit slower in Sector 2. Is that enough for a new personal best? I don't think that's a 48.8 there. His personal best of 48.7. Of course, this is Attack 1, which means that the lap times now do count. And drivers will score points based on their lap times here in Attack 1. So let's perhaps take a look at where we are so far with 3.5 minutes left in Attack 1 for our pro classes. In Club Pro, it's Michael Osborne who leads from Eric Holmes, Darren Spooner, Dan Kelly, and Ilya Krylov. 1.5 second-ish spread. Nope, 2.5 seconds between those 5 drivers. In Pro Extreme, it's Simon Norris ahead of Andy Hughes in the Subaru WRC 2-door. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that one. It's currently in the pits, although I think it may have gone back into the garage. And in Pro Class, Luke Sanjakovsky leads with a 46.4 ahead of Bradley John, Josh Barrett, Andrew Barber, and Martin Henry. Martin Henry with a 57.0, who I also haven't seen much of this session, and he's also down as being in the pits. So perhaps some issues there. I think Martin's had quite a bumpy start to his Time Attack comeback in 2025. He's been away for a good few years, but he's back in 2025, and I think, as always, there's a bit of a learning curve, teething issues, calibration, fine-tuning, and so on, especially when you've been away for a little bit. Zach asks, can I ask, how do you initially join Time Attack? Once I'm older, getting into racing would be amazing. Well, Zach, that's a good question. I would hasten to add that Time Attack isn't strictly racing, because at no point do our drivers actually go wheel to wheel like they do in the Racing Hondas Championship, for example. Time Attack is all about lap times. However, Time Attack is very easy to get into. You go to Motorsport UK and apply for your... It was called RS Clubman license. I think it's called something else, but I think it's free. You just send off for it, basically, and that's how you get your license. Very easy. You don't need to do any exam or anything like that. You just literally fill in a form and you get it. And then you pay your entry fee, and that's it. And you can bring whatever car you have, as long as it's safe and it has a proper harness and it has a fire extinguisher, which are pretty basic bits. You need the Motorsport UK approved safety gear, helmet, overalls, shoes, gloves. But again, that's pretty standard stuff. And then you just arrive. I mean, you book on and you pay your entry fee and you get your confirmation and then you come. It's very, very simple, actually, to get into Time Attack. I think that's the real beauty of it. ALX asks, Jimmy Broadbent not competing. He was on the entry list. He is competing, but he pulled out due to mechanical reasons. He has, from what he was explaining to me, I think a 700 horsepower SR20, which is brave. And yeah, I would imagine that needs some real finessing to work on track. So perhaps let's see how that one pans out. We saw Jimmy at some earlier event. I think he joined us at Cadwell, but I think that was it. That's a 700 horsepower SR20 in an MX-5 that's a tricky thing to really get to work nicely. So I suspect it's not playing nicely. But I'm sure he'll get to the bottom of that pretty soon, and hopefully he will be back. Well, he's not. He's on the entry list, but back on track as well, not just on the entry list. Zach, brilliant, thank you. No, my pleasure. Is Go Japan happening this year? Okay, Michael Greenhue answers. So, will TUNERFEST be coming to Alton Park? And yes, it will be. So Time Attack will be going to Alton on the 25th of August. Michael Greenhue saying it's still called TUNERFEST, it's just called TUNERFEST North. Okay, good to know. Josh Barrett in the red Caterham 620R, who we saw speaking to Susie earlier on. He's just finished his last flying lap as the checkered flag comes out. His best effort, a 48.0, which is good enough for third in the pro class. So pro is Luke Sanjakowski from Bradley John, from Josh Barrett, from Andrew Barber. As he said there, so most of our drivers in all classes needing to run a control tire, the Yokohama A052. So actually, Zach, that's relevant for you as well. We do all need to run the same tire in most years of Time Attack. Last year was an odd one out, where actually we didn't have a control tire. Drivers were free to use whatever tire they wanted, which is actually quite interesting from a modifying point of view. But generally in Time Attack, we've had a control tire for the past many years. So in addition to having a fire extinguisher and harness, when you do buy tires, and you got to buy tires anyway, you need to buy the Yokohama A052 if you were to compete in 2025. In future years, it might be a different tire. So when you do go and buy tires, which you need to do anyway, it's not really an added obstacle. You've got to buy tires. You get the Yokohama A052. That's what you need to run in Time Attack. Anyway, so Josh Barrett there making some really interesting comments about in Club Pro, he had to run a treaded tire. And now that he's in the pro class, that's the only one that doesn't need to run that control tire. He can run a Yokohama slick. And he seems to be enjoying that much more. Now, our pro cars, I think, are all back in the pit lane, which means that our club cars will be able to begin their attack one very shortly. So the green flag will be thrown, hopefully, in just a few moments. So it looks like our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars are still being held in the pit lane. Perhaps there's something on track that needs to be cleared. There, never mind. Green flag now just being thrown. Thank you. Which means that our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars can now begin their attack one. So the lap times do count, and our drivers will score points based on how quickly they can set a flying lap compared to their peers. We heard from Andy Grady earlier on. It was very interesting stuff, and he was talking about the competitive aspect with his targets, his crosshairs very firmly set on Alexander Volkov in the GTR. So Andy Grady there in the 800 horsepower Mitsubishi Evo with that DSG gearbox, one of only a handful in the world. This particular one, the DQ 500, which is the four-wheel drive version. And he's got his eyes set on Alexander Volkov. Very interesting battle developing there at the sharp end of Club 4-wheel drive. But while our drivers warm up their tires in preparation for battle during their first few laps, I believe Susie is in the paddock with another interview.
So I've just managed to catch a little bit of time with Stu Summers from Club 2-wheel drive. So good morning.
Morning, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you? And most importantly, how's the car?
Car's all right, yeah, I've just done a 53.4 in the first session, was just saying off camera, it's not too bad. Got some more performance in the car yet, so yeah, just feeling the circuit this morning. Happy that it's dry. Usually go quicker when it's wet, underpowered car, 320 horsepower, but yeah, it's all right, yeah.
And of course, not the only. So you're driving the supercharged Saxo, right? But not the only Saxo in the class.
No, you've got Andy Kime and his 2.4 Honda-powered Saxo. It is NA, and he's beaten me 2 out of 2 so far. So yeah, good on Andy. Well, yeah, I'm going to come and get you, Andy.
So how's the supercharger going?
Yeah, it's going all right. It's great. It's ever so simple. Makes good power. You know, it adds about sort of 200 horsepower to a stock Saxo. Really. I mean, you've got to do all the internals and cams and a few bits. And obviously, it needs a good tune, but yeah. Charge is great, nice and reliable. Don't get all the issues that you get with the turbo, all the issues the turbo guys get with boost leaks and cracked manifolds and turbos having play, etc. So love the supercharger, love its delivery. So it's really good when it's wet as well. You can just steer it on the throttle as well. It's awesome, yeah.
So you don't have to worry about heat as much, or?
Yeah, intakes do get quite hot from the charger. We've got a nice cooling package on the car from AliSport. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's would like a bit more horsepower. Going to build an engine over winter with more potential, because we're not just back for this year. We was here last year as well, but we're kind of back for good now that we've got into the swing of it. So bigger engine for next year, and you know, hoping for more like 400 horsepower rather than the 320 that we've got at the minute.
And tell us a little bit about how the season's going, because you had quite a dramatic round at Cadwell, didn't you?
Cadwell's my home circuit. So, you know, everybody local comes to see me. It's great. There must have been around sort of 50 people around the car. It came from me at one point. Loved it. So thank you if you're watching at home. Yeah, so local round. We did do a PB in Attack 2. That's the old qualifying session. Everyone seems to be getting a little muddled up. Yeah, so did a PB. And then we had a slight whoopsie in the car. There was a red flag in the final session. Not many people had set a good lap. The temperature dropped at the circuit, and yeah, just dropped the car, just dropped the back end of the car. Couldn't catch oversteer, and it sent me into the bank. So we've repaired the car. We're still suffering a little bit because we don't have a splitter and any of the subframe that carries a splitter at the minute. So we're losing a bit of front end, but you know, PB at Donington as well as Cadwell. So yeah, you know, it's going all right. It's going in the right direction.
Car running okay today?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit hot. Water temperatures, but it only took 1 lap, which is, you know, it's a minute cool down lap here. So we're just being careful with the car, just making sure it's behaving itself. Yeah, team's just checking out the car, so thanks team at the minute. Well, I'm on live on TV.
Oh, well, fantastic! Good luck out there today, and yeah, we look forward to seeing the battle of the Saxos.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Great stuff there from Stu Summers. Very interesting. We have actually had a red flag come out in the meantime. Neil ran in the 335i. BMW has come off at Paddock Hill, so let's just keep an eye on that one. I believe we have the medical car on the track as well as the flatbed recovery vehicle, and this might take a little while. But interesting hearing there from Stu Summers. 320 horsepower from that Citroen Saxo. And unlike Andrew Kime, who has the 2.4 Honda K-Swap, Stu Summers still on that Citroen engine. And of course, if you think back to the Citroen Saxos of our youth, which were 60, 80, maybe 100 horsepower if you were lucky, 320 horsepower in a Saxo is unbelievable. And yeah, very interesting battle there between the two Citroen Saxos of Andy Kime and Stu Summers. So just getting a bit of an understanding what's happened at turn 1. So just bear with us. I think I think this might take a little while, so we'll take a short break and we'll see where we are in just a few minutes. So good news, Neil is out of the car and wondering and chatting, so that's all good. His car being loaded onto the flatbed as we speak. The difficulty with any kind of impact into the tire wall means that the tire wall then needs to be fixed and put back to how it was in the first place. So you can see that happening on your screens now. So you can see that bumper peeled off the front of Neil Wren's car. Actually, Neil Wren doing a lot of DIY composite stuff on his car. You can just see him there watching the car get loaded on. Of course, he went into the gravel trap on the outside of Paddock Hill, and he's going to be finding gravel in that car for as long as he owns that car. I think that even the next owners of this car will still be finding gravel in it many years down the line. He'll be finding bits of gravel in the shower, in his hair, in his clothes for the next few years. I think it just gets absolutely everywhere once you fall into the gravel once. You're going to keep finding bits forever. It has a knack, has a way of finding its way into every nook and cranny of your car and your life. You're going to be shaking bits of gravel out of your shoes for decades to come. But Neil, they're doing lots of DIY composite stuff on his cars. We have a few drivers here experimenting, dabbling in the world of composites in the Time Attack paddock. Many drivers who've come and gone, and of course some more permanent names like Ilya Krylov or Neil Wren here, doing lots of really interesting, pioneering composite weight saving on their car. So Ilya Krylov, for example, he has new for 2025 a new front clip that combines his front bumper and two front wings, two front fenders. That whole unit weighs 4 kilograms, and I know a lot of this Time Attack, UK Time Attack lore may be well known to our UK-based followers, but of course, hello to our watchers in the US watching on the Lucas Oil US stream today. So perhaps there might be some Time Attack lore that you're not necessarily up to speed with. And so DIY composites, something that a lot of our drivers are playing with nowadays, and Neil Wren as well. But of course what that does mean, the very reason why Time Attack doesn't involve wheel-to-wheel racing is because of how much custom and bespoke and hand-built stuff is on these cars. From the very inception, I think we're lucky, it was actually at Brands Hatch, it was me and Jamie Biss sat in the commentary box and we were doing the Time Attack commentary, and actually Maz from the Time Attack team, who's been involved in Japanese Time Attack as well, he was in the commentary box with us and he explained some of the roots of Time Attack, including why don't these cars ever race wheel to wheel, and that's because there's so much custom stuff on these. You know, this isn't like a spec series where, you know, you bump into another car, you go to the junkyard and you get another fender. That's not how it works in Time Attack. People have got all kinds of aero, composites, all kinds of custom stuff that they've built. So we want to minimize the chances of any impacts. And so when someone like Neil Wren, you know, he's done a lot of the panels are custom made. So going into that tire wall, he's going to feel that more than most, because now he's got to go off and make that stuff all over again. You know, he can't just go to eBay or a breaker's yard and get a new bumper. He's got to actually make it, from what I understand. And of course, he did also wrap that car himself, which is one of the most painstaking and awful jobs in the automotive world, as far as I'm concerned. I've tried it many times, and I come away from it every time saying never again. And to persevere and do a whole car is a real gargantuan effort. So I think big kudos there for Neil Wren for pulling that off. But of course now he's going to do it all over again, because from what I can see, his bonnet, bumper and front fenders are now damaged from that impact with the tire wall on the outside of Paddock Hill. But this is something that I touched on earlier on. For me personally, as a circuit and Time Attack driver, Paddock Hill is one of the most, if probably the most intimidating corners on the UK circuit calendar world, because it's at the end of a long-ish straight, and it's up and over a crest, which throws your car off balance. You know, you're going uphill, and then suddenly that falls away from you, goes downhill, unloads your suspension. Then you can't see the apex and you can't see the exit as you're entering the corner. And especially sometimes you might be 2 or 3 cars abreast. The corner's downhill and it's on a funny camber as well. So all these factors combined actually make Paddock Hill an incredibly tricky corner to get right. And every time I've been here, I've seen multiple cars come off at that corner. Luckily, it's gravel on the outside, which will help really scrub off a lot of that speed as you approach the tire wall. Again, it's at the end of a straight, and actually you don't even brake that much. You carry quite a lot of speed into Paddock Hill, and there's not much runoff, which is why that gravel there, although inconvenient, is so important to have. But we've seen Neil Wren have all kinds of setbacks over the years, and he keeps bouncing back, and I'm sure this year will be no different. Actually, I was driving back from helping a friend pick up a trailer in Scotland, and on our way back down, I saw Neil Wren driving the opposite direction with his car on a trailer. I thought that perhaps he was heading to, there was some track nearby as we were passing that area, so I thought that's where Neil was going. Actually, he was taking his car to be mapped, I think, but he's had no end of trouble with that car, but he keeps persevering, he keeps bouncing back. So I'm sure if he wants to, he'll be able to bounce back from this one as well. Let's just take a look. ALX there in the comments saying something quite interesting. Actually, I think I've heard, yep, I can hear the cars now leaving the pits. So the green flag now being thrown. That incident now nice and clear. So our Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive cars rejoin the track. Actually, they have quite a healthy session time despite that red flag. 14.5 minutes remaining in this session. So sometimes as we start approaching the curfew, so all tracks can only run up to a certain time of day because of noise rules and so on. People want to have a quiet dinner with their families and so on. So there's a certain time where there's a curfew, and as we start to approach that curfew, if we lose lots of time under a red flag, sometimes we can't give that time back. But it seems like in this instance, the red flag hasn't actually punished drivers that much, because they still have 14.5 minutes left to set a lap time. And of course, that's very important here in Attack 1, because this session does score points for the drivers. It's a new change for 2025, where all the sessions, to some degree, score points for the drivers to encourage them to run in every single session, to make the show more exciting for the wonderful showgoers such as yourselves, joining us here in the sunshine at Brands Hatch for TUNERFEST, powered by Lucas Oil, and of course for those of you watching the stream, the live stream here powered by Lucas Oil as well. And a big thank you to Lucas Oil for making this stream possible. I think it's been an incredible addition to the world of Time Attack, so I'm really, really happy to see that back. And by incentivizing the drivers to go out and push in every session, well, most sessions, but score points in every session. Anyway, don't worry about it. It makes the show much more interesting for those watching trackside and for those of you watching the stream as well. Mike Butler there in the E92 M3, a driver who's been around Time Attack for quite a few years now, with that ALMS-inspired aesthetic on that car, the number 67 with the BMW M factory stripes. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the old M3 GT2 cars that we had back in the day. Number 998 there, that silver Mitsubishi Evo. That's Andy Grady of GR Performance with that DSG gearbox, the DQ500 four-wheel drive, flappy pedal automatic gearbox. Really pioneering stuff there from Andy Grady and GR Performance. And of course, you can mount the gearbox. You know, you've made all the mounts, you've made all the drive shafts, you've made all of that stuff, you've done all of that, but these gearboxes don't work like that because they're all electronically controlled. So not only do you have to mount that gearbox, and there are a few DSG-equipped Evos around the world, but as far as I'm aware, this is the only one that's finished, so to speak, or at least near finished. I mean, nothing's ever finished. You can always refine things. But this is the only one that you can take to the track, smash out loads of laps, drive it home, and so on. You know, this DSG package works in this Evo, but that took him, as he said, nearly 2 years of fiddling around, remapping, taking to different specialists. He was saying there are some specialists in Belgium and in Europe that he was talking with as well, Australia too. It's been a real effort to get this DSG to play nicely, but as a result, it's something truly pioneering for the Evo scene, but also beyond. And as these 90s and noughties Japanese performance cars keep aging and needing parts and needing spares, they're getting used up, they're getting harder to find, and he keeps breaking these 5-speed Evo gearboxes. What do? You know, you've got to invent some new stuff. So Andy Grady there, after buying however many gearboxes that he keeps breaking with the 800 horsepower and track work, you know, quite punishing track work, he thought, right, enough of that, we're going to do something modern and put in a DSG and see how that works. And actually the shot there on your screen coming through Paddock Hill was Andy Grady and the Nissan GTR of Alexander Volkov. Andy Grady saying there in his interview with Susie that his sights are firmly set on Alexander Volkov. Andy Grady with 600 horsepower, Alexander Volkov with 1,000 plus. I think for me personally, that number is a little bit shrouded in mystery. Last year I heard a number around the 900 mark, depending on boost. This year I've heard well over 1,000. So very interesting fight there between these two. Andy Grady's car, of course, significantly lighter than Alexander Volkov's, which last I heard was 700 kilos. 1,700 kilos, sorry. Whereas Andy Grady is probably around 1,400. So quite a big difference there. But yeah, interesting battle there at the sharp end of Club 4-wheel drive. Also, we have the number 218 machine here of Neil Robson, the BIB Performance BMW 135i, looking a lot like a BMW M2. And he said that these are genuine BMW M2 body parts. So interesting build there from him. So looking as well very much at the aesthetic aspect as well as the performance side of things as well. Single round entry apparently. Ah, there we go. No, he's no longer flagged as a single round entry on the entry list. So I was going to say, I think he's been at every round so far. He looks like very much a permanent fixture. And so Neil Robson there currently lapping in the 53s. His personal best a 53.6. And perhaps let's take a look at our lap times so far. Club 2-wheel drive, very hotly contested. David Dyson currently leads in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS 2024 car, so pretty much brand new. I think quite brave there from David Dyson to buy this brand new Porsche GT4 RS and bring that into Time Attack. Some nice aggressive side, not aggressive, assertive, I would say. Aggressive implies it's a bit out of control. This is definitely not that. This is assertive, firm driving from Filip Najdenov, really muscling and hustling that Sierra Cosworth around. Very unusual chassis to see in Time Attack. It's a rare car anywhere, really, in this day and age. But Filip has brought it to Time Attack year in, year out, and it's a different era of car different era of driving that really needs some throttle to help steer it and point it in the right direction, which is something that Philip is very, very good at, and he's won himself lots of fans by doing so well. Johnny Fletcher there in the number 64 Astra GSI, also a household name in the Time Attack world, and his car has evolved year on year on year. I think, like for many drivers here in Time Attack, driver builders, he arrived in a standard Astra 4 GSI. His, from what I understand, daily driver, it was different color. I think it was dark green back then with, you know, number plates, license plates. That was just his car that he used. And then over the years, it's evolved into this car that you see now, an ex-Club two-wheel drive champion. I think 2023, maybe 24. But a car that we've seen really evolve over the years. Great stuff there in that Mark IV Astra GSI. Bit of a dark horse there behind him. Alan Shepard in the AirTech Motorsport Toyota GR Yaris. I don't actually know a great deal about this car, so perhaps I will go and do a sneaky little Google in the meantime. Not a great deal of information, actually. Well, never mind. Perhaps somebody in the comments knows. And in fact, actually, it's on the AirTech website, I believe. There can't be too many hot pink GR Yaris's around. So this is actually using in-house developed AirTech Aero. So I'm familiar with AirTech more from a... Oh, Philip Naidenov's come off. Again, that car is quite brutal, and it needs a very specific driving style that employs a lot of oversteer, and of course that does carry its own risks. But looking at AirTech's website, we can see all of their parts that they've developed for this GR Yaris. And so I'm more accustomed to thinking of AirTech in terms of boost and intake temperature, cooling and intercooling and boost controllers and stuff like that. But actually they now, for this GR Yaris, have their in-house developed aero, which is pretty cool. And so this car then, Alan Shepard's GR Yaris, heavily featured actually on the AirTech website, which is very cool. So there you go, and of course the GR Yaris now, a very well-respected, new to the scene chassis in the tuning and aftermarket world. And the beauty of Time Attack is that these are all chassis that many of us own and drive ourselves, especially those of you here at TUNERFEST. And the great thing about Time Attack is the paddock is open for you to come and have a wander around, keeping a respectful distance where that's appropriate. If teams and crews are stressed and frantically trying to fix something on their car, then perhaps, you know, read the room and don't get in their way. But if you own one of these cars and you're looking for upgrades yourself, then the Time Attack paddock can be a great source of inspiration. And if you have a GR Yaris and you were considering some AirTech parts, then perhaps coming into the paddock and getting some inspiration from Alan Shepard's machine might be pretty useful. I think that's one of the most interesting things about the world of Time Attack, is that these are cars that many of us own ourselves. So a real source of inspiration. Roman Grendel in the Scirocco now. Scirocco R333, although it looks like he's backed off a little bit there coming into Graham Hill. You can just see him there hugging the outside. His current best, a 53.1. And let's take a look at our lap times so far, or at least our running order so far, our leaderboard. David Dyson leads with a 51.3 in that GT4 RS. There it is, coming onto your screen now as it enters the Cooper Straight. And he leads Johnny Fletcher, Luke Capehorn, Andrew Kime, Mike Butler, Stu Summers, Hayden King, Neil Wren, Roman Grandil, Neil Robson, Nicholas Good, Richard Stevens, and Philip Naidenov. Meanwhile, Club 4-Wheel Drive is led by Andy Grady. Look at that, isn't that interesting? So typically, Alexander Volkov in the GTR has had the upper hand in Club 4-Wheel Drive so far. We have a minute left in this session, and I think the ones to watch will be David Dyson and Johnny Fletcher in the Cayman GT4 RS and Astra Mark IV GSI. And also Andy Grady and Alexander Volkov in Club 4-Wheel Drive. Very interesting stuff indeed. And Andy Grady there, again, feeling very racy, very competitive. And in his interview with Susie, really made his intent well known. And currently leading that class. As he said, Brands Hatch Indy is one big corner, as he put it. And he's not far off the truth, because pretty much the whole circuit involves some kind of steering input with a tiny little break on the Cooper Straight, but it's not really much to write home about. So Brands Hatch really very much less about power than some other circuits on the calendar. So let's take a look at Andy Grady as he comes up and into Druids now in that silver DSG-equipped Mitsubishi Evo, currently leading Club 4-Wheel Drive. Out of Druids he goes, down into Graham Hill. And down the Cooper Straight, his headlights on, meaning that he is on a hot lap, something that we haven't discussed, but I'll come back to that. What do the headlights mean? No improvement in Sector 1, because Brands Hatch Indy has only 2 sectors, so not hugely useful to follow sector times so much as at other tracks, but no improvement in Sector 1. What about Sector 2? 50.2 there, so actually 0.7 seconds slower than his personal best, just as the checkered flag comes out. But Andy Grady, fastest overall in this session. So with the checkered flag out, you can see actually Andrew Kime really flying through there in the K-Series swapped Citroen Saxo. A car that I believe our US watchers might not be too familiar with. I think that's very much a little European car that I don't think ever really made its way stateside. That'll be something I'll Google later on. So let's take a look at our leaderboard then. So faster than anyone and leading Club 4-Wheel Drive was Andy Grady, ahead of Volkov, Taylor and Shepard. In Club 2-Wheel Drive then, the winner of Attack 1 was David Dyson, ahead of Fletcher, Capehorn, Kime, Butler, Summers, King, Wren, Grendel, Robson, Good, Stevens and Naidenov. Now our Club 2-Wheel Drive and Club 4-Wheel Drive cars will head back into the pits and into Parc Ferme, and our Clubman class machines will be hitting the track in just a few moments. So actually, I think we've had some really, really interesting input from the watchers of the stream. And I think that's been really one of the great things about the Lucas Oil live stream, is people can really get involved in the conversation. And that's something that makes life for me as Time Attack commentator much more interesting. So for example, ALX here with some interesting points. Firstly, about how the Yokohama AO52 has very much been talk of the town ever since it was announced as the Time Attack control tire. There we go, the green flag now being thrown for our Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket classes. ALX also mentioning, be interesting to see how Eden Young does today. After watching his onboard from Donington, the micro looks like a bit of a nightmare with the issues he's having getting dragged all over the track. And indeed, and hopefully we will see some laps here from Eden Young in that Haltech Micra. He was actually fastest of all at Donington in Attack 2, I believe, which I believe is a first for Eden Young, as in from this, in this gaggle of classes. So of the Clubman classes, Eden was fastest overall in the rain at Donington, which I think is a first for Eden and maybe even a first for the Haltech team. So that was a sign perhaps of things to come, that when the conditions are right, Eden in that Haltech Micro can really, really fly. Freshly swapped with a freshly equipped with a Honda K Series for this year. It was 420 horsepower. Believe now it's around 445 after some mapping. So really, really fast indeed. But a product of that horsepower and that torque is a few things. Firstly, it was doing very strange things to the handling. So as soon as he'd put his foot down and he'd deploy all of that torque, the Micro would try to pull itself in a random direction. It would jerk around left or right, and it felt very dangerous. To the point where Dave Ward, a ex-Time Attack driver, although he says he'll be back, so I shouldn't call him that. He took issue with me calling him an ex-driver, but I don't know. Is he here? No. So, but Dave Ward drove a couple of laps in that car, Eden Young's Micro, and said, "Nope, this feels too sketchy. I'm not driving that again until something is changed." And so what it turned out was that torque, it's like Dom Toretto in Fast and Furious. What was it? So much torque coming off the line that it twisted the chassis, or something like that. And that was the problem Eden was having in the Micra, believe it or not, in Micra of all things. But of course, now page up for more power, Haltech powered, Honda K-Series powered, turbocharged Micra no less. And that torque was twisting the chassis and the various suspension arms, and it was introducing all kinds of strange tow situations, and it was towing in one direction, towing in the other direction, and so it was pulling itself all over the track when he was trying to deploy that torque. So what Eden Young has done since then is reinforce all the what was it? It was torsion beam and some other stuff. But he's documented all of this on his GizFab feed on the various social channels. Very, very interesting stuff to watch. So that's all been reinforced, which seems to have solved the flexion issues. But he's still breaking CV joints. And so he says himself now he's got a CV joint habit, CV joint addiction. So he's really powering through those CV joints. That's become a disposable item on the Micra now. So he's got to think of a solution to that. But as ALX there was saying, that car looks like a real handful. Even with the reinforcements to the chassis, it still is a real handful. So let's see how he gets on here. Some nice, again, so we have 60 minutes left in this session. Very busy track here at Brands Hatch Indy. The circuit only a mile long, which means that our drivers don't necessarily have a lot of room to find some clean track and some clean air. But in the meantime, while our drivers try to find that clean air, I believe Susie is in the paddock with some more interviews.
So we're going to have a quick catch-up with Tommy Langley, and he's a fantastic Fiesta in Pocket Rocket. So, Tommy, we saw you at Donington, but you had a bit of drama afterwards. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so we'd done the whole day, and the car was all right. It felt a bit slow towards the end. We sent the car off to get mapped just to have another look at it, and it turned out it had cracked a cylinder 1 and 4, I think it was. So with all that, we had to get another engine. Obviously, we only found that out on Tuesday last week. So it was easier to buy another Fiesta ST than it was to find an engine that was out of a car. Stripped that Tuesday night, dropped the engine off to OC Motorsport in Wickford on Wednesday, and then luckily they got the engine took out of this Thursday. Friday night we picked it up, so the only time it has actually been driven is onto the trailer and in this garage. That is it.
So today is your shakedown?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, if it works, it works. If it don't, then we'll be at the burger van watching, you know. It's all you can do, and you don't really know. We didn't have time to put it on a dyno or do anything with it, so it's just a case of bring it and try it. If it works, it works. If it don't, try again next time, I suppose.
And you didn't realise something was up at Donington?
To be honest, obviously it's a new car. It was the first time I drove it. I said it felt slow. It didn't feel quite right, but where I'd not driven it before, it was hard to tell because I had nothing to compare it to. So I was moaning to everyone in the pit saying it don't feel right. Everyone's saying it should be 350 odd brake horsepower, and you can tell when they're not. And I said either the guy we got it from was lying or there's something wrong with it. So we put it in to get it checked, and there was something wrong with it. So, yeah.
So what are you going to do with that other Fiesta you've got now?
Well, to be honest, it's in the corner of my yard. Obviously, it's the same shape as this, exactly the same car. So I said if I barrel roll this or crash it, do something, we've got another car, we can take this one apart, put everything in that one, and then go again. So it's handy to have spares. Obviously we didn't intend to have a spare that much to that level, but it's there if we need it, and if we need any parts, panels, whatever, we've got them. So,
well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. And so what brings you to Time Attack?
I used to do a lot of short circuit racing, oval racing, and it's a lot of work, in and out of the cars all day, every day. You don't get a 5-minute break from them. So I said, we'll get into Time Attack. A friend of ours, Joe Bullen, does it. So I said, we'll have a go. We've done a single round entry last year at Brands on this event, and then ended up buying this one, thinking it'd be less work. We was wrong. But yeah, no, it's different. It's something different. It's not. We've done oval racing since I was about 10 years old. So try something new, and obviously you get to race on all the big circuits. So it's different, isn't it? It's not a case of door-to-door racing every time, but at least it's not as much work and the risk of getting a lot of damage. So it makes it easier for us with time. That's the main thing.
Well, you say not a lot of damage, but well, fingers crossed today goes much smoother.
We'll recap on that at the end of today.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Good luck out there. And yeah, like I say, fingers crossed.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers.
Really interesting stuff there from Thomas Langley in the 313 Motorsport Ford Fiesta. And I think that's a story that will be familiar to a lot of long-time watchers and time attackers, is these very last-minute rebuilds, engine swaps, the gearbox swaps, gearbox rebuilds, all that good stuff. Now, previously, we used to have Time Attack weekenders, so 2 events over 2 consecutive days. And what that meant was if you had a breakdown on the first day, then that would probably also make you lose out on the second day. So you needed to have your car fixed by the next day, basically, which meant lots of frantic Facebook marketplacing, eBaying, calling up your mates in the various owners clubs and trying to find spares overnight, driving across the country to get a spare gearbox, driving it back, fitting it at the trackside, all very last-minute stuff. Actually, Ben Robinson, who appeared on the chat, on the YouTube comments previously, I think he was probably one of the worst offenders when it came to lastminute.com fixes, and he always had a story to share about rebuilding this or something caught fire that, or engine swapping something else, always something. And I think that's a real theme of the Time Attack paddock, is people just getting stuff done, even if that means working up until the final few hours. I remember once arriving to a Time Attack event at I think 6 a.m., as in arriving to it, fixing the night before, and then arriving at 6 a.m. and needing to do the driving straight away. So not an approach that I would recommend by any stretch, but somehow Time Attack just has a way of making the last minutes really count. MTB Scotland asking whether we have an update on Colin Dorward. I don't personally, but perhaps one of the team might. So I will keep an eye out on that for you, Mr. or Ms. MTB Scotland. JXL Performance, that Fiesta changed hands more times than most people have had hot dinners. Hopefully all good now. Let's see, hopefully so. Very interesting interview there, that one with Thomas Langley. Meanwhile, Annie Robinson in the Lotus Exige 410, Toyota V6 powered supercharged machine, mostly standard, as are most cars in the Clubman class. So remap, some intake goodies, and spicy brake pads, and I think that's the extent of her modifications, which places her firmly in the Clubman class. Let's take a look at our lap times so far. Eden Young currently leads the way in Classic and Retro in that Haltech Micra. 52.6 there for him, ahead of Dean Riley in the VX220, 52.7, and Mark Donnelly in the Donnelly Racing 1983 Escort, 53.2 there for him. In Clubman, it's Dan Buckingham in the BTT Motorsport with YGHP Honda Civic Type R with a 53.6, ahead of Annie Thompson in the Midnight Motorsport Lotus Exige, 54.6, and Clive Hopwell in the MMT Performance Volkswagen Golf R with a 55.0. Clubman Plus is Jay Elliott in the Abalon Honda Supercharged S2000 with a 56.3. In Pocket Rocket Forced Induction, it's scary. Actually, we just had Mark Donnelly. Mark Donnelly jumped to the top of the leaderboard in Classic and Retro, and I think this is a battle that's really one to watch this season. Eden Young in the Haltech K11 Micra, and Mark Donnelly in the Donnelly Racing 1983 Ford Escort. They've been really trading blows this year. Very, very interesting stuff. So Mark Donnelly there with a 52.3, and you can see him there coming onto the Cooper Straight behind the blue and red Clio of Mark Blackburn. There goes Eden Young of the number 69 Haltech Micra. And you can see it really actually wandering around a little bit. So I think, like ALX saying, it was a bit of a handful to drive, and you can see that playing out. You can also see it lifting the inside rear wheel, as short wheelbase front-wheel drive cars often do. So you can see that wheel just stationary. It looked attached to the ground, but the fact that the wheel was stationary suggests that it was just a little bit off the ground. But you can really see it squirming around. Very much still a handful. His lights flashing there for some reason. Purple Sector 1 from Eden Young in the Haltech Micra. That's faster than anybody on track right now. Flashing, I think his flashing his lights is, yeah, look, he's telling drivers to get out of the way. He is on a flyer. 52.3. That is faster than anybody on track right now, I believe. 52.3. So Eden Young actually at the beginning of the day said if he can get 52s, he'll be happy. And in fact, Eden Young with a 52.3 and Mark Donnelly with a 52.3 as well. 100th of a second is all that separates Eden Young and Mark Donnelly. This is probably going to be one of the battles of the season. These two cars are so different, and yet in the hands of Eden Young and Mark Donnelly, so closely matched. And there is Mark Donnelly in that 76 1983 Ford Escort, turbocharged Focus ST170 powered. Mark Donnelly driving that car for the past 20 years. Let's see if he has a response to Eden Young's blistering 52.3. No improvement in Sector 1 from Mark Donnelly as he makes his way through the traffic there. Headlights on to signal that he is on a flyer. Of course, the plastic tape on both Eden and Mark's cars because they have glass headlamps. Quite a retro feature on both of these cars. No improvement there from Mark Donnelly, 52.6, and I think I saw him flick on his cool down light, meaning that no more hot laps from him just for the time being. Mark Roberts in the 172 Clio, around 850 kilos this car. I think 905 kilos with driver, so incredibly, incredibly light. Very interesting conversation between that I had with Mark Roberts and Mark Blackburn earlier in the garage, where both the Clio 172 and 197 have the same engine, that F4R, with a few different tweaks, but ultimately an F4R in both cases. But The 197 weighing around 1,300 kilos. And, oh, someone's off. There we go. That's the other clear I was just talking about. That is Mark Blackburn there, off at turn 1. Dean Riley setting a faster sector 1 than anybody, but of course I think we might see a red flag now, which means we might not see any improvement from anyone, which would make Eden Young the provisional winner of Attack 1. Let's see if we can get by with a yellow flag. Perhaps Mark Blackburn can rejoin the track himself, but if he's stranded there on the gravel, then I think we might have a problem. And of course, Paddock Hill, as you enter it, you can't see the exit. So it's not a great position to have a stranded car, but this is going to be one for race control to debate. But very interesting. I don't think we've seen Dean Riley set any purple sectors on his time attack journey so far. So some nice improvement there from him. Very interesting stuff. As I think he's quite new to time attack. I think this is the first competitive driving that he's done. Not this particular day, but you know, this season of time attack. I think it's his first full season of motorsport. So it's going to take a while to find his feet. So I think really encouraging that he's actually set a purple sector there. Faster than anyone on track right now. Lots of drivers heading back into the pits. Looks like we're getting by perhaps with a yellow flag, a waved yellow flag at Paddock Hill. So extreme caution needed there. But then after that point, you're free to set a fast sector 2 if you so wish. It's going to be hard to see any improvement, and indeed, checkered flag now being thrown, so effectively a red flag. There's no point throwing a red flag so close to the end of the session. Checkered flag there being thrown, which concludes our time attack, Attack 1. So next up, we will have the Drift Pro Championship Exhibition, and then the Racing Hondas Championship Race 1. In the meantime, our time attack cars head into Parc Fermé. And now, those of you watching the Lucas Oil live stream, we're going to have a short break of about 20 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes. And then the Racing Hondas Championship Race 1 is scheduled to kick off at 2:05 UK time. And so we will see you then. See you after the break.
Welcome back to track action at Brands Hatch, TUNERFEST South here, round the third event of the Time Attack organisation for 2025. And we're getting set for round 5 of the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship, getting underway very, very shortly. Scott Wood was here back in the commentary box to guide you through all of the action, and it should be a pretty exciting race given that we've got all 3 of the current race winners from the championship so far in Class A and outright are towards the front of the grid, but they're all behind the brand new, well, the renewed lap record holder, which is Liam Collins, given that he was already the lap record holder, but then has smashed it by just about nearly 8-9 tenths of a second. So he will start on pole position. He will be bidding for the 4th different winner in 5 races, particularly overall and in Class A. And he will look to try and add his name onto the board in what's so far been quite a competitive championship. At the moment, being led overall and in class by Dan Thackeray. Just a reminder for those who haven't seen Racing Hondas before, there are 3 classes in this championship, quite simply A, B and C. They're all based on power to weight ratio. The maximum power to weight ratio you can have in this championship is either 235 brake horsepower per tonne if the engine is supercharged, or 240 brake horsepower if it is naturally aspirated. Then it's Class B, which is a maximum of 195 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C, which is a maximum of 176 horsepower per tonne. You get identical points are awarded to the top 10 finishers in each class per round, so you get 15 points for a win, 12 for second and 10 for third. Then for 4th downwards it goes 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1. There are also bonus points awarded for the top 5 qualifiers in all 3 classes per race. So the pole sitters, which would be respectively for this race Liam Collins in Class A, Dan Thackeray in Class B, and Matt Rowling in Class C, will all have been given 5 bonus points. And then for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in category, it's 4, 3, 2, 1. There's also a bonus point for the drivers setting the fastest lap of the race too. So looking back at qualifying, it was, as you mentioned, Liam Collins with a quite blistering time out there, a 51.338, putting him on pole by nearly 3 tenths of a second from Cadwell Park race winner Will Self. Then it was Kevin Talbot, the only man who's won more than one race so far this season, took victories both at Cadwell and Donington. And then Phil Wright, who took his first victory of the season back at Donington in damp conditions at race 1. He's the 2023 Racing Hondas champion, the very first champion in this championship, and he will start in 4th on the grid. Tommy Knight, which should be a dark horse, he's made some amendments to the car and some tweaks over the course of the opening couple of rounds. He was involved in a start line incident at race 2 at Cadwell, got the car repaired, was in good form all the way through that weekend. Now he starts on the 3rd row of the grid. I want to look for, I think, will also be his fellow EK Honda Civic driver, Dave Buki, the man who runs Kinetic Motorsport. He caused a little bit of drama in qualifying after he left his fuel filler cap open and was effectively spraying fuel all across the circuit. I don't think it's affected the circuit too much, as far as I can see, and I can't see anything's been laid down since or anything of that ilk, so he's going to be starting from P6. They've got a pair of EG generation Honda Civics behind in 7th and 8th, Rick O'Connell and Bob Barron. Rick's car back to full strength after it had a shunt at Cadwell Park, got it straight again for Donington Park, and now he's on a good form for the 4th row of the grid. And Bob Barron, who was testing earlier on this week, I was told reliably by Fraser McNeil, who's his teammate in the Kilty K-Swaps squad that comes all the way from Scotland across the border, that he was out testing earlier on this week and took the front end of the car off, but thankfully they managed to get it pretty much quickly repaired and sorted out and got it down here in good time for this weekend's round. And then at the back of the top 10, you've got James Alford, who is quite a regular in plenty of club racing events. He will start 9th alongside James Kiff, who's making his circuit racing debut today. This will be his first ever car race, and regardless of the class, the fact he stuck it into the top 10, 10th fastest in his 1996 Honda Integra DC2, is a very impressive effort. He's a former amateur motorcycle racer who had stopped racing for a while after an accident, but after some persuasion from his other half to kind of maybe rethink two-wheel racing, he suggested, why not four-wheel racing? There's a roll cage and there's a seat and there's metal around me, so I should be fine. Hence, he's now got back on track for the first time, I think, 6 years or so. He's done a little bit of testing. He did do some testing here a few weeks ago. The only thing was he had one session of dry running and all the rest was wet. So all I said to him was, well, if it's wet in September, you've got yourself some early running early on for a few months prematurely. So it might be in good form if it is wet in September when we come back here for another Time Attack event later in the season. I think that's the Go Japan event, if I'm correct. Yeah, on the 7th of September. And we'll talk about some more of those as the event goes on. And then we go further back down the order. You've got Fraser McNeil in 11th fastest, but then Dan Thackeray starts 12th, and he also set another new class lap record in qualifying earlier on this morning. He's now lowered the class lap record to, if I bring my information up, he's lowered it to 53.267 seconds around the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. And he'll start ahead of his current perennial rival in Class B, which is the defending Racing Honda's champion for 2024, which is Ryan Cunningham in car number 1. Was champion in Class C last year, but he stepped up to Class B, and he's got the Kemp model sponsorship emblazoned on his EP3 Honda Civic. Newcomer Jason Stack, he's in Class B, even though in your program it says Class A, just the amendment there, he has made it to Class B, so he's now starting 14th. We'll talk about a couple of other amendments to the program for drivers that aren't here, sadly. We'll talk about them in a moment, as the Hondas now are led around onto the grid, led by the Hyundai Iconic M. We'll get back to that in more in a moment as the cars head out onto the circuit. We're getting set for round 5 of Racing Honda's 2025 here at Brands Hatch. So welcome to the stream, whether you're watching from the UK on the Time Attack stream, on the Alpha live stream, or even if you're watching across overseas and around the world on the Lucas Oil stream. Of course, this stream is all powered by Lucas Oil, so thank you to them for making these live streams possible. And hello to anyone watching from the United States. Hopefully you're about to enjoy some top-class Racing Honda's action, as it has been for the first 4 races of the season. So we'll go through the rest of the grid and talk about some other drivers as the cars get gridded up and sorted out. We'll go through the grid when it comes up on the screen on the formation lap. But here it is. Liam Collins there with a new qualifying lap record in class will start on pole position alongside Will Self in the Honda Civic EG on the front row. Then Kevin Talbot, double race winner so far this season. He's on the second row of the grid alongside the 2023 Racing Honda's champion Phil Wright, who's looking to try and take a victory from 4th on the grid. A pair of EK Honda Civics. It's Tommy Knight in 5th position alongside Dave Buki with his best qualifying to date in that car since he debuted it at Donington Pass last time out. He will start in 6th. Then a pair of EG Honda Civics, Rick O'Connell for Garage 24 and Bob Barron for Kilted K-Swaps. He'll be looking to get a good result and maybe his first podium from 8th on the grid. Top 10 rounded out by James Alford and newcomer James Kiff with an excellent lap to put himself 10th in qualifying overall and in Class A. And then Fraser McNeil rounds out almost most of our Class A cars. There's a couple further back. He's in 11th place. Then we get to the second part of row 6, which is Dan Thackeray, also with a new Class B qualifying lap recording the session earlier on. He starts 12th ahead of the defending champion Ryan Cunningham in car number 1. Jason Stack, another newcomer, starts 14th in the JS Engineering SW Limited car. And then it's Sammy Milam and Sam Linster starting on the 8th row of the grid. Moving backwards to row 9 is where we find Spencer Fortag, who lost his front splitter in practice and that caused a red flag. He's alongside James Kembry in the Otter Motorsport car, top of those 2 team cars. Then we have Trevor McConnell and Duncan Holloway in the second Otter Motorsport car to round off the top 20. Lewis Barker and Oliver Barsby, whose car's back up to full strength after he missed Donington Park due to an engine problem, and he starts on the 11th row of the grid. Then it's Andy Barnes, Luke Crassus-Meadow, we'll get to him in a second. Luke Crassus-Meadow and Matt Rowling, who takes the Class C pole position, he starts 24th. Then one of the head honchos of Time Attack himself, Andy Barnes of the Kent Models Honda Civic FN2. He starts 25th alongside Callum Houchin, and right at the back of the grid, setting the time in his first ever qualifying session in this championship, it's Owen Diver for Kinetic Motorsport. He missed the race at Donington Park. He is here making his debut this weekend. A couple of drivers who are missing this weekend who are on the entry list, two of which are 2 cars we were hoping we would see this weekend but are not here. One is Ryan Jenkinson, who was competing last year in a Civic FN2, but he has taken purchase of a new, well to him at least, bright red Honda Integra DC2. That car's not ready yet. We're also anticipating Dan Brown, who put in such a good performance here last year in his Honda Civic EG, but unfortunately the defending Class A champion not here either, so he will not take the start, unfortunately, which means we still have 27 Racing Hondas, all set for race 1, 15 minutes in length around the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. The Brands Hatch Indy circuit, of course, a long-standing stalwart of British motorsport. They first used this venue back in 1926 for cycle and running races, and then switched to motorcycles in 1932, bit of scrambling in there. It became Brands Hatch Stadium Limited in 1947 to run the circuit. Tarmac was laid here about 1950. The original layout ran anti-clockwise, so in the opposite direction, and it was very much a kidney-shaped layout, almost akin to what you see here with the Indy circuit. And then they added the GP loop in 1960. The circuit was extended to just over 2.5 miles, started hosting non-championship F1 Grand Prix. Since then, it began hosting rounds of the F1 World Championship, whether it's the British or European Grand Prix, World Sports Car Races, the lot. And then in 1978, when John Webb, who is the late kind of head honcho behind this circuit and looking after it, when he took over and managed to convince the Indy cars to come across from America in a double header with Silverstone, they renamed what was called the Club Circuit now to what we now know as the Indy Circuit, hence the name of that. And since then, after it's been bought by Motorsport Vision in 2003, we've had BTCC, GT World Challenge, British GT, a classic circuit, and one that you'll agree always provides excellent racing. So on what's a quite bright but slightly overcast nowadays, the Hondas are getting set for 15 minutes of action here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and it should be quite an entertaining battle from start to finish. So Liam Collins then, hoping to be the 4th different winner from 5 races, but can the likes of Will Self, Kevin Talbot and Phil Wright, who all have victories to their name this year, possibly put a spanner into the works. And what about the 2 EK Honda Civics behind of Tommy Knight and Dave Bucchi? Green flag at the back, stand by for action. It's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. Round 5 of Racing Hondas 2025 at Brands Hatch, ready to light up the tarmac in Kent. We're underway. It's a strong start from Collins from pole. It's level from the second row for Kevin Talbot as he streams past Will Self. And look at Phil Wright in the Silver Civic going to the middle between Tommy Knight and also Will Self, and shooting to the inside into the lead goes Kevin Talbot. He's really sold the Integra of Liam Collins a cold one, and up the inside he goes into the lead of the race up towards Druids. This is the first pinch point. Could be seeing cars getting pretty close as they wind through the top of the circuit, through the 180-degree hairpin, then shoot down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. They're all jostling for position. I think that was James Alford battling away with Fraser McNeil for position, but it's Kevin Talbot then who leads the way with 2 victories under his name already. It's Collins in second place, Tommy Knight's up to 3rd. The one that's had an absolute shocker of a start is Will Self. He didn't get any traction off a line from the outside of row 1, which is odd because it's a flatter piece of tarmac, so you expect it to be much quicker, but he's battling with Bob Barron. He might be down to about 7th or 8th, which is not a great start whatsoever. Up to the end of lap 1 then, and it is Collins who leads the way. So Talbot who leads the way, Collins in second place. It's then Knight in 3rd, Wright in 4th, Bucchi 5th, Barron in 6th, O'Connell's up to 7th, and Will Self is down to 8th. So not a good start for the Cadwell Park race winner. And already Talbot having to go defensive as the 2 Integras go wheel to wheel in towards Druid. There's a quartet that's grouping up here already, and Dave Bucchi's trying to go with them, and he's bringing Bob Barron in the silver-kilted K-Swaps car as you see Liam Collins just darting to the inside, just showing the nose into Graham Hill Bend. But now the top 2 nose to tail. And what's great to see, it's the slightly older cars that are in the mix here too. You can see the EG Civics, the EKs, the DC2 Integras. They're not shy to get up towards the front amongst some of the slightly more contemporary machinery. They wind their way out through McLaren, through Clearways, and back through Clark Curve, right to the edge of the circuit, and power their way past the camera. The leaders back up across the line to end lap number 2. You can get quite a few laps in this circuit. And we'll see how the rest of the field comes streaming through. Quick check in if we look at the leaders here. We'll keep an eye as here comes Collins looking at it, having a look up the inside, but Talbot throws the block and Collins is almost into the back of him as they hit the brakes for Druids. I saw there that Tommy Knight was under threat from Phil Wright, so we've got a real race in our hands here between the top 4. You can see both Dave Bucchi and Bob Barron are trying to include in this. You've got the second group led by Rick O'Connell, who's trying to escape from Will Self. He's a second ahead of Will at the moment, so whatever has happened to Will's pace from qualifying to now, not all is well, I don't think, with that number 34 Civic EG back in now 8th position. And James Kiffin with the next driver to go after him. As he got the inside, looks Fraser McNeil, trying to pinch his position from James Alford. That will be to get a spot in the top 10. As for the leaders, look at Tommy Knight in the bright blue EK Civic. He's going to the outside, possibly, of second place Liam Collins, almost through the dummies. He goes a little tighter into Paddock Hill Bend. But it's 4 of them for the lead as they come out of Paddock, up towards Druids, up Pilgrim's Rise. And again, Talbot covering off the inside line. Same with Knight as Phil Wright, 2023 champion, using all of his experience. He's also experienced in racing in Civic Cup as well, so he knows an EP3 Honda Civic pretty well. There goes Bucchi, there goes Barron, then a gap, and then comes Rick O'Connell. Then goes, that's James Kiff, who's got past Will Self. So I don't know what's going on with Will Self, but he's dropping down the order, almost at the bottom of the top 10. If he's not careful, he's only a second ahead of James Alford now, and he might well lose another place. So watch this lead can't forget the Class B runners. It's still Thackeray who leads the way in Class B from Cunningham in second place, stacking third on his debut in the championship. Good effort from Jason to put the number 18 car and keep it third in qualifying and keep it there through the opening stages of this race. Lindsay in fourth, and Spencer Fortag rounds out the top 5. And in Class C, Andy Barnes, who's a guest entry in this championship, so he doesn't score points, he's into the lead now after he started second in class, behind the pole sitter Matt Rowling. And then it's Callum Houchin in the top 3, and they're all 3 of them are ahead of both Oliver Barsby, who lost a window in qualifying, which Andy Barnes ran over and smashed. I think it was a plastic window. And then Owen Diver, who's right at the back of the field as well in 27th, but it is his first event, so he's learning on the fly here. Out to Surtees, up through McLaren, who clear away at the top of the hill, and Collins is trying to just prise the door open, trying to find a way through. He's locked onto the rear wing of that green and blue DC5 Honda Integra. It is Integras at dawn at the front between the 2 of them. And Kevin Talbot holding the place as they wiggle their way under brakes into Paddock Hill Bend. Slightly tighter run from Collins to try and stay out his tail, and off the road's gone Oliver Barsby. That's him out of the race. He had those engine problems that prevented him from racing at Donington Park, and it looks like they've struck again. I'm afraid the number 10 car, which is a fantastic car to have in Class A, not performing the way Oliver was hoping to. So Owen Diver going through the shot, but that is, I'm afraid, a retirement for Oliver Barsby on the grass. It shouldn't be, I don't think, a yellow flag or at least any trouble, because he's pulled it way off the circuit, right at a much higher elevation from where he is. Incredible, look at this, 5 of them for the lead through Surtees here, and it could be any one of these 5 that could get on the podium, and Collins closing right up under braking. He's practically pushing Talbot out of the corner. It looks like you've got a little bit of extra traction, does the DC5, but that DC2 car looks a bit better under brakes. Bob Barron is trying to hold on to the top 5 in that silver EG Civic, you can see. There's Dave Buki, team boss of Kinetic Motorsport, experience of racing in Civic Cup, and he's also raced in Audi TTs, and now he's found a home in racing Hondas, and it's great to see another older generation Civic on the grid, the EG Civic, the EK Civic, I always get those two mixed up. The EK Honda Civic, which is the newer shaped car from the mid to late 90s. Now to Graham Hill Bend, still 5 for the lead. Talbot, Collins, Knight, Wright and Buki. That's the leading quintet. Barron trying to stay after them. You can't go too wide over that AstroTurf on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, because there are pressure points that they have around the circuit which take a picture if you run over those pressure pads too much. So there's a neat little pit drop to race control, and it's conclusive proof that you did in fact extend track limit. Do that too many times, you start getting black and white warning flags and then time penalties added on if you start to transgress too many times. Heading towards half distance. Still Talbot in the lead. Again, checking in with our class leaders. Thackeray still leads the way from Cunningham in second place, stacking third in Lindsay and Milo in the top 5. And it's still Barnes leading from Rowling and Houchin in Class C. So no change in the order, it seems, at the front of the 3 respective classes or at the front of the field overall. And the top 2 just breaking away slightly from Tommy Knight. They've got a gap of about 0.8 of a second across the line, but it looks slightly bigger than that. They're coming up to put a lap on Owen Diver in the Kinetic Motorsport car. That's the Class B number 14 machine, and he smartly gets out of the way. It's good driving from Owen, well done. And again, Collins gets a really good run off the corner here. He's trying to really latch onto the slipstream with the DC5, but it looks like it has just a little bit more legs on the straight to keep away from Collins' DC2. And this is despite the fact that Collins set a brand new qualifying lap record by practically nearly 0.9 of a second or so. So impressive stuff from Collins. He's strong off of Paddock Hill Bend as well, but again, just darts to the inside, puts himself into Talbot's mirrors. He's trying to distract him. He's a little bit out wide on the apex of Druids. This gives Collins the opportunity to try and peak here. In a sprint race like this, as we hit half distance, you have to take your chances as soon as they can become available. Here comes Collins then. It's as close as he's ever been. Again, darts to the inside. He's posturing around the rear end of the rear wing of that DC5 Integra. And again, might have a look up the inside as Talbot's car's a little wayward under brakes. Just bouncing around as he tries to find a bit of grip. He's not careful. He might just prise the door open. And here comes Collins trying to get through. But again, Talbot throws the block and normally almost takes the nose off of Collins' car. And if these two keep on fighting, it might bring Tommy Knight into play with 7 minutes to go. He might have a sniff at a victory if he can close in. And if these two start slowing each other up. and falling back into the clutches of the cars behind. So far they have the pace. Here comes Collins, another look to the inside, but again that's just a speculative look, but he's forced Talbot to outbrake himself up towards Druids. He gets his nose about halfway alongside on the exit, but again the traction off the corner initially of that DC5 is better, and Collins is practically pushing him through. A little nudge in the rear end through Graham Hill Bend. He's saying, come on Kevin, get on with it, because if you don't push and let me through, or at least get on with it and go quicker, Tommy and co are going to come up right behind us and we'll be in a world of trouble. So Kevin Talbot is literally getting the physical hurry up from Liam Collins all the way through Graham Hill Bend, back the way through Clearways and McLaren they go, through Clark Curve. Looks to that mid-corner, Collins' car is a bit stronger. Off the corner initially, he's also quite strong as well, but it's once he's got power going, it's there. Now, for the lead in Class B, it could be a change, because Dan Thackeray, who's won every single racing class so far this season, starting to get his first proper challenge, I think, from defending overall champion Ryan Cunningham. Good to see we're seeing the Class B cars. And not far behind them is Jason Stack in his first race in the championship, just there in the black and red Civic at the bottom of the shot. He's only, as they come across the line, we'll judge the gap. It was about, 2.2 seconds back from the leaders. He's now got it down to 0.6 of a second, so he really has closed in. So we could have a three-way fight for second place. In fact, Cunningham's gone through. I was looking at the timing screen, didn't spot that Cunningham went diving past Thackeray. Forgive me on that one. So Ryan Cunningham then into the lead. Is he about to end Dan Thackeray's 100% win streak in Class B? And that will certainly affect him in the points, both in Class and overall. And they're going to come up to put a lap on their fellow Class B runner, Owen Diver. There's Will Self also as well, just going through the front of the shot. He's back in 11th. So if he can find whatever the issues were, he might well just try and come back through the field if he can. And Thackeray, actually, not only has he lost the position to Cunningham, he's dropping pace, in fact. So Thackeray, who has been out in a couple of sessions briefly in time attack as well this weekend, hence why he's got 129 on the car rather than 29, is now losing out to Jason Stack. Now, is there a problem for the championship leader? Dan Thackeray's lost not only the lead, but second place on the approach to Paddock Hill Bend. And I think Dan Thackeray's got a developing problem. Either it's tyres or something's not quite right. But the pace isn't there anymore in the number 29 Civic. He's not falling away hand over fist, but he's not really closing. It was like it was too easy for that pass to be made. And he's maybe struggling for a bit of grip, because I think that he hasn't got quite the pace to keep up with either Cunningham or... in the corners, he's not really got the same sort of pace. And if he's not careful, he might be in danger of losing third to Sam Lintzner, who's at the back of the shot. There he is, in silver with the black bonnet and the fluorescent yellow piping around the bumper. So, Dan Thackeray's car, I think it's possibly tyres. It's something else that's causing an issue. There goes Class C. It's side by side for the lead overall, up towards out of Druids. And Collins tried again on the inside through to his corner, but he's now on the outside for the next corner. Graham Hill Bend, but he drives it round the outside. He's on the curb on the exit. They're wheel to wheel up towards Surtees. Now this is bringing both Tommy Knight and Fuller Wright into play. They're still side by side into Surtees. Talbot gets his nose in front, but Collins is still there. Throws the block and sweeps across and says, I don't think so, Liam. You want this position? You're going to have to prize it from me. Come and take it the hard way. And he's got 3.5 minutes to do it plus change. Here comes Collins again on the inside. And as I mentioned, all that battling, it's brought Tommy Knight in the blue EK Civic and Phil Wright into play. It is 4 for the lead again. 0.8 of a second, covering the top 4 in towards Paddock Hill Bend, which is just under 3.5 minutes to go. They're coming up now on the Class C leader, Andy Barnes. But no, has he dropped back in? I think there has been a change. There has been a change. So Barnes has lost the lead to Rowling. So it's all going on. The Class C leader's changed with Rowling, I should say. Forgive me, I knew I was going to do that. Matt Rowling is in front of Andy Barnes by 1.2 seconds and pulling away. Houchin's still third. And they're coming up to lap the Class C leaders. So, just in the background, Dave Buki in 5th and Bob Barron still holding 6th. But it's this 4 on the floor battle between this quartet that's really entertaining everyone so far. Talbot, Andy Barnes stays out of the way, but he knows he's also got to try and let the Class A cars through without also losing too much time to Rowling in front. He's lost a couple of seconds trying to let them pass and not be a nuisance. But at the same time, I'm certain that Rowling will do the same too. He goes really wide into the corner, and that's key. Talbot's got past Rowling before Collins did on the exit. Now he negotiates his way past. So too does Knight, so too does Wright. They all close back up again into the hairpin at Druids. And Knight is right on the tail, and that's Luke Crassusmelli pulling out of the way. That's another driver further back in 21st. So that was a bit of a fright for Luke as the Lapri continues further behind. Now that's out of the way. That little move on rolling in towards Paddock Hill Bend just gave Talbot a little bit of reprieve at the front then. It's given him a gap of about 0.3 of a second. So interesting enough, a chance to breathe for a moment. But I think if Liam Collins gets a couple of quick few corners in, about half a lap or so, and actually tries to bring Tommy Knight with him, there might be a chance that he can get himself back into the mix here. Just over 1 minute and 40 to go as they cross the line. They're probably going to get about maybe 2 laps to go, maybe three at a push if they can manage it. We'll wait and see. So back up the hill again towards Paddock Hill Bend. Still Talbot, Collins closing in, but he's brought Tommy Knight back into play here. Phil Wright in 4th, and that's Luke Crassus-Menny, who wasn't just pulling out of the way, he's pulling out of the race. He's pulled off, I think at the runoff area, just that looked like it was just on the little escape road as they pull off just about there on the right-hand side. Yeah, I think he's just off there too, because the green flags are back out again at that section. Back into Surtees, and that's Dan Thackeray. So it wasn't just a tyre problem, a technical issue for the championship leader into the pits, and he will not finish this race. And that will certainly give a first victory of the season to the defending champion Ryan Cunningham, and his first Class B victory on top of that too. So the championship leader with technical problems, and I wonder if he can get that fixed for race 2. Hopefully he can, otherwise that could really send his championship charge into a bit of an early tailspin. So I think we're on the last lap of the race now, because there's about 40 seconds left to go. They're coming up on Sammy Milam, but Collins is closing back in. This might not be over yet with just over half a lap to go. Collins is right there on his tail. The lap is going to be crucial here. Talbot gets through. What about Talbot this time? He makes it happen. Collins gets a much better run, and there goes Talbot throwing the block up towards Surtees. It wasn't quite a great run off the corner. This might be a sprint to the flag if Talbot doesn't get a good exit off of Clark Curve up towards the right-hand of McLaren and clearways for the last time. He's wiggling around again under brakes, but they're going to make the sprint to the checker flag, I'm certain. I look out the commentary box window, is preparing the checker flag. It will be this time by a sprint to the line. Collins will close in, but it's going to be too late. It's a sprint to the line, and it will be a 3rd win of the season after a brilliant defensive drive for Kevin Talbot in round 5 of Racing Hondas at Brands Hatch 2025. Liam Collins missed out by 1/10.5 at the flag, but it's Tommy Knight 3rd and Phil Wright 4th, and Dave Bucke rounding out the top 5. Top 4 was covered by 1.6 seconds. And if you're around the circuit, watching around the circuit, give them a round of applause on the wave. They absolutely deserve it. A fantastic Racing Hondas race to begin the racing action today. There's one more race to come later on this afternoon. But again, if you're around the circuit, show them your appreciation. Give them a round of applause. They absolutely deserve it. And, of course, do so on the stream if you wish to. Rest of the top 10 was Bob Barron in 6th. James Kiff was 7th on his racing debut. Fantastic effort for the ex-amateur superbike racer. 8th for Rick O'Connell, 9th for James Alford, and 10th for Fraser McNeil. And Will Self was 11th from the front row of the grid. I'd love to know what the issue was. I'm sure that championship coordinator Carl McKenna can find out for me what the issue was with Will, but he just fell backwards in the early couple of laps. And then in classes, it's Ryan Cunningham who takes that first Class B victory after the issues for Dan Thackeray. Jason Stack on his debut also in the championship, the regular Castle Coombe Hot Hatch racer, 2nd on his Class B debut. Brilliant drive from Jason. And then it's Sam Lintzner in 3rd, James Kembry is 4th, and then it's Lewis Barker in 5th for Trevor McConnell, Spencer Forte, Sammy Milam, and Duncan Holloway. And then in Class C, it is Matt Rowling who beats Andy Barnes by half a second in the end, with Callum Houchin in 3rd. And the last finisher was Owen Diver, who was 2 laps down off the lead, but still finished the race in 24th and 10th in Class B. Well, that was all action from at the front, and I have to say Kevin Talbot had to get his elbows up multiple times, and there was a couple of moments he almost lost a lead from Liam Collins, and we could have had 4 different winners from the first 5 races. But in the end, it's Kevin Talbot who takes his 3rd win of the season in Class A and overall by 1/10.5 from Liam Collins in 2nd place. And Tommy Knight ensures the top 3 are covered by less than a second at the flag. Phil Wright fits 4th, then fading away in the closer stages, but keeping touch as much as he could was Dave Bucke to round out the top 5. That's a good result for him. Bob Barron takes 6th for an excellent first time out for James Kiff, 7th overall. That's going to be one of the drives of the weekend so far. Excellent job from him. Rick O'Connell 8th, James Alford 9th, and Fraser McNeil rounds out the top 10. And Will Self, questions to be asked about where his pace went. He finishes a very lowly 11th. He's got some work to do to get that car back up to full speed. Ryan Cunningham takes the Class B victory after problems with Dan Thackeray. He takes his first win in class as the defending overall champion. Jason Stack, an incredible debut, takes 2nd in class and 13th overall in Class B. Then Sam Lindsner rounds out the Class B podium in 13th or 14th, but it's James Kembry from Lewis Barker, Trevor McConnell, Spencer Fortang, Sammy Milam, and Duncan Holloway. And then the Class C victory goes to Matt Rowling. He takes the victory by half a second from Andy Barnes and Callum Houchin. Owen Diver, the last finisher, and we lost Dan Thackeray to the pits with a problem after he faded backwards. Luke Crassus-Menny pulled off the road later in the race, and Oliver Barsby pulled off onto the grass on the risen verge with an issue also as well at the end, and he was out and the last driver to retire from the race. Well, plenty of action and talking points there, I'm sure, to be digested between races, and this will mean that we get an interesting second race lined up. Just a reminder for those who don't know, the second race features a reverse grid draw, so positions 4 to 8 in class are drawn, and that basically determines how many positions get reversed in class. So whichever number gets picked, that's how many positions they run them. They also tend to line them up in class order, so they'll have all the Class A's towards the front, then Class B and then Class C, but you'll have those partially reversed grids for each of those classes. So if you get 8th place, that means that the results, let's say if anyone in Class A from Phil Wright to Rick O'Connell could end up on Class A pole, anyone from James Kembry to Sammy Milam could end up on Class B pole, and it's almost certain that Callum Houchin will end up on the reverse grid pole for Class C ahead of Andy Barnes and Matt Rowling. So that's what we could see. So there's potential partial reverse grid pole splitters, and that just spices up the action a little bit more. It means that the front runners in race 1 have to pick their way through the pack to get themselves back to the front of the field again. It's going to be quite key to see how the likes of Talbot, Collins, Knight, Wright, Buki, all those guys, if they do find themselves a bit deeper in the top 10, what they can do to pick their way through it on such a short circuit that has overtaking opportunities, but is still slightly confined at some points, like Graham Hill Bend, like going through Surtees. There's some tricky points on the circuit where, yes, you can overtake, as you saw, but you have to get the car absolutely in the sweet spot, absolutely spot on in terms of position and pace if you want to make that move stick. Paddock Hill Bend is probably one of the favoured spots to overtake. If not, getting it on the run up towards Druids if you can pull yourself alongside, which is always quite tricky. So we've got a lunch break coming up now, which we're going into, and once that's done, we'll have another drift session from our Drift Pro Championship exhibition drivers, and then you'll hand back to Alexia roughly around about, possibly ahead of schedule, but it's scheduled for 3:15, when we'll have the next set of attacks, Attack 2. That'll be for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. Then Club 2 will drive and 4-wheel drive, and then it's Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket. And the second Racing Hondas race is scheduled at around about 25 to 5 in the timetable. Right, after an excellent and epic first race for the Racing Hondas, let's head down to Parc Fermé with Charlie Harmon, who's got our class winners from race number 1.
We are here fresh from race 1, and I am with our Class A winner, Kevin. A very hot Kevin. How was that race for you? Congratulations.
That was horrendous. That was. I've had to defend every win so far this season. That was a different level. In the tighter tracks, I was playing a few games, slowing down when I knew they couldn't get back. That was just flat. That was flat everywhere. And that took it out of me.
I was about to say, Liam was hot on your tail the whole race.
Pumped up to the eyeballs.
As I said, we was watching the whole time, and it was bumper to bumper.
Oh, mate, he's much faster around the lap, and he was quicker in the corners. I think I had him down the straights. Myself and Phil Wright are fat pigs, but we got the power down the straight. Mate, I don't know what to say. I don't know.
It was a hell of a race, but we got it.
Yeah, I had a great time. Now I'm out, I had a great time. In the car, it was horrendous. No.
Oh, fantastic. How was the car, though? How was it feeling?
I was pushed in further than physics would allow, so I was sideways and skittish, and I'm looking forward to watching the onboards and the live stream as well, actually.
Skittish, but it worked.
Oh, yeah, we got the trophy.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for race 2. Thank you. Right, we're going to grab, we're going to grab Ryan over. So Ryan is our Class B winner. Hello, Ryan.
Okay.
How was that?
Hot. No, it was good. Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
I feel like that seems to be the theme here. Everyone's absolutely boiling.
Yeah, we was boiling. Well, I was ready to get out before we started, but it was good. Happy. So really happy. We made some changes from practice, then into qualifying, then changes again. So we went in blind, but it was better.
Worked.
Yeah, definitely worked. So.
Obviously, Dan, we lost Dan halfway through the race.
Yeah, well, I think he's had some sort of issue. Obviously, 5-6 laps in, he started dropping pace. And I thought I had a good run. I was I'm onto it. I went side by side around Paddock, and the next lap I completely drove past him. So he's obviously got some sort of issue.
Yeah,
but hopefully the boys will get it sorted.
So. Confident with the car going into race 2?
Yeah, it's pretty loose on the rear. Well, we thought it would be, but not that bad. So we might try and rein that in a bit, and then depending what the weather does.
Yeah. Obviously, we've got a reverse grid going into race 2 as well. Happy with that?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, so that'll be interesting, depending on what number it is, what gets pulled out the hat. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Perfect. Lovely stuff. Well, congratulations again. Thank you. Right, we're going to grab Matt over now. So Matt is our Class C winner. Over he comes. Hello, Matt. Good, how are you?
Oh, incredibly warm again. Yeah, what a race. He kept me working hard for that, didn't he?
I was about to say, we thought Andy had it, and then you took him on the corner. What happened?
Yes, Andy was struggling to get out of the last corner, so I spotted that he was slow, and I thought, right, okay,
This is my time.
I'm going to take an inside line, try and get a bit more speed down the straight, and I went down a start-finish straight. And I thought, this is it, this is the lap, I'm going to do it now. And hit the brakes, and I went completely sideways. Andy ran a bit wide. We ended up both side by side coming down up the hill. And yeah, it was just chaos, to be fair. But
it seems to be everyone just had a race.
working so hard, everybody's tyres was going off. Yeah. But yeah, what a race.
Perfect stuff.
Mega fun.
Happy with the car going into race 2?
Yeah, we're going to try and change a couple of bits. I think, yeah, we're going to try and get on top of these tyres a bit more, change some pressures around, I think. But yeah, we're not far away, I don't think.
And hopefully cool down for race 2 as well.
Oh, yes, please. Yeah, cold drinks, yes.
Yeah, lots of cold drinks, lots of fans.
Some food now, please.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Cheers.
Right, we're going to grab the balls for the reverse grid quickly. We're just going to grab it all over. Perfect stuff. Wonder what number we're going to bring. What have we got? 7. So that is 7. So we're going to run a reverse grid of 7 cars heading into race 2. Be interesting to see what that does for our drivers. Right, we're going to take a quick break now, but make sure you tune back in. We're going to be back.
Let's go. It's Attack 2 here at TUNERFEST. Time Attack. Our Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme cars hit the track. And you can see eager beavers, as always, Andrew Barber and Dan Kelly at the front of that queue. Then we have Ilya Krylov and Josh Barrett. Then Simon Norris, I think, in that very curious-looking green-fronted Evo. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Pro Class Attack 2. And let's see what our drivers can do. Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme cars now on track for their Attack 2 session. For those of you who are just joining us, what does Attack 2 mean? The new for 2025 Time Attack format is as follows. In the morning, we have a warm-up where drivers earn a point for setting a single lap to incentivize them to come out on track during warm-up, because some of the drivers tend to be a bit shy first thing in the morning. And then we have Attack 1 and Attack 2, both of which score drivers points based on how fast they can lap within their class. And then we have Super Attack, which awards the most points and decides the winners and runners-up of the day. Time Attack looks only at lap time. At no point will our Time Attack cars race wheel to wheel. Time Attack then technically is not racing. It is Time Attack. It's its own thing where drivers compete to set the fastest lap they possibly can. The fastest flying lap, I should add. They have 15 to 20 minutes of an open pit lane. As many bites of the cherry as they can fit in. Drivers, as you can see, are divvied up into class. The class being decided by how modified the cars are. So similarly modified cars are put together, and they need to set the fastest flying lap within their class to win over the course of the 20-minute session. Simon Norris there with a 46.2 personal best from him. Thank you, those of us who are following on the Lucas Oil live stream in the UK, in Europe, in the US as well. This special edition is going out to our friends in the US on the Lucas Oil US channels as well, and of course, anywhere else in the world as well. Thanks for joining us. And I believe while our Pro Class drivers warm themselves up, warm up their brakes, warm up their tires, warm up their fluids, Susie has also been busy in the paddock.
So we're just down here in the pit lane having a quick catch-up with Brad Johns, so with his awesome Evo in the Pro Class. So how are you doing, Brad?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you.
And so you've had quite an eventful start to the season this year, right? Talk us through what happened at Cadwell.
Well, we had a new engine print for Cadwell in the start of this year. We had a good day in Cadwell, but then in the final we did a cam belt, which we had to change the engine after that between Cadwell and Donington. And then I'm currently running my spare engine at the minute, waiting for my big engine to come back. But other than that, it's going well at the minute with the spare engine.
So you're down on power then with your spare engine. How much? What sort of power are you running?
The current engine I'm running now is about 870, 880, but our big engine can do 1100 horsepower. But we haven't pushed it that far yet, because obviously we only had the first round of the year in Cadwell with it. We didn't really push it then, we just wanted to trial it and see how it goes, and then we just had a cam belt go, So we've changed that setup now for future engines. We're going for the Kevlar belts, so that reduces the chance of that happening again.
I mean, it's not bad when your backup engine is like 800 horsepower.
Yeah, well, it's been sat in the garage for 2 or 3 years, not doing anything, and we've actually thought once we did the big engine that we should have built this years ago, ready for when things happen. So we built this one and we build in our big one back up. So then we've got 2 ready ones then for whenever it all breaks.
Good job you've got the backup then.
Yeah, definitely.
And so, you know, in your class, there's quite a lot of Evos as well. Why do you think the Evo is such a popular platform?
I think it's just they're good cars to do things to. I wouldn't say they're reliable, but they're just great cars to work with. You can go down a lot of avenues with them, different setups, and I just think they're a lot more options with the Evo, really, as a high power car. But yeah.
Definitely lots of them out there. And so far in the championship, you're actually leading the championship so far?
Yeah, well, I only found this out on Thursday night when I had to look at the points table before I came, and yeah, leading it at the minute, but still a long way to go for the rest of the year to hold the lead and win it.
Yeah, well, with the points changes, I guess it's really kind of mixing it up, and it's more about the consistency and reliability getting out for each round, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's not just like it was in previous years with qualifying and the final you go out. This year now is set up, you've got to do all 3 sessions to gain the points. And yes, you've got to try and work out where you want to push to gain, and then don't want to push too hard in the warm-up and the practice, but you also need to get the points that you need to go on the table for the end of the year championship. So.
Well, brilliant. Well, thanks for having to talk to us, and good luck out there this afternoon.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Great stuff there from Bradley John. In the meantime, we have had a red flag. This one being brought out by Dan Kelly in the number 29 DJK Automotive Caterham 620R. I just realized this car doesn't have a windscreen, so it doesn't actually have a number on the windscreen, just on the side. Interesting stuff there from Brad. MTB Scotland on YouTube asks, no Colin Dorward. So MTB, as promised, I do have an update for you. And that is looking like a no, I'm afraid. And Colin Dorward, I believe, snapped a camshaft? I mean, I can't quite imagine how that's possible, but this is the information that I have. So that sounds like his day is on pause, perhaps till the end of the day. I can't quite see how someone would bounce back from that, but hopefully he'll be back for the next round, of course, and so on. But I think that for today, his round may be over. If that information is correct, and I'm kind of struggling to believe that, because that's, I mean, but I'm not in the world of super high-powered Evos or even boosted cars in general. So maybe that's a thing that can happen, but sheesh. That, wow. So yes, something big has happened with Colin Dorward's engine, I believe. So I think that's his day curtailed. Now let's take a look. So actually I was looking out for Dan's car on the track, but he's stopped on the uphill up to Druids just behind the trees. So that's like the ones. Brands Hatch commentary box is remarkably, it's got really good line of sight where you can see all of the track apart from one little bit coming into Druids that's behind a tree, and that's the one bit where he stopped. And there you go, that's on your screens now. You see the medical car, or fire car even, and you can see that vehicle now being loaded onto the flatbed, which may take a few minutes. So in the meantime, we are going to go on a little ad break. So our cars there in the club classes and pro classes lined up in the pits, waiting for that incident, Dan Kelly's Caterham, to be cleared up. And in fact, I can see the recovery truck making its way around the track now, coming into Druids, Graham Hill even, with the Caterham on the back of its bed. So hopefully we should be able to get the action of Attack 2 back underway shortly. I've got to say, in the meantime, I do many of these shows, you know, over the years, 8, 9, 10 per year for the past 10 years. You know, I'm almost in the triple digits of these Time Attack organized shows. And this is probably the only one where I have spent quite so much, because the stalls, I have to say, the standards of the stalls here at TUNERFEST, selling all kinds of different goodies, is very, very high. So I've got a little bag full of goodies from wandering around in the morning and during the lunch hour. And I must say, if you're going to spend money at any of these shows, definitely have a wander around and poke around all the different wares, because there's some really, really good stuff here, both in terms of car bits, car spares, car upgrades, but also just collectibles and bits and bobs for your home or your garage or games room or whatever. So, yep, this has been an expensive round for me, but I gotta say there's some really great stuff here. So if we do have another red flag, although touch wood, of course we won't, then I do recommend killing the time by having a wander around our various trade stalls and merchandise stalls and so on, because there's a lot of good stuff up for grabs at this particular round. Yeah, really, really impressed. I'm not usually one for trinkets and bits and bobs, but it's been way too tempting here at TUNERFEST. So yes, I leave this round with my wallet slightly lighter than how I arrived. I believe that's Andy Hughes there in the X-Shift gearboxes Impreza. I think that's him, number 59. Andy Hughes has been getting involved in the YouTube stream comments in the past with some very helpful bits of information, lap records here and there. Really, really useful input there from Andy over the past few rounds since we brought back the live stream thanks to Lucas Oil. But this time, Andy Hughes is on track. We went from having no Pro Extreme cars so far this year to having 2 here at TUNERFEST. So truly, all the treats and goodies here on display. So Andy Hughes in the X-Shift gearboxes Subaru WRC 2-door. Now, I know those of you in the comments will be able to help with this. When it says Subaru WRC 2-door, is this like a P1, or is this a custom job, or is this an actual WRC car? I mean, it says WRC on the entry list, right? But is it actually a WRC car? Please, those of you, those very erudited and well-read individuals who are in the comments, I would most appreciate some input. So, yes, MYB snapped camshaft. He's gone home, says Jutsu. Presumably that is in reference to Colin Dorward. Not too sure what MYB means, though. It is an actual WRC car, confirms Majutsu. Wow! So we have an actual WRC car. Andy Hughes is driving an actual WRC car here at Time Attack, which is very cool. That was always a cool car, but I never was quite sure if that's an actual World Rally car or not. Ross Hampson has the P1. So I'm aware of Ross Hampson with the P1. Although it's not been at Time Attack for a while now, but it also looks quite different. So that Ross Hampson is one thing with his P1. That's cool. But I was wondering about this particular car. Is this also a P1, or what's the deal? Why is it down as a WRC? Because I believe we used to have a car on the entry list until recently that was entered as a TCR car, but actually it wasn't a TCR car. It just had a TCR style body kit or something like that. So it's no longer entered as such on the entry list. Meanwhile then, let's have a look at car number 27, Bradley John, who was speaking to Susie earlier on. Riverside Racing, personal best in Sector 1. Let's see what he can do in Sector 2. 47.7, personal best there for Bradley John. Good enough for second in the Pro class. Currently leading the way is Luke Senjikovsky in the Pro class with a 45.7 currently in the pits. Meanwhile, Pro Extreme being led by Simon Norris, 45.7 ahead of Andy Hughes, 47.8 in that Impreza WRC car. Michael Osborne leads Club Pro, 49.6 ahead of Darren Spooner with a 50.9, Dan Kelly with a 51.8, who's perhaps sidelined for the remainder of the session. Eric Holmes, 51.8, and Ilya Krylov in the Haltech machine there with a 52.0. Meanwhile, Bradley John, let's perhaps follow him around for his flying lap in the Riverside Racing Mitsubishi Evo 9. Really, really smart machine. And again, super interesting to hear what Brad had to say to Susie in the interview a little bit earlier on. This commentator best one of them all. Thank you, MTB Scotland. I will absolutely take that. I think these past few days, weeks, months have not been super awesome. So I will absolutely take that little piece of joy. Thank you for sharing that. Ross, that is. So Ross is going to be at Alton Park. That's Ross Hampson in the P1 Impreza. He will be at Alton Park, which I believe was that 25th of August. I think let's go and flick ahead to our calendar. 25th of August is indeed Alton Park. Next up, though, we have Snetterton on the 27th of July. Then Alton Park. Brands Hatch on the 7th of September. Knockhill on the 27th of September. And then Snetterton on the 19th of October again. 19th of, yes, that is correct. Bradley John in the Riverside Racing machine makes his way down into Graham Hill Bend. I haven't really seen this yet this time around, but often cars tend to get quite sideways into Graham Hill because of how they're braking downhill, which pitches the weight of the car doubly forwards and makes the rear end super light. But they did just resurface, I think, last year, and you can even see that the tarmac coming into Graham Hill is nice and fresh, dark gray, looks very, very fresh indeed. The MSV, as always, amazing job with these tracks. So I wonder if we're going to see quite as much slidiness coming into Graham Hill as we have in past years. So I'll keep an eye on that. Of course, these pro class cars have all that aero. Like Simon Norris said in his case, nearly 2 tons of aero. So we're not going to see them moving and squirming around too much, but perhaps as we move into the Clubman classes, especially with the older rear-wheel drive cars, perhaps thinking of Philip Найденов in the Club 2-wheel drive Sierra Cosworth, perhaps we'll see them moving around a bit coming into Graham Hill Bend. I haven't watched that one too closely today. Oddballs says very few commentators interact with the live chat, makes the stream so much better to watch. Thank you very much, Oddballs. I will tell you, so I think the nature of Time Attack, given that there is so much to discuss in terms of the cars and the builds and the drivers and the stories and the repairs and fixes, there's so much to discuss in the world of Time Attack that I think a big chunk of Time Attack is the conversation around it, who's done what, and the different personalities and cars and builds and so on. So I think really this is part and parcel. I think you can't do Time Attack without having those conversations. And everyone knows someone. I can see there's some very well-connected and knowledgeable people here following, both on the track side, I'm sure, but also interacting with the stream. So it makes it very interesting if we can all get involved and exchange information. And of course, then we also had people like Zach who are looking to get into it. And then we have people like MTB and Oddballz, or Oddballs, please let me know how to pronounce that, who are getting involved with the wisdom in the chat. So yes, definitely I'm enjoying this a lot. And again, thank you to Lucas Oil for making this live stream possible, because I think it's been really so far a really, really fun experience. ALX, albeit Snetterton, dying to get trackside, and also, interestingly, Michael Greenhue in the Corsa B TDI. He'll be back for Snet with lots of upgrades, but I believe we just had a red flag somewhere on the track. Where might that be as we all look around? Is it in that little blind spot behind the tree into Druids that we can't see, or yep, everyone in the commentary box kind of shrugging. There's another area that we can't see, and that's the Cooper Strait, and it might be perhaps somebody stopped on the Cooper Strait then. Of course, it could be fluids on track or something like that. I'm going to try to move away as far as the headset will allow. Ah, here we go. One of the team has jumped outside for a better vantage point. It's not obvious. I wonder if it's in the run-up to Druids behind the trees again, because that often catches me out, because cars, that's one of the few spots that you can't see from the commentary box. Interesting. Well, we have a red flag for some reason. The cameras aren't showing us a great deal. No, it's not even in the run-up to Druids. Well, then I am stumped. Perhaps it's fluids on the track or something like that. Someone's end plate has flown off. Perhaps that might be... Oh, there's something on the main straight. So on the Brabham Straight, we can see a marshal there leaping into action to pick up something off the track. I believe that might be an end plate off somebody's rear wing, or front wing, for that matter. That's a new one, and perhaps that piece of debris is what brought out the red flag. Wow. So it's never a boring day here at Time Attack. You see something new pretty much every round. So yes, meanwhile, Michael, so while we have a red flag then, let's take a look at some of these comments that have come in. Michael Greenhue in the Corsa B PD130 TDI Time Attack. He'll be back for Snet with lots of upgrades, bigger brakes, upgraded cooling system, and more power, baby! So definitely a welcome return into the Time Attack paddock. Michael Greenhue in the very, very plucky and bold choice of Time Attack car, Corsa B with a PD130 swap. Great stuff. Arco Nowhere says, can we just give a massive thanks to Lucas Oil for letting the live stream happen? But also every camera operator, commentator, and everyone behind the scenes for making it so great. Wow, that's nice. That's really nice. That's really nice. Thank you to everyone, but especially Lucas Oil, without whom none of this would have been possible. But of course, thank you to all of us for chipping in and all playing our part as well. I'm so happy with this new live stream for 2025. I think it's been a real game changer, and I'm really glad to see that people viewing the stream think so as well. So thank you for that point, Arco Nowhere. I think that's a point really well made. Phil Neal could be tempted to dig the Solar Motorsport Focus out of retirement at some point. Phil Neal, a buddy of mine of this parish, also used to compete in Time Attack, probably pretty much until when I stopped. And so his car, he even put up on the socials the other day something about what should he do with his Focus. He hasn't driven it in a few years. So maybe he'll dust that off and bring that to Time Attack. That would be quite cool. Malik Rahman asks, what's your advice for someone looking to get into the series using their road car? Well, Malik, it's actually very easy. You need to get a competition license. Back in the day, I think it was called Motorsport UK RS Clubman license, which it might have a different name now, but it's the same kind of thing. You go onto the Motorsport UK website, you fill in a form. There might be some small payment involved or not, I can't remember. But basically, you don't need to do a test for this license. You just fill in a form and you send off for it. You get your license in the post. And bosh, you are now qualified for Time Attack. So that side of things is very easy. To enter the Clubman class, which is the least modified of the classes that we have in Time Attack, you can even bring your road car, which is actually, that was what your question was. You can just bring your road car as it stands. The changes that you need to make as a minimum are you need to have a harness and it's got to be, I think it has to be Motorsport UK approved harness, but that's one thing that you need to get. You need to have the correct type of fire extinguisher, not necessarily a plumbed in one. It could just be a fire extinguisher in your cabin, maybe under the passenger seat or something, within reach, bolted down securely. But again, that's not really a huge deal to do. And it's probably not a bad idea to have on your road car anyway, fire extinguisher. So you need to have a fire extinguisher, you need to have a harness, and of course, if you're running a harness, you might need to have a different seat, depending on what road car we're talking about. Some of them have harness slots. Some of them have fake harness slots, and you can't actually run a harness with some cars that have fake harness slots in their seat. So just check that. So you need to run a harness. You need to have a fire extinguisher and harness. You need to have Motorsport UK approved safety gear, so your overalls, gloves, shoes, helmet. And you also need to have the Control Yokohama AO52 tire, which again, well, you have to change tires on your car anyway, so this isn't really that much of an added expense, because you got to put tires on a car either way. So just make sure you get the AO52 Yokohamas, and then you're good to go in Time Attack. So the TLDR is fire extinguisher, harnesses, safety suit, and control tires. Very, very simple. Like, that is very simple to come and be part of this amazing show, amazing world that is Time Attack. And then, of course, it's a question of how long is a piece of string, because you can then build and upgrade and develop and build and develop and upgrade some more. And then you get lost in all this stuff and move between the classes and so on. But as a very basic entry requirement, that's it. Harness, some safety gear, basically, and control tires. Very, very simple. So hopefully then, Malik, we will see you soon here in Time Attack. And of course, you've got to pay your entry fee as well. You can't just show up. But you know, you do that stuff online, you pay the entry fees. I think you need to be a Club Time Attack member as well, so there's a little fee for that. And then we'll see you at Time Attack. Believe me, as far as motorsport goes, it's actually quite straightforward to get involved. In the meantime, those of you watching on the Lucas Oil live stream will see a QR code appear in the bottom right of your screen. Vote for your Lucas Oil top driver. So get out your smart device of choice and scan that QR code, and then you can vote for your driver of the day, Lucas Oil top driver. Those of you watching IRL from the track side, I believe there is such a QR code in the event program as well. Otherwise, go and open up the live stream. As I know, there are some people, we had some people watching from one of the hospitality boxes who are watching the live stream and watching on track. So there's that option. So bring up the live stream, find the Lucas Oil top driver QR code, and vote for your Lucas Oil driver of the day. Just checking, is it also in the event program? Just trying to really scan through here quickly. So it looks like that red flag then now having been cleared up, but what that did mean is the end of our pro classes attack 2. So actually not really much running there. But that does conclude the pro class, because we're coming up, we've got time considerations and curfew and so on. So we're going to jump straight into the club classes attack 2, and that will be getting underway in just a few moments. Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive. These cars are now warming up their tires, warming up their brakes, warming up their fluids, but of course not too much. Just into that nice, perfect operating window as they prepare themselves for attack 2. We're going to see that battle, hopefully, picking up between Alexander Volkov and Andy Grady, our Club 4-wheel drive front runners. Of course, Club 2-wheel drive heating up as well. We have David Dyson in the 9 Meister Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. Johnny Fletcher in the Direnza JDF Racing Vauxhall Astra. And Luke Capehorn in the Midnight Motorsport Vauxhall Astra, as well as many others competing for that top spot in Club 2-Wheel Drive. So lots of battles here to watch. And of course, if you are feeling particularly tribal about model of car, then there are lots of those types of battles here in Time Attack as well. Evo versus Impreza, Vauxhall versus Ford, and so on. In the meantime, though, it's Alexander Volkov in that R35 GTR who may be the man to beat. His current best of 49.3 just from the get-go. Of course, we'll see him improve that by quite a chunk, I'd imagine, throughout this session. You can actually hear the tire scrub. Those of you watching on the stream, you can hear the tire scrub as he came around there. Not a huge amount of exhaust noise from that car, but you can really hear that exhaust, that tire scrubbing as it came around clearways. That car weighing around 1,700 kilos, and of course very wide tires as well, a bit of aero thrown into the mix too. So those tires having to work incredibly hard to grip that GTR around here. Meanwhile, there's Andy Grady in that DSG-equipped Mitsubishi Evo now, making his way around the Toyota GR Yaris, the AirTech Motorsport GR Yaris of Alan Shepard. The hot pink machine. You can see Andy Grady actually backing off, so Alan Shepard there moving back ahead in that AirTech machine. In-house developed aero, from what I understand. Lots of information about this car on the AirTech website. I was having a little browse around earlier on. Very interesting stuff. I wonder if this is... I think we've had other GR Yarises in Time Attack, but not many. This is quite cool, actually, to see one in the flesh being used on track. Phil Neal here in the comments. Last year in Time Attack was 2018 and came back for a single round entry at Alton in 2020. Do miss the purple wrapped Astra of yours. Well, Phil, you may have missed this, but my Astra was initially purple, and then we wrapped it hot pink with the help of the brilliant guys at Vivid. Oh, David Dyson's fallen off the track, but looks like no big issue there, and he rejoins. Nicely done. So it was wrapped by Vivid in Skegness, who also work with Eden Young of Haltech, and have wrapped his Gizfab car, from what I understand. But they wrapped my Astra hot pink, very much like Alan Shepard's AirTech machine. So my Astra was the same color of that as that for less than 24 hours, because then I went on track and smashed it up in warm-up. And that was that. So I don't blame Phil Neal if he missed my car being actually pink for one day, because it only lasted for one day before I put it into the barriers. Never mind. What's the lap record for Eden to beat? So Susie actually has put together a Google Drive with loads of information. So let me try to find that. Because she has been so thorough at collating all of this information. Alton lap record, Brands, and look at that, Brands lap records. Okay, so the lap record, I've got to say that was so seamless. I'll ruin the seamlessness by calling it out. How Susie had arranged that Google Drive for me to just go in and find that. Amazing, wow. So, classic and retro record. Ooh, Andy York with the Peugeot 205 GTI. That was a 52.177 set in September 2022. And Eden Young, I think, managed so far 52.3. So it's possible you know, he needs to find a 10th and a bit, which is definitely very possible, because I don't believe he's yet using that car to its full potential, given that it's still a bit of a handful. So perhaps it's doable. And in the meantime, I believe we have another interview from Susie in the paddock.
We're just taking a little bit of time to catch up with Neil Robson. So how are you doing, Neil?
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, really enjoying the day. It's nice to have some decent weather.
It definitely better than Donington, right?
Yes, definitely. It was a bit slippery at Donington, especially in the rear-wheel drive car.
And so, yeah, so tell us a bit about your car.
So basically, I'm now driving a BMW 135i that's a 1M clone. So it looks like a 1M. It's got all the M3 running gear, but it's a 135i underneath, basically. It's not actually my car. I've borrowed it. I am going to buy it off the owner. He's a very good friend, because the car I was supposed to have, which I was going to do a full season in, has broken.
And what car is that?
It's a Vauxhall Corsa B, an old school one that I did 2 rounds of single round entry last year in. Really enjoyed it, thought I'll compete this year, but I need a little bit more power to be competitive. Put more power in the car and it broke instantly, spun a bearing a week before Cadwell. So luckily my friend allowed me to use his car, which he's selling to me. So.
Yeah, and you're still in this car at the moment, you're not back in the Corsa yet?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't got the engine out of the Corsa yet. I am enjoying the new car, but I'm eager to get the Corsa back to some of the more twisty circuits like Alton or Knockhill is the plan.
And a pretty different car as well, different sound, rear-wheel drive as well. How are you finding it?
Massively different. So to be honest, I much prefer front-wheel drive at the moment. A really good front-wheel drive car, handling front-wheel drive car, has to be twitchy. So you're getting lift-off oversteer on the way in, getting on the power as early as possible. So the car's balanced really, really twitchy, whereas the rear-wheel drive's a totally different kettle of fish. Got to be smooth, gradually on the throttle, build up, and unfortunately the car's got loads of low-down torque, the rear-wheel drive car, so it just wants to spin the wheels instantly. So it is taking a bit of getting used to, but it's good fun. It's all part of the game, isn't it?
So you have to take corners slightly differently then?
Yes, so I'm not backing the car into the corner like I would be the front-wheel drive, sort of getting the back end out sideways. So I'm being just a lot more smooth, a lot more progressive. Having said that, I did just come off the track just over here in the last session, but it's all learning curve.
And how's the season going for you so far?
Yes, so I did a single round entry initially at the start of the year at Cadwell and got the fastest time, single round entry. But now, because it looks like I'm using the car for the majority of the year, I put it in full competition, you know, against all the other cars. Unfortunately, it is down on power significantly, and it's got no aero at the moment. So it's not competitive, but it's just all about having fun and learning the car and getting quicker and quicker with it.
So I was going to say, are you going to make any mods to it? But presumably not if it's not your car.
No, I already have started making mods. There's some bigger turbos in the pipework. There's some aero which arrived yesterday at midday. Didn't have a chance to put it on.
So. Who's paying for that, you or your friend?
Me, whilst I'm paying him off at the same time, slowly. But he's okay with it. He's encouraging me. He's trying to get me to do more mods to it. So
well, everyone needs a friend like that.
Exactly. So it's all good. Yeah, enjoying it.
Oh, fantastic. Well, good luck out there this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers.
Very interesting stuff there from Neil Robson. You can see that car on track now. BMW 1M clone. Genuine 1M bits bodywork on that car. Now, he said M3 running gear, which is really interesting because I assumed that was an older M3. So then I was thinking, is it a straight 6, say E46 type, or is it a V8? Watched a dyno video. I'm on the BIB Performance Facebook page right now. Hopefully, maybe someone in the YouTube comments knows the answer to this, because I listened to the dyno with everything going on around me and also the sound of the dyno itself, you know, the fans and so on. I couldn't quite make out what the engine was. And then I read stuff about intercooler and so on. So I'm wondering, is that one of the newer shape M3s? Is that where it's come from? The drivetrain, or have I just fully misunderstood everything and it's actually a 135i? Those of you in the comments, maybe if you know, then I'd be very curious to learn what is actually powering this car. I thought I heard him say M3 running gear, but I can't quite work that one out. 415 horsepower apparently. Kind of sounded maybe like a V8, but then it's also got boost, and of course that makes 415 horsepower without boost. So I don't know. It's B58, says Michael Greenhue. Well, B58 is a phenomenal engine, one of my favorites of all time. had that engine in my old GR Supra, and it was absolutely fabulous. But that's not from an M3, though. So who knows? Maybe it's an S58. But who knows? Anyway, let's take a look at some lap times then. Alexander Volkov leads the way with a 47.3, fastest overall, and also whoa, big lock up there from Andy Grady. You can tell he's really going for it. So Alexander Volkov with a 49.3, Andy Grady hot on his heels, second overall and second in club four-wheel drive. He's 0.6 seconds adrift. Let's see what he can do in sector 1. It should be popping up any moment now, or perhaps not. Let me just take a look then. Andy Grady sets a personal best through Speed Trap 1, 114.7 miles an hour. Let's see what lap time he can muster. Andy Grady currently 0.6 seconds behind Alexander Volkov. No improvement there from him. So Andy Grady, you could see how hard he was pushing there. So much so that he was locking up, but perhaps that lock up there cost him. His headlights are still on, though. You can see him braking uphill into Druids. Of course, at Druids, you can brake much later than usual, given that you are braking uphill. But sometimes you overestimate how much later it is, and so you can end up braking too late. So Druids, braking into Druids is quite a tricky one to get right. But no lockup there from Andy Grady. And as he mentioned to Susie, he's a little bit down, well, not a little bit down on power, quite considerably down on paper. Compared to on power compared to Alexander Volkov, but also significantly lighter. Probably I'd estimate around 300 kilos lighter than Alexander Volkov's car, which means that he's really got to make the most of circuits like Brands Hatch Indy. Again, no improvement there from Andy Grady. But because when we start getting to tracks like Snetterton and some others, that pendulum will swing decisively towards Alexander Volkov. So really, Andy Grady needs to try to finish on top here at Brands Hatch Indy. David Dyson now second in Club two-wheel drive. He's lost that lead to Johnny Fletcher. So Johnny Fletcher's current personal best, a 51.1, David Dyson 51.6. So a comfortable little lead there from Johnny Fletcher in Club two-wheel drive. Third overall behind Alexander Volkov and Andy Grady. So then we have Johnny Fletcher, David Dyson, Luke Capehorn, Mike Butler, Andrew Kime, Hayden King, Stu Summers, Nicholas Good, Roman Grendel, Neil Robson, Alan Shepard, Richard Stevens, and Philip Naidenov. It looked a little bit congested there somewhere on track. Couldn't quite place where that was just now, but some slow-moving cars. Of course, this is one of the key challenges at Brands Hatch Indy, is how congested it can get. It is about a mile long, and what that means is cars are really struggling for space when it comes to finding yourself some clean track to run on. And of course, that's one of the key challenges in the Time Attack skill set, is not only do you need to know how to put together a fast lap, but you need to know how to do that when there are 20 other cars trying to do that at the same time as you, especially around a short track like Brands Hatch Indy. So if you're wondering, that's why some drivers have their headlights on, like for example, the number 117 machine of Richard Stevens here in the AirTech Motorsport BMW M3. His headlights are on to a nice little slide there coming out of Druids as he gets on the power. Headlights on indicate to other drivers and to officials and marshals that he is on a hot lap, and that drivers who are not on a hot lap should yield track position. So good sporting behavior here encouraged in Time Attack. Those who are not on a hot lap, i.e. with their headlights off, will be blue flagged, so that they yield track position to those who are on a hot lap. Okay. Now additionally, we also have the cool down light on the back of a car. So if you're looking and you think that looks like a rain light, but it's not raining, why is there a flashing red light on the back of some of these cars? What that means is a driver is on a really slow cool down lap. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, these are not factory-built endurance racing cars. These, in a lot of cases, in all cases, are road cars that have been modified, and they can't necessarily do full 20-minute sessions of hot laps. As if you've driven on track days, you'll know this yourself. You want to attack for some laps, and then your tires and brakes start to overheat, your engine might start to, your coolant oil might start to overheat, so then you cool things off. And often you'll drive considerably slower when you're cooling things off, and then things are back to a nice temperature and you can attack again. So you alternate between hot laps and cool down laps. And the cool down laps are quite a lot slower. And in the heat of the moment, if you're on a hot lap, you might come across a driver on a cool down lap very quickly. And so that flashing light on the back of their car helps tell you, hey, I'm on a cool down lap. Don't get too close to me because I'm driving really slowly and I will also yield position to you. So we have this system in place, this etiquette, this sporting code where drivers help each other, work together to help those who are on a hot lap to set a unimpeded and successful hot lap. However, there's still a degree of negotiating traffic to be done, and that's one of the key skills here in Time Attack. Sectors aren't turned on in the timing feed, says Michael Hume. Which is a fair point, actually. They came on earlier, but not in this particular session, so perhaps that's something we can look at. Talk the Torque comes in and says it's an N55 135i engine. The M3 running gear will be for track width to match the 1M body, as it's a wide boy. One chunky boy. Okay, so that's an N55. So that is a 135i engine, hence the boost, hence the 415 horsepower. Okay, so that all makes sense now. So thank you very much to Talk the Torque. T-A-L-K, the T-O-R-Q-U-E. Talk the Torque. Very good. I like that. So that is an N55. I'll add that to my notes. Thank you very much. Very smart car indeed. Very interesting what Neil there was saying about the difference in front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, and how he actually, at the moment, prefers a front-wheel drive, which is an unorthodox thing to say in the world of internet keyboard warriors, because front-wheel drive is wrong-wheel drive, blah, 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 blah. Now, that's not necessarily true, and actually front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, all have their own pros and cons. And there's a lot to be said for a sorted front-wheel drive car. I think very confidence-inspiring, very grippy, and if it's light, short wheelbase, proper diff up front, then it's really handles like it's on rails, turns amazingly, handles amazingly. So there's a lot to be said for a proper front-wheel drive car. Phil Neal saying 20 minutes flat out for me back in the day. Momentum was key. So Phil Neal had a, I think, 1.6 liter Ford Focus, which, like many cars in Time Attack, started life as a pretty standard Ford Focus. It looked like a car that you drive to bingo in, and then over the years evolved into something quite spicy. So that was a really cool journey to see, and quite underpowered compared to a lot of other stuff in Time Attack. And what that meant was Phil Neal needing to really, really attack non-stop in that car, which is what he did. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think especially, perhaps especially in the heavier, modern, turbocharged cars, it becomes increasingly difficult to attack lap on lap on lap on lap, which is where companies like AirTech come in to help manage those temps, because of course if you have a big, heavy car, as a lot of cars these days tend to be, that's putting all that extra load through your tires and your brakes, and then you've also got all that boost under the bonnet, turbochargers, loads of heat, so there's a very big piece around temperature management in modern performance cars. And so cooldown laps become even more important. And I suspect something like a light little 1.6 naturally aspirated Focus might actually be much more robust in that sense. And when I think about people who I know who are real track heads, they have things that tend to be naturally aspirated and tend to be very light. And they're the people who really get maximum seat time because they can just attack and attack and attack and attack. Whereas people with, say, M2s and other boosted, big, chunky, modern-day performance cars need to pace themselves a little bit more. So that is the end of our Club 2-Wheel Drive Club 4-Wheel Drive Attack 2. Alexander Volkov ended that session on top with a 49.3 ahead of Grady, Fletcher, Dyson, Capehorn, Kime, Butler, King, Summers, Grendel, Robson, Good, Shepard, Stevens, and Philip Naidenov. Our drivers will head into Parc Ferme, and then we will get our Clubman classes Attack 2 underway in just a few moments. Classic and retro Clubman, Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated, and Pocket Rocket forced induction now head onto the track for their Attack 2. It'll take them a few laps to get everything up to temperatures. That's their brakes, that's their tires, most importantly perhaps. But then of course their coolant and oil temps as well. The Yokohama AO52, the control tire for this year and beyond in Time Attack, from what I understand. And drivers so far feeding back really, really good things about the Yokohama AO52. Let's just see our drivers here then taking a few laps to get all of that stuff up to temperature into that nice operating window where the tire gets warm and melty and gummy and it sticks into the road. But of course not too hot that it starts to chunk and break up and behave horribly as track tires, any tire can when you overheat them. So again, that temperature management really, really important here. So you've got to get them nice and gummy and sticky, but not too much, because then any tire on track, when it's too hot, will start to misbehave. Dean Riley in the VX220. I think it was very, very interesting to see him set a purple sector towards the end of Attack 1. I think is the first time we've seen him do that. So I think Dean there beginning to find his feet, which is very encouraging indeed. It's his first season of competitive motorsport, and that looks like, is that Paddock Hill? That is, of course, Paddock Hill, yep. And that is Clive Hopwell in the MMT Performance Volkswagen Golf R. I thought that was a Scirocco. Do we also... I know there are two MMT Performance cars. There has previously been a Scirocco. Maybe they just look... Well, who knows? But he's got the car moving, actually. Oh, no, he hasn't. I think that car is beached. Jamie Biss in the Mark 1 MX-5. The Scuderia Anchor Hill Mazda MX-5. Red flag is out. I think Clive Hopwell, again, as we've seen. So why do we bring out red flags in incidents like this? Because if a car stops in a position where another car is likely to hit it, then we can't have that, so we bring out a red flag. And as I think there's no better way of demonstrating this, because you could think, well, a car's on the outside of turn 3, it's pretty unlucky. What are the chances of another car coming off in exactly the same spot and hitting that one and writing off both cars? Really quite unlikely, but not impossible. And if we look at Paddock Hill, we have had, I think, 3 cars come off at Paddock Hill so far today in just Time Attack. So if we have a car stopped on the outside of Paddock Hill, the chance of another car coming off in the same spot and hitting them is actually relatively high. So that's why we need a red flag and we need to move that car, because it's pretty conceivable that another car will come off in the same spot and clobber right into them. In the meantime, while that cleanup is taking place, I believe Susie has been getting the lowdown in the paddock.
We're down here having a quick catch-up with Jay Biss. So, Jay, how are you doing?
Hiya, Susie. I'm very well. Long time no see. Yeah, enjoying the British summertime here at Brands Hatch. Sliding around a lot on the track, it must be said, but having a good day.
So I was going to say a little bit less slippery than Donington, but it sounds like not.
I think so. I think there was a lot of talk about the new tarmac around clearways, etc. And obviously we walked the track yesterday. All seems good, but I think, temperatures today probably go against us a bit. Yeah, the tyres are good, but everything has a limit, right? And I think a few drivers sort of agreeing with me on the lack of grip out there. I see a few spins and slips and trips around there, so it's eventful. Yeah.
Keep you on your toes at least.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, with short track, obviously there's quite a lot of cars in the session, so it can be quite hard to find a clean lap. Yeah, you've got to kind of be quite respectful, make sure you're off the racing line when someone's on a hot lap, and lots to think about. And it's say 35 degrees in there as well, so no AC in the Mazda, unfortunately, Susie. Yeah.
And tell us a bit about the car.
My car is nothing special. Essentially, everything is just bought from the internet and a bolt-on build, you could say. Garrett GT25 Turbo, a few bits from Skid Nation on there, like the coolant reroute, bigger front brakes, bolt-in roll bar. It's all kind of, there's no custom fabrication. It's all just buy the parts, build it on the driveway, bring it to the track.
That's what Time Attack's about, right?
Exactly, yeah. I think it's a really good way. If you've already built something, there's a classic Time Attack where it'll fit in and be competitive. So definitely, I think I may be proof of that as well.
And so I think you started off in Classic and Retro this year, right? But now you've moved over.
I did. I suppose there's a bit of, drama in the paddock. I did start the year in Classic and Retro, but obviously that class has come on a lot since last year. There's some really stunning builds and sort of different budgets involved. I'm just, I suppose, an ordinary guy with an ordinary job. I'm not in the trade. I'm just kind of a weekend amateur that likes to drive, likes to wrench occasionally, but it's obviously nice if the car just works.
So you've moved over to Pocket Rocket.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm trying to dodge the question there, aren't I? Yeah, so my car's now in Pocket Rocket FI. I think it's all minis, all Mini Coopers, turbocharged and supercharged, so they're very quick, but certainly the Mazda's a lot more competitive against the minis than it is against the Spicy Micra or the Crazy Escort, for example. Or yeah, even Dean in the VX. It's not got much power, but very well sorted chassis. So,
what sort of power are you running?
I'm about 250 horsepower, about 1,000 kilos. The car's still road legal. It's still got all the road gear, etc. I've taken the passenger seat out because we're allowed to this year. But effectively, with a bit of time and money, I started with a second-hand turbo kit off of Facebook Marketplace. I have since upgraded bits and pieces, but yeah, I'm probably I'm working on a modest budget, let's say.
Fantastic. And you said it's a bit slippery out there, but how's your day going so far?
So far, so good. A couple of, definitely raised the heart rate a few times, a few slips and spins. I've managed to keep it pointing the right direction. I've cut a bit of grass for them as well, which I'm sure they'll appreciate, but so far so good, Susie. Let's hope it stays that way.
Oh, well, fantastic. Fingers crossed it does. Good luck out there.
Thanks, Susie.
So that red flag now cleared. But actually, so Jamie, firstly, I remember Jamie joined me in the commentary box at Brands Hatch last year, and we were joined by Maz, who has been very involved in Time Attack all over the world over many years, and he joined us here, and we had a bit of a history lesson here in the commentary. It's very interesting. So warm and fond memories of that. Absolutely love Jamie to bits. He's a cool guy. But he pulled me aside today, and he showed me he found a Japanese yen coin of some denomination in his passenger footwell. Now, of course, we started having a bit of a debate because there's all of this internet lore about imported cars and Japanese coins placed in them. And is that deliberate? Is that by design? Is that just an MX-5, the UNOS Roadster thing? Or is that all imports? Is that done at the factory for good luck? Or is that because owners put them somewhere for good luck? Lots of different versions. I had one version of events in my head. Jay had a different version of events in his head as to how those coins end up being there. And I was Googling that now. It reminded me, so I was looking into that. And so a few interesting threads about other lucky charms or talismans that people have found in their car that has been imported from Japan. So for example, Jay's UNOS, that's actually UNOS, has that coin taped down into the footwell under the carpets. My A86 actually, which I brought back, had some coins in as well. But for me, it's hard to tell. Was that a deliberate thing, or is that just perfectly natural, just coins falling out of your pocket and ending up in the car? Yes, they're Japanese coins, but Japanese people have change in their pockets too. So I don't know if that was by design or not. People started discussing other stuff they found in their Japanese cars. Perhaps if you drive an import and you found some kind of interesting little talisman inside your car, then drop that into the comments. I actually also had the discarded skin of a grass snake. So there's lots of grass snakes in Japan, and in the glove box or somewhere, I was taking out the trim and I found a little grass snake skin. Also some kind of beetle. Again, there's lots of really amazing wildlife in Japan, and I found some artifacts of that in my A86. But Jamie Biss there, having found a coin, a Japanese coin in his UNOS. So very interesting update from his build. Great to hear about him telling Susie all the nuts and bolts that he's been. Oh my goodness, we have another car stopped out on track that looks like Martin Bachkovich. A few more comments. Hi from Adam. Adam joined us in the commentary box last time out at Donington Park, did a bit of shadowing, so hopefully a up-and-coming commentator, perhaps. So let's see. Hopefully we were somewhat useful and imparted some knowledge. But I'm glad that was a good experience, Adam. Great to see you here on the stream. Thanks for joining us. What's the cutoff year for Classic and Retro? Well, Michael Greenhue, 25 years. Perfect. Arco Nowhere, I don't know why, but I was expecting older. I know what you mean, because you think in your head Classic and Retro is like old. But it's not. Like, this is considered old now. Eden Young's car looking pretty smoky there. It looked like it was coming off the back. Maybe some kind of tire rubbing issue. Especially coming around Clearways and Clark Curve, loading up one side of the car and the outside at quite high speed. It looked like the smoke was actually coming off the back of the car. So perhaps some tire rubbing issue there. So Oddballs, apparently, here he is. So more knowledge in the chat from this mystery contributor, who I'm very thankful for. Apparently, some of the master builders of UNOS Roadsters would leave a coin somewhere obscure in the car, sometimes inside the chassis legs or under the carpet. I've had 6, but I've never found one. Interesting, so thank you for that. So, but again, is that fact? Even you've prefaced this by saying apparently. I've heard so many different versions of this kind of mythology. Yeah, curious, right? Stephen Wilkinson, also off the track, that doesn't look like Paddock Hill. There we go, that's Druids. So, oh wow, he is very beached. Wowee. So Stephen Wilkinson on the outside of Druids. I've got to say, I think that's the first car in Time Attack today that I've seen in that spot. But you could see him there trying to steer and turn and get himself out. But I think much like getting stuck in the mud or snow, I think the more you move, the worse it gets. So perhaps then that is the end of Stephen Wilkinson's session. In fact, it's an end, at least it's a pause to everyone's session, because that has brought out a red flag. Sam Masterson contributes to the Japanese coin discussion. We found a good handful in Hondas over the years, usually under the carpet, passenger side near the ECU. Okay, passenger, so under the carpet passenger side near the ECU, which is pretty much where Jay Biss found his one. So that feels quite deliberate, doesn't it? Especially so Jay's was actually glued down in that spot, so that's deliberate. Arco Nowhere, like 40 years to match MOT exemption. That's a fair point, but no, it's only 25 years. Anyway, this red flag may take a little bit of clearing up. Please, by all means, do feel free to keep the chat going in the comments, and we can take a look at some of those after this short ad break. Quite funky music on that Tegra ad. I quite enjoyed that. Some nice bass going on there. Boom, 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 boom. Right, so we still have a red flag, by the way. So, but we don't want to run the ads again. So perhaps let's have a conversation. Let's see what's going on. So you can see Stephen Wilkinson's car there getting loaded. 611 Motorsport on the side of that car. 611 involved in quite a few builds in Time Attack this year. Stephen Wilkinson, though, entered as a Team W Racing entry in that Renault Sport Clio, 2006 model, but of course K-swapped, as many cars are these days. We do have a few F4R powered Clios still in Time Attack, such as Mark Roberts and Mark Blackburn, but then quite a few K-swapped ones as well. So, more news on the coin in footwell situation. So, Odd Boar's says the Master Builder coin, I'm sure, is just a myth. So who knows where this coin comes from? I've had all the interior out of my A86, and I did not find any glued down coins anywhere. There were some random coins that fall out of your pocket with bits of fluff and chewing gum wrappers and grass snake skins, but there were no deliberately glued down coins. So make of that what you will, but of course my car is a 1983, and these Unuses are 1989 onwards, so perhaps maybe it's a Mazda thing. Maybe it's a Mazda and a Honda thing. Who knows? Adam says tow hook has snapped on the 334, so they're struggling to get the car out of the gravel. Oh my goodness, that is a pain. So Stephen Wilkinson's car there, it looks like his front tow bar has snapped, front tow hook has snapped, which perhaps means they need to go either onto the back, which is just a longer way round, and the car is pointing the wrong way for that, or somehow under the wishbone, but of course they can't get the wishbone because the car is beached into the gravel. So that is a head scratcher. Now I've seen from track days in the past, during the briefing, the TDO will say, make sure you have towing eyes on the car that are good, otherwise we will put the hook through whatever we can find, smash it through your bumper, and so on. Hopefully there won't be any need for that here at Brands Hatch, but of course that car does need to move out of the way. And actually these tow hooks are not the be-all and end-all, because I was moving around my Toyota MR2 with a blown-up 2GR V6 recently, and moving it onto a trailer with a hand winch. It was all a massive faff. But I used the factory towing point, you know, with the big towing eye that you screw into the bumper. And it pulled off. The winch pulled off the towing eye, complete with thread, along the welds. It bent it, and pulled it off. So you think, you know, Stephen Wilkinson there did everything that he probably should have done. He could well have been using the strong, purpose-made towing point on the front of that car, and it breaks off. Literally same as what I had. And we did, you know, it's not like we're using some little strap that's been cable tied on. We are using the purpose-made towing point, and they can still fail. So if that's the case, that's very unlucky for Wilco, but I fully sympathize. Oh, Adam here says the back one snapped as well. Whoops. That's very unlikely. Johnny Wright says, I missed the start of the stream. What was the results of the Pro Extreme times, please? Oh my goodness. Johnny, I don't have... Wait, do you know what? I can actually check this because I get this on WhatsApp. Here we go. This was at 3:40, which I think is most recent. So, Simon Norris ended the session on top for Pro Extreme with a 45.7. Luke Senjakovsky, setting a new lap record, finished at the top of Pro Class with 45.7. So actually quite close there. Simon Norris in the Extreme car, 45.72. And Luke in the NSX, Tegua NSX, 45.73. So actually 100th of a second there. Anyway, so Bradley John, 47.7, Josh Barrett 48.5, Andrew Barber 48.8, Michael Osborne 49.3, Andy Hughes 49.5, Eric Holmes 50.7, Darren Spooner 50.9, Martin Henry 51.4, Dan Kelly 51.8, Ilya Krylov 52.0. Iridius chimes in on the chat. I was going to call it group chat. It's not a group chat, but it may as well be. He's got a 98 NBMX5. He's got no coin either. Iridius, this is for the Japanese market cars only. So are we talking about an import? Because that's an import thing. And also, I think it's specifically like that era of late 80s, early 90s. import, as in Japanese market cars. Oh, look at that. Wilco's on the move. So he didn't actually, well, of course, he didn't actually need to get recovered the whole way. He just needed to get pulled out of the grass, out of the gravel. So he got dug out and on his way. Iridius didn't realize we were talking about imports. Whoops. My bad, XD. Yep. So, yeah, this specifically applies to the mythology surrounding imported MX-5s and other Japanese market cars. Let me just take a sip of water there. So you can see our Clubman Pocket Rocket and Classic and Retro machines lining up patiently on the fast lane of the pit lane, ready to go back out on track. The timer has been now unstopped. The time has resumed. It says 7 minutes 36 seconds. Will we be able to restart this? Okay, it's been now rounded up to 8 minutes, so it looks to me like we're going to get this session going. We're not going to check and flag it. Oh, I can hear the air horn in the pit lanes going. Yep, so this session now being green lit. We have 8 minutes left for our Clubman classes. Attack 2. Mark Roberts there in one of the few Renault-powered Clios that we have here in Time Attack. This particular car weighing 850 kilos, which is incredibly light. I believe that's Stephen House perhaps behind in the Mini. Speaking of Minis, I think I saw Dave Ward briefly pop up in the chat with a waving emoji, so good to see him, although I think there's been so many comments and stuff that it's like scrolled back up into oblivion, but I'm pretty sure I saw that Mini pop up in the chat, which is always a pleasant surprise. Hello Dave, thank you for watching. Mark Donnelly in the monstrous Donnelly Racing Ford Escort. Although actually I'd say it's not necessarily the car itself that's monstrous, it's actually Mark's driving. Because if you look at some of the power and the specs on paper of some of these cars out on track, Mark's is actually quite modest compared to a lot of them. But he absolutely knows how to drive. So it's a very well-sorted car by all means, actually really nice. But I think actually the monster here is Mark himself. The car is a well-sorted but pretty sensible, nice, clean track build, but nothing too monstrous. Just really good driving there. Rafael Tataris there in the Mini, the Aerifix Racing Mini Cooper S. I think may have been the Pocket Rocket Force Induction winner last time out at Donington Park. Mrs. Gizfab coming here live from the garage. Come on, Eden, she says. So Eden Young with the Haltech K11 Micra, joined as of the past few rounds by Mrs. Eden, Mrs. Gizfab. And if you're not aware, Gizfab doing some really great documenting of his builds on the YouTubes and social media. So I recommend you go and take a follow, go and take a look at that stuff. I think so. We have Ilya Krylov in the Haltech Clio, Eden in the Haltech Micra, Tegua as well. Who else? Who have I seen do lots of good stuff? I think Alexander Volkov does some YouTube-y stuff. I mean, I must admit, I'm not too well-versed in the world of YouTube. But these are Jimmy Broadbent, of course, I think has also quite thoroughly documented his build. The JBR Moza Mazda MX-5. So yeah, I think for those of you building your cars at home, there's some really, really interesting stuff out there in terms of what's been done, what's been built, what's the thinking, what's the best approach, all the trial and error. You know, other people can make the mistakes and other people could do the trial and error, and you can learn and gain inspiration from that. I think it's really, really cool to see. Annie Thompson here in the Midnight Motorsport Lotus Exige 410. I believe won and set a lap record last time at Donington Park. Let's see what she can manage here today at Brands Hatch. Indy currently leading the Clubman class with a 53.1. Ahead of Dan Buckingham and Clive Hopwell. If we take a look at that battle now in Classic and Retro. Nope, we've seemed to have had Dan Buckingham take a little detour off the track, but luckily nothing too serious there as he rejoins in the BTT Motorsport with YGHP machine. If we take a look at Classic and Retro, which is perhaps one of the closest battles here, Mark Donnelly currently leads Eden Young. So Mark Donnelly 52.1, which is a lap record, by the way. And Eden Young, you can see him there furiously flashing his lights as he comes into Druids. You can see how close he's getting to Mark Blackburn's car as he comes around Graham Hill. Actually, very unusual overtaking spot at Graham Hill. That's not really a thing that you often see. But Eden Young really pushing there in that Haltech Micra number 69, sparks flying everywhere. You can see the glasses there. He's got like the anime smart guy glasses there, glinting as he makes his way around the track. Let's see what he can do then. Eden Young sets a faster Sector 1 than anyone, 52.009. Eden Young, fastest car on track. Again, 2 rounds in a row. He managed it in Attack 2 at Donington Park. He's managed it again here at Attack 2 at Brands Hatch. Eden Young, fastest car on track right now. Never mind. Mark Donnelly now leapfrogged him. 51.8 from Mark Donnelly. Again, absolutely monstrous effort there in the Donnelly Racing Escort. Oh my goodness. This really is a battle for the ages. It looked like Eden Young had that in the bag. 52.009. Mark Donnelly manages to pip that by just over 1/10 of a second. And we still have 1.5 minutes left, which could be two flying laps, basically. So let's see if that's going to change at all. Mark Donnelly, 51.8, his last. Eden Young might, well, I mean, there's still Attack 3, Super Attack to go, actually. That's the one that really counts. That's the one that scores the biggest points. And I'd say probably it's all still to fight for there between Mark and Eden. I believe our garage mates, actually. So I'm sure they'll be exchanging tips and also insults. A very fun dynamic at that end of the pit lane. I've got to say, the Time Attack paddock in general, and this is one of the things I found the most addictive as a competitor, is how friendly and fun the paddock is. So yes, be interesting to see how that conversation goes. Very, very close between the two of them. Just had some shots of Dean Riley in the VX220. Now Annie Thompson in the Lotus Exige 410. These two cars, of course, distant cousins, but cousins nonetheless. Nice coverage, says CCX Fish Dog, watching from USA. Thank you for joining us, CCX. Good to see you here. You've got a car on your profile. What are you driving? Let's just have a look. Oh, I can't click into people's profiles, but I'd be curious. Let me try to zoom. I can't even zoom in. Never mind. I'd be interested to learn what you are driving, CCX. However, that is the end of the Attack 2. But, of course, welcome, hello, good morning, good day to those of you watching from the USA. Thank you for joining us. That concludes our Time Attack 2. Let's take a quick whiz through the lap time. So Donnelly ended that session on top with a 51.8 ahead of Young, Riley, Thompson, Buckinghamshire, Papworth, sorry, Tataris there, I think, just actually jumped to the top of Pocket Rocket Force Induction just in those past few seconds, actually. Yeah, look at that. So Tataris there, first in Pocket Rocket Force Induction ahead of Pepworth, House, Barker, Roberts, Elliott, and then Biss, Hopwell, Hyde, Langley, Batchkovich, Wilkinson, Matthews, and Blackburn, which concludes Time Attack 2. But don't go anywhere yet, because of course we have Time Attack Super Attack, which is the main event of the Time Attack day. But also before that, we have the Racing Hondas Championship Race 2. And so we need to do the little switcheroo there. Time Attack cars going to Parc Fermé. Racing Hondas Championship cars come into the pits and onto the track and so on. And all of this will be happening over the next few minutes. And we will bring you that action after this short break.
Perfect timing, because we are about to get race number 2 of Racing Hondas today at Brands Hatch underway in a few moments' time. Quite a unique situation, because picture this, James Kiff, his second ever car race, and thanks to the partial reverse grid draw which we saw at the end of race 1, he starts it from pole position. Bob Barron alongside him on the front row. Is this the chance that he gets his first ever podium finally, or will the likes of Dave Buchy and Phil Wright on the second row, Tommy Knight and Liam Collins on the third row, and Kevin Talbot on the 4th row. Race 1 winner back in 7th. Can they do anything to spoil the party on that at all? Rick Cole starts back in 8th on the grid, and it's the rest of the cars that weren't affected by the reverse grid draw. So James Alford and Fraser McNeil then start on the 10th, on the 5th row of the grid. And Will Self back in 11th. Has he fixed the car problems that he had in race 1 that saw him so off the pace? And will he be able to pick his way through from P11 on the grid? Then we have Jason Stack and Oliver Barsby. It's the last couple of cars we believe in Class A. I think there's a bit of confusion with Jason Stack's class, but we'll work that out anyway. Then there's a partial reverse top 7 reversal for Class B. So Duncan Holloway starts on Class Pole here for Sammy Milam on the 8th row of the grid alongside Spencer Fortag. Then you go backwards to 17th on the grid, so Trevor McConnell and Lewis Barker. Then you get to our podium finishers, which were James Kembry and then Ryan Cunningham, who took the victory in race 1 from Class B before. Then Owen Diver, and fingers crossed we have Dan Thacker on the grid after his problems that saw him out of the race. The championship leader, still we believe after the first race, due to my rudimentary calculations. Then it's Kruke Krasmenu and Sam Linster, who both retired from race 1. They start on back on row 12, and then we're set to see the 3 Class C cars which have been reversed, which is Callum Houchin on Class Pole, Andy Barnes in the Kent Models FN2 Civic, and Matt Rowling, who won race 1. It's 27th and last, but by no means least at all on this what should be a 27 car grid. So I wonder how James Kiff is feeling right now, considering that he hasn't raced for 6 years of anything. He buys a Honda Integra DC2 Shell, buys it and then builds it in 4 or 5 months, gets his racing license, does 1 track day, it's his first event at Brands Hatch, starts in the top 10 for his first race, gets up to 7th, and then by luck of the reverse grid draw, gets number 7 pulled out, and now he puts the white Honda Integra on pole position. I imagine there's a mixture of excitement and mild terror going through him at the moment, given that he's got some very feisty racing Hondas behind him, particularly when you've got Bob Barron, who could get a great start and potentially lead the opening stages. Dave Buki, little unpredictable, but he's up there, could be a definite contender. Then you've got the 2 rows behind, Phil Wright, Tommy Knight, Liam Collins, and Kevin Talbot. Talbot with 3 wins out of 5 races now. He's the most winningest driver in the field at the moment. Can he make it 4 from 6 if he's able to pick his way through from 6th on the grid? As for Class B, as we mentioned, it is going to be a pole position for Duncan Holloway for Honda Motorsport. Can they get themselves a podium? Watch for Ryan Cunningham. If the Dan Thackeray cars on the grid, that would be intriguing to watch out for. There's a couple of gaps on there. I'm not sure that Dan Thackeray is there. We'll figure it out in the stream if we can. And then further back, of course, Callum Houchin starts on Class C pole. So, waiting for the lights to come up and out. Red lights are out, and we are going for race 2. It's a shaky start initially from James Kiff, but he holds the line. And it means that Barron is more occupied with trying to defend from Dave Buki to Paddock Hill Bend. But from pole position, James Kiff has held on to P1, and he leads the way out of Paddock Hill Bend, up Pilgrim's Rise and up towards Druids for the first time. So, Kiff leads, Barron 2nd, Buki in 3rd, and round the outside of Tommy Knight goes Phil Wright. He's going to take, looks like, 4th position, and looking up the inside for 3rd on Dave Buki, gives him the space. Buki fights it out around the outside on cool tyres. They've only had 1 warm-up lap, side by side for 3rd place now. Barron's gone away in 2nd position. There's almost 3 abreast into Surtees. That was almost never going to work, but Knight was going up the inside of Buki. The 2 EK Civics battling away. Now, I can say, I think Dan Thackeray did get away. Yes, he did, from 20th position. So Dan Thackeray is in the field here. It's good to see they managed to fix the problems on the, 129 Civic this weekend. Now down the pit straight for the first time, on a genuine pace on the start. James Kiff leads the way. So Kiff in the lead, Barron 2nd, Wright in 3rd place, and side by side for the lead. And Bob Barron squeezes James Kiff to the outside and leaves him with no room whatsoever. Lets Phil Wright squeeze through to 2nd place, and the rest of the pack might start to creep up behind him. I'm not quite sure James Kiff would have appreciated Bob Barron squeezing him like that. There goes Liam Collins down the outside of Tommy Knight, trying to take what should be possibly 6th position. He's off onto the grass. He's got 2 wheels off. But back on the road right in front of a bemused Will Self, who's up to 9th, so his pace isn't too bad off the start. Better than it was at the beginning of race 1, where he started from pole. It just fell backwards all the way through back the order. Out through Surtees. And now that Kiff is down to 3rd position, what can he do to hold on here for the next 30 and a quarter minutes? Class B is still being headed, I think, by Duncan Holloway, but Ryan Cunningham looks like he's got into 2nd place. As for Class C, Andy Barnes has leapt into the lead from 2nd, past Callum Houchin, but the pair of them still ahead of Matt Rowling, as up the inside for 3rd in Class A, and overall goes Kevin Talbot on James Kiff. Likewise, here comes Dave Buki on the undercut inside of Tommy Knight. This is the 2 EK Civics battling over 5th position. Knight holds his line on the inside. They go wheel to wheel exiting Druids. But now on the inside line for the next corner, which is the left-hander, is Tommy Knight. Slots back in front, into line, and he's back into 5th position. And the pair of them are going to have to watch for Liam Collins, the new qualifying lap record holder. He is right behind them in P7 in the black DC2 Integra. There goes Tommy Knight. Much happy with his car this weekend after the shunt at Campbell Park and get it back together for Donington. Good to see that car in good condition. Got a podium in the first race. What can he do to trouble the leaders? Now, out in front, Phil Wright putting Bob Barron under pressure. Now, bear in mind, Bob Barron, this is only his 6th ever car race. He was in contention for victory at Campbell Park, but lost out after he'd left for half the race and then made a mistake up at the top of the circuit. He fell backwards at Donington Park, and here comes Phil Wright diving up the inside. He put himself into his mirrors. And Barron again, you can see the yellow square with the black cross. That denotes he is still a rookie. Down towards Graham Hill Bend, but you can't deny his efforts for defending unless he opens the door on the exit. Here comes Phil Wright. It gets a good kick off the corner. Down Cooper Straight towards Surtees, side by side for Bolide. Phil Wright looks across, says thank you very much, and up into Bolide goes the 2023 Racing Honda's champion. Now the next car to come up across him is going to be the Class A leader in the championship. 3 wins so far, Kevin Talbot. So Phil Wright out in front. He won in the damp conditions at Donington Park. Can he now start to scamper away in the dry conditions at Brands Hatch and take his 2nd win of the season? Across the line, 4 laps completed. Here comes up the inside for 4th position on James Kiff. And up the inside goes Tommy Knight. That's another position gained, but Kiff is still doing quite a good job in 5th position. Now, Will Self is also moving through the Ailder. The red Civic in the background. You can see he's past Liam Collins up at Druids. And now challenging Dave Buki for what will be 6th position. So from 11th on the grid, whatever the issue was in race 1, they fixed it. And Will Self now putting his foot down to try and pick his way through the order. Phil Wright still in front. What can he do now? He's nice and comfortably in the lead here. Bob Barron, how much would he love to get a podium? He's missed out in all the races that he's finished. His best he's finished so far is, I think, a pair of 4th positions so far this season. Yeah, 2 4th places, one at Campbell Park and one at Donington. The rest was a pair of 5th positions, and in the previous race he was 6th. And that top 7 reversal meant he got himself a front row start for race 2. Led briefly. Look at Will Self diving up the inside late on the brakes in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He is motoring on a mission, is Will Self. Car 34, the Ready K Civic, and look at that. Huge dive from Kevin Talbot up the inside. He swept to the inside with a last-minute gas move to try and surprise Bob Barron under brakes, but Bob was absolutely wise to it. You can see Kevin Talbot's car just posturing around, looking for one way or the other to get past the EG Civic. Come on, Bob, get out of the way. I want to try and get after Phil, but of course Bob is not going to lay down without a fight. Side, nose to tail, through Surtees. Into McLaren. Top of the circuit at Clearways. Just Barron cocks the wheel as he takes the wider approach, but that gives him a better slingshot off the corner. And look at Tommy Knight in the blue EG Civic in the hatchback in 4th position, 2nd, 3rd and 4th together. Whilst all this is happening, Phil Wright is away and gone now to the tune of 1.4 seconds. And if these 3 keep on fighting each other, the easier it will be for to make a break. And Bob Barron sideways into Paddock Hill Bend. He's lost it. Off into the gravel. Oh, Bob, not again. Bob Barron again makes a mistake, and this time it's cost him an actual result out of the race, and I fear that might well be a safety car. Oh, Bob Barron pushing a little bit too hard, locked up the rears and slid off the road, and I'm afraid his race has come to a shuddering halt. Now then, if there is a safety car, because his car's going to be still stranded in the gravel, there are yellow flags down there. I anticipate we will go safety car shortly, because that is in a relatively dangerous position. This will mean that Phil Wright's lead will come down from 1 seconds to practically nothing. It benefits this man too, Will Self. He's up to 4th now, past James Kiff, who in turn has also got himself into a top 5 position. And here comes Liam Collins. Now, can he pass before? He can't pass into Paddock Hill Bend because there will be yellow flags down there for Bob Barron's stricken car. So he has to hang back. Turning in. And Phil Wright again, hot flashing the headlights. Now, is he acknowledging that there's yellows around, or are we imminently going safety car? I'm not 100%. I'm looking around to see if there's anything's happening. Just yellows at the minute we're hearing, but we'll keep an eye. Of course, if you're watching on the live stream, the bar in the top left that's solid green, that will turn yellow if we go safety car, so watch out for that if it does. We'll keep an eye on the timing screen. And red flag, if that was it here, I think. Yep, red flag, race has been stopped. And I think it is for Bob Barron's stricken car. It probably would have taken a little too long to recover that one. Well, so that means we get a second crack at the start. and a very different looking grid this time, because Kevin Talbot looks like, well, Phil Wright will come up, and they're lining up already on the front straight, very, very quickly at least. They're going to have to push a couple of them back. I think the likes of Phil Wright and Kevin Talbot, and I think Tommy Knight as well, were a little too eager they were so focused on their battle, they almost forgot the marshal instruction to stop on the pit straight, and they just about managed it. So, red flag in race 2 of the weekend for Racing Hondas. And a very interesting race order now after the retirement for Bob Barron. That's such a shame. Bob Barron was having another great race. I don't know if you can call it a rookie mistake. I suppose you could. But at the same time, he's shown such great pace in that EG Civic that the fact he made that mistake, he has made 1 or 2 so far this season. He did make that mistake in race 2 when he was leading. Now, don't ignore it says checker flag on there, because the race will stop with 8 minutes to go. So they will get a restart because they haven't got to half distance yet. So it's only if they get past 75% that they would call a result. But we haven't managed that yet, so we should get a second go at the start here. Now, in terms of the order, I'll run down where we are when the red flag came out. After 7 laps completed, Phil Wright was in the lead overall in Class A. Kevin Talbot in second. Tommy Knight in third. Will Self was up to 4th from 11th on the grid and was looking pretty rapid. He'd set a personal best last time by and was quicker than both Knight and Talbot, but not as quick as Wright, who'd set the new fastest lap of the race, 52.055. James Kiff in his second ever car race, despite the fact he started on pole, has only dropped back to 5th position in the Integra. It's a really good effort from James, and I have to say he's definitely one of the stars of the weekend. 6th for David Buki, 7th for Liam Collins, 8th for James Alford, 9th for Fraser McNeil, and rounding out the top 10 in Class A is Rick O'Connell. In Class B, it's actually Sammy Milam that leads the way. So Sammy Milam, who leads the way from Dan Thackeray, who's picked his way up through the order. He started 20th, and we thought he may or may not have made it after his issues in race 1. But whatever the issues were, he's managed to really get on top of them in the break and got that car running at 100%. It's Jason Stack in third. Right, now Jason Stack's been changed back to Class A. So there's obviously been some confusion about his class at some point, but I think he is Class A. I was confused as to why he was classified as a B-class car in race 1, but I think that must have been an error on the timing screen. So he is definitely Class A in 11th place. Third in Class B is now Ryan Cunningham, who won race 1. He's the defending champion, car number 1. 4th is car number 4, Spencer Fortag. And 5th is Trevor McConnell. And if you're watching on the stream or around the circuit, you'll see that Bob Barron's rather pebble-dashed and gravel-strewn EG Civic has been released from the gravel trap down at Paddock Hill Bend. Now he's running a similar tactic to that Callum Houchin did in one of the sessions earlier on. He's staying off the racing line to shake the car of any gravel and dust and dirt underneath. He's being courteous to keep it off the racing line to try and minimise the effect of anyone in the mix. Now, obviously, because he was not running at the time of the red flag, he won't be able to take the restart, because the rule is if you cause the red flag and you're not running at the time of it, or if you're not running at the time of a red flag, you are not allowed to take the restart, even if your car gets recovered from the gravel. So sadly, this will be a DNF for Bob Barron. He will not be allowed to take the start. The rest of the Class B runners, we saw Trevor McConnell in 5th. It was then Lewis Barker 6th, Duncan Holloway from pole back down to 7th, and Sam Linsner in 8th. And as for Class C, it was Andy Barnes who was in the lead from Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin. And of course, the only cars we didn't have were Bob Barron. I think Owen Diver did take the start, but he's right down towards the back. And another car we didn't have at the start of this race was Luke Crassus Menu, who pulled off in race 1. But his car didn't take the start, it seems. So I was doing some rudimentary maths on where it seems the points have been allocated and who should be where. Now, I think from Class A, thanks to his 3rd win of the season, Kevin Talbot comes into this race with a 19-point lead over Phil Wright in 2nd place. Then there's, I think, a tie for 3rd. This is all unofficial, by the way. Of course, it's all my own maths, so forgive me if any of it's wrong. Then it's 3rd for Will Self and Liam Collins, I believe, with 50 points each. And then Tommy Knight on 42 after 5 races. Class B is quite interesting. It's now a 5-way swing between... a 5-point swing between Dan Thackeray and Ryan Cunningham, because that victory has really closed up Dan, who still scored points from his pole position, because you get 5 points for your pole position in class. And then it's Ryan Cunningham who won the race, so therefore he gets the 15 points plus the 4 for 2nd on the grid, and also the bonus point for fast laps. You got 20 points from that race, which means he closed the gap in to just 5 points. And then it's a bit more congested for 3rd. Sam Linsner shows as being in 3rd in points. This is all provisional, all unofficial. 3rd, then Spencer Fortag 4th, and Lewis Barker in 5th, Sammy Milam in 6th. That's covered by 9 points, covering, as far as I can see, 3rd down to 6th. And then James Kembry, Trevor McConnell. I need to adjust Jason's stack because he's in the wrong order, I think. Need to change that one. And then there's a few other bits in there too from the rest of the drivers. And then in Class C, now because they only have 2 drivers that are scoring points, because Andy Barnes is a single round entry, so he doesn't score anything at this round. Neither did he at Donington Park last time. Excuse me. Then he sort of finished second, but Callum Houchin gets the points for second anyway, because effectively, in terms of point scoring, Andy is treated as being invisible. Not on track, but just in terms of scoring. He's not counted for anything in terms of points. So the other rule is that if you have less than 6 starters in your class, you only get points 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, which means that it would have been 5 points for a win for Matt Rowling and 4 points for Callum Houchin instead, plus, of course, the bonus points for qualifying and for fastest lap. Which means, as far as I can calculate, Matt Rowling came into this race with a 14-point lead over Callum Houchin. And of course, Andy Barnes had 0 because he's a guest entry, being a single round entry. So, a new grid being issued, and effectively it will be the lineup from where they were at the end of lap 7. Now, I imagine that we might get something through, I'm sure, from the WhatsApp group that we have to say what is the new grid. Yeah, there was the amended classification also. One thing I did spot as well is that there was the amended classification for race 1 that saw, I think, Sam Linson was disqualified from race 1. But I need to remember exactly the reason why he was disqualified. And I think the result sheet might well tell me. I've got it in front of me here, actually. Well, there was a couple of penalties in race 1. We'll go to the interview in a second. But Lewis Bark had a 2-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. And Sammy Linster had a disqualification in terms of eligibility. I won't go into detail with that. It's simply just a transgression possibly found in post-race scrutineering. Right, whilst we get the cars regridded, we have a quick interview which Charlie conducted earlier on. So let's cross over to that, and we'll keep you picture-in-picture to show the cars gridding up whilst we check in with who Charlie was speaking to earlier on.
So I'm here down in the pits with Ryan, one of our Class B drivers. Now Ryan is currently second in the championship. How are you feeling heading into round 3?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We did a bit of testing on Friday. Just to get a feel for the car, so just do final few bits now and then be ready for
Yes,
practice.
see the car going up behind us.
Yeah.
how is the car feeling heading into today?
Yeah, it's great. Felt good Friday. It was on very worn tyres. We didn't want to waste a set really. It was only to try the new tarmac really around the back to see the clearway, see what it was like. But yeah, so we're going to go out and practice as it is. If we need to make some changes for qualifying, we'll make some changes.
Fantastic. Dan seems to be a little bit unstoppable at the moment. How are you feeling chasing him in the championship?
It's not, obviously he's a teammate, it's nice to chase, and obviously we all know Dan's been doing it for years and we know he's quick, so it's good for me to chase, so hopefully today we can be a bit closer. That's the plan.
I feel like it makes it a bit fun when you've got like a bit of a battle on your hands and you've got something to sort of work towards.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, it's good.
Fantastic. Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you so much. Good luck today.
Cheers,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Ever bright and happy in the paddock, chatting to the drivers, and getting to have a chat there with defending champion Ryan Cunningham, who took his first victory in race number 1, but of course was battling with Dan Thackeray. As far as my calculations give it now, I think he's 5 points between the two of them at the top of Class B. Big thank you, of course, to all of our officials, definitely to all of our marshals who braved some overcast conditions, warm conditions, humid conditions all today. If you do see a marshal today, do give them a wave and give them a thanks, because they do this essentially off their own bat. They're all volunteers, so they do it simply for the sport that they love and that they enjoy, to be close to it and to be a major part. And it's not an understatement to say that without marshals and volunteers, and of course even the officials, genuinely, we just couldn't go racing full stop. They are that vital and that important, that our marshals, that we really have to make sure that we have as many of them as possible to make sure that race events can happen as smoothly and efficiently as possible. Just noticing on the grid that they're looking at the back of Tommy Knight's car for some reason on something. Third on the grid, the blue EK Civic. They're looking at something on the rear end, not quite sure what. I think I see Ian Billett, one of the scrutineers down there, having a look, but they were looking back at on the back of something of Tommy Knight's car. Just getting a zoom on that, seeing what's happening. I think they're finished, but they're still looking around at something. Yeah, Tommy Knight's car, it appears to be okay, but they were expecting something on the rear, which either something suggests there was a little bit of damage or something they're not fully happy with. We'll have to wait and see. Doors open, but that's pretty just Tommy, I think, as are many, trying to keep cool. and they're fanning themselves with the doors, as are many drivers on the grid. It is quite a little bit humid and warm today, as you'd expect, but then again, it is summer, so we are starting to get sunshine come through, and it's actually really lovely conditions. I have to say, it's all a big thank you to everyone who's still stuck around on trackside, both in the grandstands and on the big grassy bank in front of me here on from the commentary box and all around the circuit. Thanks for sticking around. It's good to see so many people who are still here after such a warm day, such a great day, and I'm looking out at where all the car club parking areas was, and it's a lot more sparse than it was earlier on. But for those who stuck around, thank you. It's great to see you guys supporting not just Time Attack and Racing Hondas, but the TUNERFEST South event, and everyone here that puts this all together at Time Attack. Thank you very much for all of you for being here and for making it such a fantastic and popular event. On the screen, if you're watching the stream, you can vote for your Lucas Oil top driver by scanning the QR code, and you can vote for whoever you chose as the top driver. This is not me influencing at all. I would say James Kiffer's going to shout for that one, given it's his first weekend. If it was me personally voting, that's how I would go for, but don't let me influence you at all. Simply go for whoever you think is the best driver for the weekend, whether it's based on pure pace, or it's your favourite driver, or it's someone that you think has done a great job in general from pace or qualifying, positions gained, or bounce back from a setback. It's entirely up to you who you choose. To scan the QR code as well. I think there is also the same QR code if you're watching around the circuit. There is a QR code in the programme, I believe, you can also scan too and find out more information. So, quick and efficient as ever. It looks as though the grid has been set, the reformed grid has been set. Now, I don't have that immediately in front of me, so we'll have to try and figure out who is who as they go off onto the formation lap. And I'll try and cross them off one by one as they go through. So on pole position, courtesy of leading at the time of the red flag in race 1, is going to be Kevin Talbot. Sorry, Phil Wright, forgive me. Kevin Talbot is there in second. So Phil Wright is currently on pole position for the restart in car 63. Kevin Talbot alongside him on the set of front row of the grid. Then it's Tommy Knight and Will Self. Watch for him from 4th. He's crept up from 11th after his problems. James Kiff and his second ever car race is 5th. Then Dan Buki, Liam Collins, James Alford, Fraser McNeil, then Rick O'Connell. Then we get to the Class B pole sitter on this restart, which is Sammy Milam, Dan Thackeray, Jason Stack, who is in Class A now, Ryan Cunningham, Spencer Forchad, Trevor McConnell, Lewis Barker, Duncan Holloway, Sam Lindsay. Then the trio of Class C cars, which is Andy Barnes, then it is Andy Barnes, Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin. And right at the back, I think, should be Owen Diver. I don't quite know how I reeled off all one of those one by one off by heart without any other further grid. But even so, there you go. That looks to be the lineup before this restart. So shadows slightly lengthening here at Brands Hatch because we are getting later into the day. It's currently at the moment just about 5 o'clock. Still got the super attack sessions to come with the 3 groups to find out who's going to be king or queen of the hill when that session finishes. So the cars make their way around back to the grid for this 8.5 minute restart. So still just over more than half the race to go. And this is going to be all crucial to see who can get the better launch. Now, we saw a couple of the cars get very good launches earlier. Tommy Knight's car is coming to the pit lane. The 3rd place car is in pit lane. I just saw it going down in the, to the left of screen. So whatever the issue was, they were looking at the back of that car on the grid. Whatever the issue was for Tommy Knight, it's enough that warrants the car to start at the end of the pit lane to get the team to have a quick look over it. So Tommy Knight, who was in good contention, is going to have to come from the back of the grid here if the car hasn't got, I hope isn't a terminal problem or something that's causing it a major issue. They were looking at the back of the car on the grid, but it looks as though whatever the issue wasn't just a quick check and there we go. So, last couple of cars get into place and watching for the green flag at the back of the grid out of the commentary box window. And so, stand by for action, take 2. Remember one thing, it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. So, restart then for race 2, round 6 of Racing Hondas 2025. And it's going to be from the restart, Phil Wright on pole position, but what can Kevin Talbot do? James Kiff's got a great start from the 3rd row of the grid. Oh, Dave Buki doesn't move anyway, he stalls on the grid. Dave Buki's EK Civic doesn't move at all. He finally gets it going, but the whole field has swept past him. That must have terrified a few people down towards Paddock Hill Bend. And speaking of Paddock Hill Bend, Kevin Talbot's gone right round the outside of Phil Wright and taken the lead of the race. Now up into the lead goes Talbot. 2nd is Wright, and up to 3rd has gone Will Self. Now, can Will Self, from what was originally 11th on the grid at the original start, get himself into the race lead with 8 minutes to go on this first opening lap? It's 4th for James Kiff. He's made up a place course because Buki fell backwards. He's also got past. Of course, Tommy Knight wasn't there either, but now it's side by side between the 2 Integras. Collins has a look up the inside, but Kiff sweeps across and keeps his line. So Kiff is into 4th position, and there's Tommy Knight, the blue Civic, at the back of the field, despite starting from the pit lane. So woe betide the 2 EK Honda Civics, both of them hitting problems. Pit straight now, end of lap 1 on the restart. It's going to be Talbot, Wright and Self all together, and look at Will Self. He's looking particularly racy down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He'll close it under braking. He's not close enough to make a dive in towards Paddock Hill Bend. A big oversteer twitch from Phil Wright as he rotates the car through the corner, and he's now right on the rear wing of Talbot as he looks up the inside. He's flashing the headlights as under brakes. He wants to get that victory. He wants win number 2 of the season. Talbot wants win number 4. Will Self would quite like a second win of the week of the season too. Of course, he hasn't won since the very first race of the season. Will Self with a great exit. He's all over the rear wing of Phil Wright. The three of them now quickly pulling away from 4th place James Kiff. Make that 5th place James Kiff, because up the inside goes, or not, James Kiff. I thought Liam Collins was going to get past, but James Kiff is putting on a great defence here. Speaking of defence, look at this. Talbot trying to get his elbows out as Wright tries to squeeze up the inside and prise the door open. He just squeezes into the edge of the road, but he can't quite make it stick then. 6 3/4 minutes to go down the pit straight. And now it's side by side behind them for 4th position. And I think Collins has got through. Yes, he has. Meanwhile, for the lead, side by side, exiting Paddock Hill Bend. This is now the inside line that Phil Wright needs to make it happen. Talbot moves across, holds on. There's contact. They've got off. Kurt Talbot is sideways. He gets elbowed out wide at Druids. Through goes Phil Wright. Through goes Will Self. Now then, will there be discussions about that afterwards? We'll leave that for the stewards if there is. Meanwhile, for the lead, Will Self thinks this has just opened up for me. I started 11th at the initial restart. Now I'm battling for the win. And look at Liam Collins as well. He's now closed in. I think I'm penny for Kevin Talbot's thoughts right now, because I'm not sure he quite appreciated that. I'm not a clerk of the course, but there might be 2 arguments there. So Kevin would have thought you were never far enough alongside. Phil was thinking, I was trying to get up the inside, and you threw the block and didn't give me any room. But let's wait for the clerk of the course to decide if there's anything to come from that. Let's carry on with the race. So 5 3/4 minutes to go then. Phil Wright hits the front. Will Self in 2nd place. A certainly fired up Kevin Talbot's going to be 3rd. But how much longer? Because here comes Liam Collins with a great one off of Paddock Hill Bend. And Kevin must be thinking, oh, not again, not somebody else trying to get up the inside at Druids. But he holds on for the moment. And Collins, in fact, sets the new fastest lap of the race, 51.621. And I'm confident in saying, I think that's a new race lap record. It is, yes, 51.621. That's a flying lap from Liam Collins. He now owns both the qualifying and a race lap record. In fact, he still does, but he's improved on them over the course of the weekend. Impressive stuff. So this is now for the lead. Will Self going to look up the inside, trying to force the issue. Phil Wright getting a bit of a taste of his own medicine here. The hunter becomes the hunted as they come through Clearways and Clark Curve. Look at this. It's on for the lead. It's on for 3rd place. Less than 5 minutes to go. Here comes Liam Collins attacking the DC5 Integra. How deep does he go on the brakes? We'll wait and see. This is further back, where we've got several Hondas in a pack together, headed by the Trevor Collins. Oh, goodness me. Andy Barnes is off the road, and that's had a big impact somewhere with something or someone possibly. And first thoughts, I hope he's okay. Now I wonder, is that going to throw a red flag? Because we've got 4.5 minutes. The other car off is Matt Rat rolling. So it's 2 of the Class C contenders off the road at Surtees. And they're both moving, it seems. That's the key thing. And it wouldn't surprise me if we go red flag here, because we are past 75% race distance. That might be it. That might be the red flag and the race concluded. Well, for the record, we haven't talked about it yet, but Dan Thackeray's in the lead of Class B here from Cunningham, and then it's McConnell in 3rd place. This is the fight for 3rd in Class B, but they're not going to fight down towards here because those 2 cars are off the road. 4 minutes to go. Cross the line, go the leaders. It's 0.6 of a second between Wright and Self. And I'm keeping an eye on the Marshals post to see what happens. Safety car's been deployed. Now then, this is interesting. If they can quickly recover these 2 cars, we might get a quick 1 or 2 lap dash for the victory. So, with 3 minutes and 40 to go, safety car has been deployed because 2 of the 3 contenders in Class C have come to blows at Surtees. If they can drag those cars off pretty quickly, I think they're in a position, hopefully, where they can drag them off pretty quickly and get them out of harm's way, so we could even get a proper 1 lap dash, if not 2 lap dash for victory, if they can be quick enough to move them. Now, again, I saw Andy Barnes out of the car, so he was moving around. I did see Matt Rowling, his head moving in the car as well, so I will take a simple presumption that both at the baseline appear to be okay. That's a shame to see that Class C battle end as it is, so the silver lining, at least for Callum Houchin, is that it will give him a free pass to the Class C victory, and it gives us a quick chance to take stock, although looking at how much time is left, 2 minutes 45, this is going to be, you'll have to try and move those cars very quickly, or I fear maybe this car even finish, well, dare I say it, maybe this race even finish under the safety car. The medical car is heading down towards the site of the incident, but again, we've seen the two drivers moving around, but again, the medical car will go down there purely as a precaution to make sure that the two drivers are okay as a baseline. So, under safety car, this is the order then. Phil Wright leads the way, Will Self in second place, Kevin Talbot in third, Liam Collins fourth, James Kiff is fifth in, again, his second ever car race. Then James Orford sixth, Fraser McNeil seventh, Rick O'Connell eighth, and that's the top 8 in Class A. Then it's Dan Thackeray, who's back to the lead in Class B, Ryan Cunningham in second place. Then we have 2 more Class A cars, which is Jason Stack and Tommy Knight. Then behind them there was a huge battle going on for third place in Class B, which we cut to just before that incident, and it was between Trevor McConnell, who holds third place, Spencer Fortag, Lewis Barker and Sam Linsner. David Buki was picking his way back through the order because he stalled on the grid on the restart and had dropped to the back of the field in 17th, but he's climbed up to 17th as a result. Then it's Duncan Holloway from the only left Class C car, which is Callum Houchin, and then Sammy Milam and Owen Diver. And of course, we've lost both Andy Barnes and Matt Rowling after they came together at Surtees. We only saw the aftermath, but both drivers appear to be at least moving around, and at least I've seen Andy get out of his car. Front end doesn't look pretty, but unfortunately, the key thing is that both drivers are okay. I have a feeling that considering that we only have less than a minute to go, I think we are going to finish this race under safety car, which is a shame, but unfortunately a necessity given that we don't have enough time to clear those cars and get a restart in, because we also have the super attacks for the 3 groups of time attack cars to complete as well. So the cars will come back around, and when they come past next time, it will be the checkered flag to end the day's racing. Well, it's never how we want it to end, but of course, in these situations, we have to do the best situation that we can. There would have been no time to restart it, because being past 75% distance, they would have called a result, and given the nature of the incident, Andy Barnes' car may not look as simple to move as maybe first thought, so it might take a little extra time. It will take a little bit of clear up before the super attack gets underway. So what this will mean, at least, is again, if you're around the circuit, again, they're going to be cruising in, given that we are finishing under the safety car. So if you are around the circuit, give them a wave, give them a round of applause, give them a cheer, because again, all weekend, all day so far, they have been magnificent to watch, the Racing Hondas, and some great battles up at the front of the field, up and down the groups. And in the end, again, it's never how you want to finish a race, but given the time constraints we have, the only option we have, the clerk of the course has simply, I'm afraid, is to finish it under the safety car, which means that we will see them cross the line, and it will mean a second win of the season for Phil Wright. It will be a podium finish for Will Self after the troubles he had in race 1 where he was off the pace. And Kevin Talbot will get himself another podium, which will certainly help him strengthen his grip in Class A further. Liam Collins is going to be finishing in 4th, and I think one of my personal shouts of the day of the voted for driver of the day is definitely going to be James Kiff. Second ever car race, 2 top 10s, and he even started the reverse grid race from pole, which is impressive stuff. So to the line they'll come then under the safety car, and unfortunately it's the way they're going to end it, but it is going to be a second win of the season for Phil Wright. It'll be Will Self in second place, and Kevin Talbot will take third and the final step on the podium overall. Liam Collins takes 4th with a new race lap record, 51.621 lap time set. He's lowered both of his own personal race and qualifying lap records in this one. James Kiff, a very impressive 5th on his car racing debut. James Orford 6th, Fraser McNeil 7th, and Rick O'Connell 8th. It'll be 9th overall and a 5th Class B win for Dan Thackeray. That'll certainly be a silver lining for his retirement earlier on. Ryan Cunningham 2nd in class. Then we've got behind them 2 more Class A cars, which is Jason Stack and Tommy Knight. And then in what was shaping up to be a really strong 4-way scrap for 3rd in Class B, will go the way of Trevor McConnell. He'll be delighted with that result. Spencer Fortag is in 4th. There's Lewis Barker 5th and Sam Linsner 6th. And then we have Buki in 17th place and 11th in Class A after he stalled on the restart. Duncan Holloway, Callum Houchin, who's the sole Class C runner at the flag, and Sammy Milam and Owen Diver are the last 2 finishers, and we lost in that race. Andy Barnes and Matt Rowling after an incident at Surtees, and Luke Crassus made him take the start in the beginning. And also we saw Bob Barron, who was in that contention for the lead group, and then yet again just lets inexperience get the better of him. He lost the back end, locked up into Paddock Hill Bend, skated off the road and out of the race. So you can't say the champion doesn't deliver action. It did do in spades today in both races, even though race 2 finished not quite the way we wanted it, but that's motorsport. So Phil Wright then takes his second win of the season. We'll go through the results again on the screen provisionally. Wright with the victory, Will Self in second, Kevin Talbot third, then Liam Collins and James Kiff, an incredible effort in his first ever car race to get a top 5 car weekend, to get a top 5 finish in his second ever race. James Orford 6th, Fraser McNeil 7th, Rick O'Connell 8th, and then the Class B victory for the 5th time this season goes to Dan Thackeray from Ryan Cunningham in P10. And it's Jason Stack and Tommy Knight in Class A. A podium finish for Trevor McConnell in Class B. He finishes at 13th overall for Spencer Fortag, Lewis Barker and Sam Linsner. Then it's Dave Bucke, who stalled on the restart. He's back in 17th. Duncan Holloway, the sole Class C runner at the end, which was Callum Houchin, and Sammy Milam and Owen Diver. And then we lost the 2 cars, which were Andy Barnes and Matt Rowley, who came together at Surtees. And we also lost Crassus Menu, who didn't start the race, and Bob Barron, who skated off the road at Paddock Hill Bend, but brought out the red flag originally. So more Racing Hondas will be coming up at the next round, which will be at Snetterton next month. So be sure to tune in for that. And of course, we've still got more action here to go at Brands Hatch with the 3 super attacks for the different groups here at Brands Hatch at TUNERFEST South. And it's going to be the Pro and Pro Extreme cars first. Then we'll have the Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. And of course, we'll have the Custom Retros and Hot Hatches and Pocket Rockets and that at the mix too as well to finish off the day. There's going to be, I think, a little bit of clear up, of course, for the 2 cars that went off down at Surtees. But whilst that's going, I'm sure the Time Attack cars will be ready and raring to go to see who can get the big points from this final attack. And we will shortly, when I get the cue in my ear, be able to have a word, at least with our class winners from race 2, with Charlie Harmon down at Parc Fermé. And it's a shame. It had been such an entertaining race up to that point. We had the restart, and even on the restart, it was looking pretty strong. We were looking for a great fight, and I think Will Self could have been on course to challenge Phil Wright and even battling for the lead in the end. He got very close a couple of times, but I think if it had gone the distance, then almost certainly it would have been a battle royale right at the end. But they'll have to resume that next time at Snetterton, and they will see if they can match that, of course. And again, drivers like Tommy Knight and Dave Bucke, who had their problems on that restart, they can rebound back, I'm not sure. I wonder if there might be a few words between Phil Wright and Kevin Talbot after they came together at Druids. And I'm sure each will have their own opinion on what happened. Dan Thackeray were relieved getting back to winning ways in Class B, considering that he retired from race 1. Callum Houchin, I guess, well, it's never how he wants to take the points. He'll take the points for a victory in Class C all day long, even if he's too... Well, his only other rival point scorer was Matt Rowling, because remember, Andy Barnes is a single race entry, so there's no points scored for him, which means that he has to... He doesn't score anything. He would still got a trophy for his victory, for winning or for getting second place, but nothing on the board affecting the likes of Rowling and Houchin. So Callum will be delighted with the points finish, even though it might not be exactly the way he wanted to have taken it. So already approaching half distance in the championship when we get to Snetterton next time out. I'm sure that the Hondas will produce ever more action. If you want to find out more about the championship, you can head to racinghondas.uk for all the info. But before we cross back to Alexi and to Susie for the super attacks for our time attack groups, let's head down and have one more time to Parc Fermé with Charlie Harmon with our top 3, with our class winners in Brands Hatch Race 2.
We are here fresh off a very chaotic race too there. A lot went on. However, I am here with our Class A winner, Phil. Phil, come on over. How was that?
Yeah, good. Hard work. It's hot out there, but just glad to see they're both all right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Our thoughts are with the Club 2 Class C drivers that did come off. Hopefully everything's all right and we can see them next round, definitely. Obviously, that was quite the battle between you and Kevin. We touched a little bit going into a corner.
Yeah, so obviously we had quite a big gap before the red flag, and then obviously being a heavy car, that ain't the best thing to get off the line, and I'm not the best starter either, which don't help. But yeah, we had a good battle. Tiny little bit of contact, but nothing more than that.
Was it Robbins Racing?
Exactly.
Fantastic. Obviously, still very happy with how the car performed today?
Yeah, we've had to make a lot of alterations for hair because of the slow corners, trying to get it to come off the corner, which is a bit of a task with a heavy car, but it's gone well. So.
Stuff. Obviously heading into Snetterton next round, confident?
Yeah, it's home track, so if we've got a chance anywhere, it'll be there. So fingers crossed.
Perfect stuff. Oh well, congratulations again. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to get Dan over, our Class B winner. Hello, Dan. We're back again. What happened in race 1?
I know, it was all going well, wasn't it? Yeah, I just started losing power and I could feel it was getting worse. And there's a point where I was just sitting duck really, and I had no straight line speed or anything, so I had to, retire the car. But the boys motion turned it around in the interval, and it was flying there. It was fine. Yeah.
That was obviously come back around in race 2, happy with the car again.
Yeah, it's much better now. But starting from the back, you're always in the bit unknown. You need a bit of luck, you need a bit of help, and it just worked well. Some nice moves and some good racing. I was a bit worried that we weren't going to get a restart, but we got it done. So I get a chance to say Happy Father's Day to my dad.
Oh, brilliant. Well, happy Father's Day to all the dads watching today.
All my races.
Obviously, you're still holding on to that championship lead, obviously heading into Snetterton next round.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought I might have lost it by now, but Snet, unlike most, is actually my favourite track. And I'm normally in the minority with that one, so I'm looking forward to that one. Always enjoy it again there, so nice, hopefully turn up and it goes well.
Good. Well, fantastic. Congratulations again. Thank you. We're going to get Callum over now. Here's our Class C winner. Callum, how was that?
Glad to be out of the car. Jeez, that's so hot. It was unreal.
It seems to be a very running theme today, that it's very hot.
Yeah, it's got a bit warm. I think tyres are going, but yeah, I'm just glad the other two boys are all right.
Yeah,
so.
we had a bit of a chat in the pits, obviously, had a bit of a thing in practice. Still happy with the car?
Yeah, we're still trying to find that setup, so it's going to take a bit of time. But we seem to have got on it a little bit better then. We got a faster lap time than what we did in quali, so it's swings and roundabouts. But yeah, it's not how we want to take first place, but it is what it is.
No, it is absolutely, no, completely. Obviously, we've got quite a bit of a break between here and Snetterton. Going to be doing a bit of work on the car to find that pace?
Yeah, I think some track days are definitely in order. But the problem is we're so close to Donington. Donington's home, but I think we're going to have to go a bit further afield and just build on that confidence and get the car right. So
get yourself back in tune with it.
Yeah, that's hopefully.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Well, thank you. Congratulations again. Thank you. Right, that is us. That's 2 races done for the Racing Hondas. We're going to head over to the Time Attack now.
So, into Super Attack we go. Racing Honda's championship machines now well off the track, and the Pro Class Time Attack cars lining up to begin their final session of the day. What used to be known in Time Attack as the final, these days known as Super Attack. This is the session that counts. This is the session that scores all the big points. And this is the one that determines the winner. You can be fastest in Attack 1 and fastest in Attack 2, but unless you're fastest in Super Attack, that's the one that determines who is considered the winner of this round. This time, Susie is in the commentary box as well. Hello, Susie.
Good afternoon, Alexi. How you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very good.
Good, good, good. I think it's always fun when you come up as well, because there's a bit more to talk about, isn't there? I think we've actually had an unusually red flaggy day for Time Attack. I think we don't usually get many, but I think we've had quite a few today. And so with the Lucas Oil live stream, there's been lots of conversation going on, which has made things a little bit more interesting from a red flag stoppage point of view. But of course, when there's 2 brains instead of 1, then that makes all of that stuff a little bit more interesting when we have to fill time. Like now, we can see actually some recovery vehicles still trackside moving Andy Barnes's. I think, yeah, moving Andy Barnes's car off the track. It seems quite difficult to shift actually, so I'm not quite sure what happened. So when I said all of the Racing Honda's machines are off the track, I actually wasn't fully correct, because there's one still there, and they seem really to be struggling to shift that.
I think actually one of the things it might be worth talking about in the meantime is the points have changed, and obviously the final is the big one. So obviously anyone who wins in the final, they're the people who get onto the podium. But actually, because the points that are awarded throughout the different sessions have changed, we're actually seeing that it's really interesting how that's playing out in the championship. So for instance, I think coming into today, we've seen people who are leading the championship who haven't actually got on the podium for the previous 2 rounds. Yep. And I think that the difference that it's making, where it's about consistency and reliability. You need to get out in each session, whereas previously it was all save it all for the final. You know, you can sandbag a little bit, you can turn a bit, you keep the boost down, but you absolutely have to go out there and be pushing like to the max in every session now. So it's made it really interesting talking to the drivers, and I think they're having to take a slightly different tact when they go out there as well.
Yeah, so we could take a hypothetical situation. I mean, the Time Attack regs are all online, but let's say somebody wins the Super Attack and earns 15 points. They don't set a lap record, so 50 points is what they get. But they didn't really run very much in warm-up Attack 1 or Attack 2. Let's say they didn't run in any of those, but they were fastest in Super Attack. Now, back in the day, that would be enough for you to come away with the most points from the day. You are the winner of the day. But if somebody conversely ran in warm-up and got 1 point, was fastest in Attack 1, which is 6 plus 2, so that's 8, so 9 points, and then fastest in Attack 2 as well, so that's 6 plus 3, so that's another 9 points. That's 18 points before they even get to the Super Attack. And they could not even run in Super Attack, from what I understand, but still come out with more points than somebody who ran and won only Super Attack, but none of the other sessions.
Yep, and lap records as well, don't forget, as well,
yes,
are gaining your points. So for instance, coming into today, we've seen Bradley John in Pro Class actually leading that class, but didn't, wasn't the fastest at Cadwell or at Donington. So again, I think it's really changed things up, and speaking with the drivers, they're saying they're having to kind of like maintain that consistency and reliability, and it's definitely making people change a few little tactics out there.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting how some drivers aren't really too worried about that competitive side of things. So maybe they've got a fresh build, or they're just trying to develop a platform, develop some parts. They're not really too worried about all of that. And then other people who you're interviewing and putting on screen, that's like one of their main talking points, is actually the points are different for this year, so I've got to do this and I've got to do that and strategize this and that. And yeah, it's almost like being consistently fast throughout the whole day is better than just being super fast as a one-off.
Yeah.
Ideally, you want to be super fast all the time.
Yeah.
But if you're just super fast and then you blow up and miss loads of, that's not good enough. You actually got to be fast throughout the whole day, which is a really interesting change. And I can picture, I don't really know the conversations that happen behind closed doors, but I can definitely see the masterminds of Time Attack thinking, well, this is all about building a fast car. And if you've built a fast car, well, if it can just do one lap and that's it, then you've not really done a very good job of building a fast car.
Yeah.
You've got to make it so that it can survive a whole day of fast driving. Then you've truly built a fast car.
But we know some of the, especially when you go up into the pro classes and the pro extreme, they're running these, incredibly highly tuned builds. And so everything's kind of on the knife edge. So, but actually, the name of the game this year is you have to get out in every round. So, and we've seen, previously that people might be having issues and they might decide to skip a round because it's not, it's early on during the day, it doesn't really earn them any points. But yeah, actually today it's making a really big change to how the championship pans out. It's still very early days in the championship, so it's still very too early to be calling anything at this point. But it's certainly making a bit of a mix-up this year.
Yeah, I can't say whether it's better or worse, personally. I think it's definitely an interesting way to mix things up. I think it's a different perspective, different view on building a car. I think it's really, really interesting. And I know firsthand there have been instances in the past where I think it's too much hassle to try to fix the car for practice or qualifying or whatever, and you don't even score points there anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. Just need to get out in the final and do a lap and, we'll be fine. That approach just does not work. That approach has been crossed out and thrown in the bin. You can't get through a round doing that anymore. You need to do the whole day. Also, in the meantime, while we get ready for the track to be cleared for Super Attack, we do have the vote for your Lucas Oil top driver on the bottom right of your screen. For those of you watching the stream, for those of you following from the track side, it's also on the Time Attack Instagram story. You can view that QR code. So open up that QR code and vote for your Lucas Oil driver of the day. Those of you watching on YouTube have been really getting involved in the conversation. And yes, people seem to be appreciating the Lucas Oil stream a lot. I think it's been great fun. I've really, really enjoyed it. I especially enjoy the interviews that you're doing, Susie, with the drivers and the cars, and you can hear from them what I mean. This isn't that new of a concept. Like, we've had microphones and stuff for a good couple of centuries now, but like when it all comes together and it's all on the stream and you can see the car, and so, sometimes it's got the Lucas Oil background, sometimes it's in the garage. You can see the cars. Anyway, we will come back to all of that in just a moment because I believe, there we go, the session has been green flagged. And so our pro class cars are now heading onto the track and our Super Attack will get underway in just a few moments. So there we go, Josh Barrett there, just behind Ilya Krylov. Andy Hughes there as well in the X-Shift gearboxes. WRC Impreza, as our intrepid YouTube viewers helped fill in the gaps there. This is a genuine WRC car. Samuel there saying the new format is a definite improvement. The stream has been good. Thank you, Sam. It's good to hear that.
So, not wanting to detract from that, but I think what's going to be really interesting from speaking with the drivers is people struggling with temperatures today. It has been very warm, and I think what we're going to see, and I think let's keep an eye on this, I think we're going to see people going out and getting their fast laps in very early in the session.
Okay.
People saying that, indeed, you see the sparks coming from Luke's NSX there under all the downfalls. But I think we're seeing that the temperatures are so high out there that people are getting their flying lap, and then they're saying it's actually quite hard to cool everything down enough to get that hot lap later on. So again, I think we keep an eye, but we'll see if it pans out that way. I do think we're going to see some of the fastest laps early on in this session.
Yeah, I think that's a really...
So Luke going across just straight away, Luke Sedgwickowski in the Tegawa NSX with a 46.55.
Wow.
And I know Luke is actually out for, I think he ran a 45 in the last session, but he's very much, that was his aim. Coming into today, he wanted to run a 45, which we know is incredibly quick round Brands Hatch. Sorry, just incredible amount of sparks coming off the through Graham Hill. But yeah, and so now he's run a 45, he wants to get into the 44s. So yeah, he'll be really, really pushing there.
It's such a great car to watch lapping. Yeah, I mean, that NSX has come on so far in the past year. It's yeah, phenomenal. Look, it just as we have the camera there on the Brabham straight, yeah, that looked very, very fast indeed. An improvement in Sector 1, faster still there from Luke, but no improvement in Sector 2. 46.2, his current best. Andrew Barber there of AKB Racing.
So Andrew's been, I think, struggling today with some gear change issues. So it'll be interesting to see if they've managed to resolve that to get back out for the final. But I know earlier on they were having problems changing from 4th to 5th, and then I think from 3rd to 4th. And obviously, you know, an Evo, they're the gears you need. So it's going to be a real problem for him if he's not been able to kind of like resolve that. And we see him going quite slow past there. So I don't know if he's still continuing to have issues, or if he just wanted to create a bit more space, because that's the other problem with Brands Hatch, right? Is that, well, not problem, but this is the tricky issue that you have to combat here. Is it's a really short track, and you've got a lot of cars out on track. I mean, probably less so in our pro class, but it is finding that clear space, and especially with the pro cars, they're approaching each other so quickly. So if somebody, as we see there, you know, we see Simon Norris and Andy Hughes, and they're obviously on, you know, cooling the car down.
You could just see that no hezzy driving, and Andrew Barber
just weaving his way between
Bradley
them.
John having to weave around. Yeah.
But when somebody's on a flying lap, you're coming around the track really, really quick. I'm just seeing Simon Norris has gone through with a 44.875, so breaking that 45-second mark, which is an incredibly quick time.
Let's bring up the lap records that you've very helpfully assembled here. So. This is Pro Class, Pro Extreme, Ollie Clark. Oh my goodness. Okay, Ollie Clark's record is 41.5. Okay, so we're quite far off that at the moment. So, okay, perhaps that record will, well, let's see. Let's not preempt it. But I don't think I've seen anything quite that close to 41s. Let's see how we go.
But again, Simon Norris, we've not seen him out for the last couple of rounds, right? So this is our... We've not seen any Pro Extreme cars, so it's really great to see it back. I've never seen it in blue. No. I've always seen this car has always been different greens, but yeah, so it's quite nice to see it in a different wrap. But again, and he's just got to be able to, he's got to find enough clear space on the track to make use of the incredible aero package that he's got there. And as we were saying, you have to just really, you have to have confidence in the car to just really lean on it.
It looks like that rear wing has been photoshopped on, doesn't it?
I mean, he's just improved his time then with a 44.865.
So massive. Just how much taller and wider than the car it is, yeah. Yeah, very racy there from Simon Norris. So what's that? Yeah, 17-second sector. 44.8, his new personal best. That's a session best as well. You can see there he's slowed down quite considerably for his cool down lap. So he punched in an absolute flyer just then, and now backing off a little bit to bring things back into that temperature window. Darren Spooner, great to see him back this year in the number 13
Yeah, and obviously we saw Darren have that quite dramatic incident at Cadwell. Do you remember we had the interview and then straight away we went to the footage and he was going around where he was talking about the front wheel being loose and then he came around the corner and then, yeah, the front wheel came off. So,
oh my goodness,
yeah, his drive shaft snapped. So,
wow.
So, I mean, back out today, he was saying he was having problems with brake cooling. Actually, I think where the cars are coming in and coming into Parc Fermé and then sitting on the brakes, and I think that all that heat is just transferring into the brakes. And then, yeah, actually, he said he's never had issues with brake cooling before, so hopefully he's managed to get that resolved. Because, again, especially in these pro classes, if you're approaching the end of Paddock Hill, you really, really do not want to be short of brakes. That would be absolutely terrifying.
Very true. Yeah, the Spooks Racing Development machine there. This Peugeot 205, still Peugeot powered. We have another Peugeot 205 who comes and goes, Andy York. Not in Time Attack this year, I don't believe. His is K-swapped, of course, but Darren Spooner's is still running a Peugeot engine. But of course, Spooks are such Peugeot experts that they've managed to really make that work.
Oh, so is that Andrew Barber we're seeing there?
Yeah.
So I'm going to guess that means they've not been able to resolve the gear change issues.
Looks like he's struggling to even get into the pits.
Yeah, I mean, if he's struggling to get it into gear, then he's going to need a bit of a helping hand to after he's rolled to a stop.
Good thing that he made it into the pits, though, right? So imagine had this happened a bit earlier and he's stopped somewhere out on track and, you know, then we've got another red flag. But luckily he managed to creep into the pits somehow, and then he can now get pushed further in. So no disruption to our session as a result of that. I think Ilya Krylov in the Haltech machine has kept a pretty low profile today. Have you managed to catch him at all today?
So he said he was running, he thought he was down on power and he wasn't quite sure what the issue was, but he said he was actually 13 miles an hour down on on his terminal speed coming down the straight. So, and obviously he's put that huge rear wing on the back of the car. So he's not quite sure if it's like downforce or if the car is just like making a little bit less power. Obviously the hot weather isn't very kind to cars, so it might just be a bit of heat soak on the engine. We're not quite sure. So, but yeah, I mean, 13 miles an hour is a big difference.
That feels like
so
a lot,
yeah,
yeah,
definitely something's going on there.
Martin Henry stopped out on track in one of the previous sessions, so it's good to see him back.
I mean, I'm very glad to see him back after Donington, because he also had like a very eventful Donington, right? Where I think he, after Craners, and he ran a little bit wide and then ended up on the grass and ended up having contact with the barrier. So, and we haven't had a lot of time between the sessions, or between the days. So we only had 3 weeks since Donington, but he's managed to get that car back and on track today. So that is fantastic to see.
Yeah, I got to say that the Time Attack calendar this year, how it feels quite condensed, doesn't it? I guess we don't have the double headers, and so what that means is they're now spread out over more weeks, and there's only the same amount of time, so they feel like they're closer together. The Time Attack, it's still doing that bouncing thing. So so it was actually Luke Capehorn's as well. So perhaps this is a Mark V Astra thing where they seem to be really bouncy on the rear. Maybe they need to be super,
I think
super
with
stiff.
Luke it was his suspension settings, because he had them all changed, and he was really, really struggling with the bouncing then. But I do believe he's managed to resolve that today.
Okay, it looked very dramatic.
Oh, look at the sparks coming from Simon Norris's car there.
Fastest in Sector 1 again. So we're going to see an improvement here,
perhaps.
perhaps.
So we're going to keep an eye on what time. Is he going to be able to improve on his time there?
Oh, I don't think so. Oh, maybe. Yeah, 43.8.
Oh,
Look
into
at that.
the 43s.
Wow, that's a big bite out of his previous personal best. So perhaps let's take a look at our lap times so far. So fastest of anyone is Simon Norris with a 43.8, ahead of Andy Hughes. So let's look at Pro Extreme first. Simon Norris with 43.8, Andy Hughes 47.4. In Pro, it's Luke Sendrzakowski, 45.5, ahead of Bradley John, 47.9. Josh Barrett, 48.6, Andrew Barber, 50.2, and Martin Henry, 51.0. And in Club Pro, it's Michael Osborne, 49.1. Out of Eric Holmes, 50.2. Ilya Krylov, 50.6. And Darren Spooner, 51.2. Still have 5 minutes remaining in this session. We are running a slightly shorter session, 17 minutes instead of the full 20. Presumably because of the various red flags and so on that we've had throughout the day. To still meet curfew, we're needing to take a little nibble out of the session times as we get to this final few sessions.
We're seeing Eric Holmes there, so there's a good little battle going on between Eric Holmes and Michael Osborne. I think there's a second between them at the moment. It's absolutely flying. The 2 white Evos out on track as well. Did he manage to better his time? No, not on that session.
Ilya Krylov here. Let's see what he can do. I'm not sure if it's where he's not running. Are these are his headlights, right? They're kind of on. So 51.3 there for Ilya. So just under a second off his personal best. So I think those little strips, I think those are technically his headlights being on, even though there's not much to those headlights. So that was a hot lap of some description. Oh, look, that's the end plate. So I guess it was Bradley John.
Yes.
Who lost. Is that who it was?
It was Brad's end plate, yes. I did see someone hand that back to him very unceremoniously. Looking a little worse for wear. Yeah, and this is what I mean. So I don't think we're really seeing any sector times being improved. I think Simon Norris went out, but I think he's going out and just literally going for that flyer and not trying to push it between. We see Brad got his lights on there, so he is out on a flyer.
49.0, so just over a second off his personal best. So I think what you were saying, you were saying how the drivers feel like there's only a very small window before things start getting too hot to put in a few hot laps.
Yeah, and I think that somebody was saying that I think the track temperature earlier was 45 degrees.
Wow.
So yeah, so it's really, really hard on tyres and obviously and really, really hard on cars as well. So the intake temperatures are really high. It's especially for the turbocharged cars. It's you want cooler temperatures to enable them to run the best. But yeah, it's pretty brutal out on cars there today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be turbocharged cars that struggle the most in this kind of temperature. And of course, in this day and age, that's what most cars
I was
tend
just
to
looking
be.
at the list. I'm like, who's not turbocharged?
Yeah, I think in these classes, it's all of them, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it's literally all of them these days. So when it gets hot, then they're going to really struggle the most.
Yeah, and especially the Evos, I think, yeah, we know they're all running huge turbos, huge power, but yeah, like I say, the intake temperature is getting really hot. And I just think, and the perfect operating temperature of the tyres, it is just, have you got enough time to kind of like cool the car down and get the clear air for then when you do want to go on your hot lap? So it's just really kind of like managing that. It's turning into like quite a lot of strategy out there when you're on track. And I mean, okay for these guys, because they've got, 11 cars out on track? And I think there's a few in the pits, so not that many, but I think in the later sessions as well, we're definitely going to see people having to pick their moment when to go for that hot lap.
Yeah, that diffuser assembly on the back of Brad's car is really, really quite something. I mean, these classes do have much freer and more accommodating aero rules. You can do quite a lot, and you can really see that here bearing fruit, as these cars are running some really quite elaborate aero.
Although Bradley John did improve on his time in the last round, I think, so we're with 47.32.
Yep, nice little improvement there from Bradley John.
You can see actually, I think a lot of the other cars have pulled in, so...
Yeah, it's just 4 on track at the moment. Josh Barrett, let's see what he can do in the Caterham 620R.
I mean, Josh must be the coolest person on track, like physically.
Yeah,
at least
he's the only one who's not suffering.
He's got some good air conditioning at least.
Like you were saying earlier, when it's raining, then of course he's going to get extremely soggy. But when it's hot like this, yeah, he's gonna be the coolest cucumber on the track.
But I think it's really good to see. See Martin Henry just cocking that rear wheel.
You
there.
can see how it's really bouncy. Same as Luke's car.
It does look a very stiff setup. But just talking with Josh, and we're saying obviously, you know, at Donington, then Josh is down on power.
You just see Josh waving his hands a little bit in frustration. I think he's trying to get past Martin Henry, and he just couldn't quite do that. You can see he's backed off now because his headlights are on,
right?
And I don't think Martin was getting out of the way, and so he was trying to find a way around. You can see him put both of his hands up, and he's now backed off to try to find space that way. If he can't get past Martin Henry, he'll back off and try to find space that way. It's pretty interesting. Although, of course, Checkered Flag was about to come out. So he was getting quite frustrated, I think, as he's got another lap in him, and he couldn't quite make that stick.
Yeah, and I think quite an equaliser Brands Hatch for the cars that are maybe a little bit lower powered than some of these big horsepower cars, because it's all corners really. You know, we do have the back straight and the main straight here, but
even the main straight's a corner, kind of, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's not that straight.
So I'm just watching the two of them come round the corner in clear ways. I don't know if Josh might have backed off a little bit, but as I said, I really think that. I mean, actually, I won't say that until they go over the line. I would say I don't think we're going to see anybody improving their times.
No, that was quite.
But I have been wrong before.
Yeah.
We have seen people do that on the last lap before. So
we have, yeah. But this last effort from Josh Barrett, 2 seconds slower than his personal best. And I think, like you were saying, the less powered cars are going to be so keen to make the most of these handling circuits, because we're going to get to other tracks as the circuit progresses where they're going to be on the back foot, and this is where they really need to try to make the most of the opportunity. And you could see how frustrated Josh was getting there, a little bit flustered behind Martin's Astra. So let's take a look through our provisional Super Attack results. Simon Norris ends the session fastest with a 43.8, ahead of Sędziakowski, John, Hughes, Barrett, Osborne, Barber, Holmes, Krylov, Henry, and Spooner. Now our pro class cars will head into Parc Fermé to make sure that they're all compliant with the regulations, and then our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars will be heading onto the track for their Super Attack in just a few moments. Green flag then for our club classes Super Attack. Of course, don't forget to vote for your Lucas Oil top driver. There in the bottom right corner of your screen is a QR code. Scan that and go and vote for your Lucas Oil top driver. If you're watching from the trackside, go and check the Instagram story of Time Attack Instagram stories, and you will find that QR code in there as well. And of course, I think a lot of people here on the comments, and myself and Susie included, we've been really enjoying the Lucas Oil live stream, both across Time Attack and the Racing Hondas Championship. And if you have as well, please do leave a like, leave a subscribe, and go and vote for your Lucas Oil driver of the day.
I've just been checking through some of the lap records, and do believe that the lap that we saw from Luke Sędziakowski would have been a lap record in that last session.
Okay, wow. So that's an extra point for him then.
It is indeed. So, and talking of lap records, I had a quick catch up with Johnny Fletcher earlier, and I think we need to keep an eye on Johnny Fletcher in this round, because he is looking to hunt down that lap record. I'm just having a quick look at what it is. It's a 50.83, and I think he said that his optimal is below that, so we'll see if he manages to make it stick. But again, I do think, keep an eye on the timing boards. I think we're going to see the fastest times of the sessions very early on in this session, but we do have a lot more cars on track out in this session. So
yeah, do you know, this, it's interesting. A few drivers have told me that if they look at their so-called optimal lap time, which is their best Sector 1 of the session and their best Sector 2 of this, could be set on different laps, but their best Sector 1 and their best Sector 2, if they put them together, there's more time to be had. They can set a faster overall lap if they have just separately. Sector 1 fastest, Sector 2 fastest. The problem is that they're struggling to put together such a lap where they hit that super fast Sector 1 and they hit that super fast Sector 2 because they keep hitting traffic. And especially at Brands Hatch Indy, and now that we've got 16 cars on track, 15, but you know, we've had between 15 and 20 cars on track at various points throughout the day. The circuit's only a mile long, give or take, and traffic is a recurring issue here. Interesting there also, Andy Grady, coming around that final sequence of corners, had the similar tire smoke from the outside of his car as what Eden Young was having earlier on. So Andy Grady and the GR performance machine there, having what looked like tire smoke from the outside of his car coming around Clark Curve. And I guess that side of the car is being loaded up, and for some reason, perhaps maybe it's pressing into the bodywork or something, but I've seen it's doing the exact same thing as what Eden Young's car was doing. So
it's Brands Hatch, it's a lot of right-handers, right? I think we've got 1, 2. Sorry, I'm just trying to count them from the commentary box here. I think we've only really got 2 left-handers, so Graham Hill and then turning left in Surtees as well. So you're very much leaning on that left-hand side of the car.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
And again, I was just looking at, I mean, Alexander Volkov has just gone straight out there and set a 49.421. And I'm just frantically looking through, again, what times were set in the last session to then compare that against overall lap time. So Alexander Volkov ran a 49.3 in the last session, so he's not quite beaten that. But again, that is, I believe, and I'm just flicking between lots of different timing boards here, that is fast enough to take the lap record again for Club 4-wheel drive.
Interesting. But I mean, people are saying, I mean, of course, the cars develop year on year, but a lot of the drivers I've spoken to seem to be enjoying these Yokohama AO52s quite a lot as well. And I wonder if that new and improved tire spec may be playing into that to some degree as well. David Dyson, very rapid in his 2024 GT4 RS. Some might say that it's bringing a gun to a knife fight. Others may actually really respect the, it's quite a bold move to get a showroom fresh Porsche GT4 RS and really do battle on track with that car. So actually, I think that's a pretty cool move there. I know a few people with these cars who just park them up in the garage, polish them, and drive them to Cars and Coffee on a Sunday and pretend to be track warriors, whereas David Dyson is actually using his GT4 RS as Porsche intended. So I think that's very cool indeed.
So what we've seen is Luke Capehorn go out in the Astra and actually set the fastest time in Club 2-wheel drive. And when I was speaking to them earlier, they were saying pretty much his tyres were absolutely shot. So he'd had to actually borrow tyres to go through into the final. Wow. So those are brand new tyres. Well, I don't know if they're completely brand new, but they are new tyres. And so he was definitely kind of like struggling with that in the previous session. And that's obviously really helped him because he's gone out and set the fastest time in Club 2-wheel drive. So he's beaten Johnny Fletcher at the moment. So
interesting. I mean, it is early days. Well, we've got 10 minutes, just over half of the session left. So this could all change. Like you said, even in the final seconds, we can see fastest laps being punched in.
I mean, just look how many cars we've got in the 51s, though. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cars in Club 2-wheel drive in the 51 seconds. So all running very, very close together.
Well, I think, so Club 2-wheel drive is always a very competitive class, but also at Brands Hatch Indy, where the track's only a mile long, the gaps often tend to be artificially small, because they haven't had that long length of track to really build a gap over. So often, this makes for very good viewing, is that the lap times at Brands Hatch Indy often tend to be very bunched together because the track's so short. So yeah, I think that does mean that we have a lot of cars with very similar, very close lap times here at Brands Hatch Indy, which does make things pretty interesting to watch. Stu Summers there, 320 horsepower in that Saxo.
But it's interesting that, you know, the difference in these cars that we're seeing. So, yeah, you've got this Cayman GT4 RS. You've got Johnny Fletcher in the Astra. You've got two Astras up there. You've got Andrew Kime in the Saxo.
Two different Astras, no less, by the way.
Yep, and you've got Andrew Kime in the Saxo with the K24 he's gone this year, and Mike Butler in the supercharged BMW. So, you know, for all of those cars to be running within a second of each other, they're so different.
Yep. I mean, I haven't really dwelled on that point much today, which is rare, which is the variety of the cars that we have in Time Attack, which is, if you love cars and you love the builds and you love that whole thing, this is really, I think, the best motorsport that there is. If you specifically like the world of cars and modifying and so on. Incredible stuff. Such a variety, but all lapping so closely together. All relevant. You know, it's like Mark Donnelly in the 1983 Escort is, you know, faster than all this other stuff, you know, BMW M2s, Lotus Exige, all this other stuff. Like, it's all relevant here. Time Attack is almost like age agnostic, age and brand agnostic. Whatever you can build, it will work. It can be made to work here in Time Attack. Absolutely love it. You can see Andy Grady's Evo again doing that thing, coming out of Clark Curve, smoking from the outside. So something with how the car is being loaded, and perhaps like what you're saying, by the end of the lap, the tire is actually getting very hot there.
And interestingly, because we know Andy Grady is running the DSG gearbox setup on that Evo, and they were saying also the DSG is getting very warm as well.
Oh.
So yeah, and so obviously that's something that's not normally so much of an issue on the Evo, but a problem they're having to contend with today.
Interesting. So I wonder how they're contending with that, right?
So they did say they've already got a cooler on that.
Okay.
But yeah, perhaps not enough. I mean, you know, sunny days in the UK, we don't have many to test with.
No, it's a good problem to have, maybe. Quite a luxury here. I mean, I asked him earlier how are the paddles paddling, and he said they're paddling good. So you know, it seems to be for the most part behaving. So he didn't actually say anything about the temperatures. So that's an interesting revelation. Is you know, they're really pioneering some cool stuff with GR Performance with this DSG gearbox swap, and this is part of that journey, isn't it? Is actually, how is it going to run under all conditions? And you know, I don't use the word lightly. It really is pioneering stuff.
Yeah, and as Andy was saying, you know, last year was very much, they had some niggles and issues along the way, but it seems like they've really got that dialed in this year and turning some incredibly quick times. So he's only 0.2 of a second off, or just under 0.2 of a second off Alexander Volkov there in the GTR. Huge horsepower that we see out there, but although you wouldn't have thought that this would be a good track for the GTR, it's a big heavy car, it is pretty tight around there. There's not a lot of big kind of like straights to kind of make that time up, but I mean, there's not a lot of arguing with that amount of power, and we know Alexander is a fantastic driver as well.
Yep. I think even if you stop the GT, if you have to come to a full stop in the GTR at each corner, it's still got the beef to still put itself somewhere. You know, as you said, you can't argue with the power and the beef that it has. Although I have to say, Alexander has also, I think, come on a lot as a Time Attack driver over the past couple of years. And yeah, I think even though you might think this isn't a track that might suit the GTR, Alexander Volkov there still making it work to the best of his abilities. And as you can see, the proof is in the pudding. Faster still at the moment, albeit with a small advantage of 0.2 of a second, less even than that, over Andy Grady. So let's see how these final minutes pan out. Saw a little bit of traffic there on track with Alan Shepard's AirTech Motorsport GR Yaris getting a bit tangled up in some traffic. Which Clio is that? I believe that's Stu Summers,
That's
the
Stu Summers,
newer shape, really moving around. And you know, I think this point's come up a few times today that the front wheel drives, especially with the short little wheelbase, and perhaps once their tires are getting hot too, really start to move around and squirm around quite a lot. And you can see Stu Summers' car doing that.
I think on the timing sheets we're seeing exactly what I kind of like talked about. Nobody's really kind of improving their time.
Yeah,
so
they've plateaued, haven't they?
Yeah, I think everyone's probably out there just trying to, you know, if they just keep pushing, they just keep putting more and more heat into the tyres, they keep putting more and more heat into the engine, and so actually they have to kind of like really back off to try and bring that back to them.
Yep. Roman Grandel there in that Scirocco, the number 333 machine. Motor City Performance Scirocco R. It's kept quite a low profile today, I think. It's 52.2 there. Roman Grandel's best effort. That's good enough for 7th in class. Let's take a look here. I think it's very cool to see a Scirocco in Time Attack. He's had this car for a couple of seasons now. Definitely mixes things up a bit. We had Clive Hockwell, I think, who used to have one, but he's now moved on to the Golf R, from what I understand. I didn't get a good look at the car today, but I think he had a Golf R.
Yes, he does, yeah.
Okay. But yeah, Roman Grandel there was that 52.5, so a little bit of drift from his current personal best to 52.2, but let's see how the final minutes of this session progress. Like you said there, Susie, the lap times seem to have plateaued a little bit. Probably if we could plot these, which I know you'll appreciate because we're both nerds who like spreadsheets and charts. If you could plot these, we'd probably see a very real plateau happening now. David Dyson in that GT4 RS. Pretty much factory fresh, built last year. I think for those of you watching from the US, and welcome of course, and thank you for joining us on the Lucas Oil live stream. I believe that your model years are a year ahead, which would mean 2024 is actually 2023 built. But in the UK, 2024 means it was built and purchased in 2024. So it's quite fresh. You know, it might not even be a year old. It could be 7 months old, this car, and he's here using it in Time Attack, which is, yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Pretty cool move.
But yeah, as we saw, so he went across the line with a 51.8, and he's not managed to improve on his best time of 51.596. But he does seem to still just be out there and kind of like pounding around the track. Yeah, and it's interesting how the different cars are potentially affected by the different temperatures, and like I say, just trying to get back into the ideal operating temperature of the tyres.
Yeah, I think it's interesting also, and you touched on this earlier, I think David Dyson was pretty much fastest in previous sessions in class, and actually Luke Capehorn, whether it's the new to him tyres that he's borrowed or something, but something seems to have clicked, hasn't it? And he's made up a few places here. He's fastest in Club 2-wheel drive at the moment, which is not where I think we've seen him anywhere close to all day.
Oh, and then completely scrubbing what I was saying earlier, David Dyson has gone across and beaten his better these times. So with a
well, there are always going to be
so
outliers and exceptions. Yeah, 51.57 there from David Dyson. Nice little improvement there from him. Johnny Fletcher, the Mark IV Astra GSI. Let's see what he could do. 51.3 there. So
a little bit of drift of his best time over 51.2.
Philip Naidenov in the Sierra Cosworth, always a fun driver to watch. It's a car that needs quite a specific driving style to make the most of. Oh, Luke Capehorn's had a little journey off the track. Oh my goodness, and he's brought some gravel on that journey with him. But hopefully that'll be cleared just by the cars, you know, passing over. Hopefully not too much harm, punctures and so on.
He did have the fastest Sector 1 time as well, so maybe he was just really on a flyer. And just pushed it a little bit too. It looked like round clearway, so maybe just a little bit too much in that final corner.
Yep.
But yeah, we're down to the last 20 seconds, so I think we'll see if anybody out on track manages to pull something out of the bag.
57.8 there for Philip Naidenov. That is not an improvement there. So it's the best lap time.
Oh, look,
there
very
we go.
sideways there. They're getting some drift points there.
So Philip Naideno's Sierra Garage car there, the Sierra Cosworth from 1991, getting a bit of a wiggle on its current best, 56.0. Always a great driver to watch. So much fun how he hustles that older and perhaps less sophisticated chassis around the time attack circuits. Love to see it. Let's take...
Do have the checkered flag out.
Checkered flag is out, so let's take a quick run through our... Never mind, they've disappeared off the screen, but we still have them on the... Oh, they're back! Thank you. Luke Capehorn then ends that session at the top of Club 2-wheel drive. He'll be very happy with that, 51.0. As Annie said, it's fast when it works, and it seems to have worked this time. 51.0 there for Luke Capehorn, ahead of Johnny Fletcher, David Dyson, Mike Butler, Andrew Kime, Hayden King, Roman Grendel, Stu Summers, Neil Robson, Nicholas Good. A single round entry whose name I'm not super familiar with. Richard Stevens in the AirTech Motorsport is 11th in class. And then Philip Naidenov and in Club 4-wheel drive is Alexander Volko with a 49.4 ahead of Andy Grady and the number 285 machine of Alan Shepard, the AirTech Motorsport GR Yaris. So that's our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars now finishing up their in-laps and heading into Parc Fermé, and you can see the Clubman class cars lining up in the pit lane, ready to go for their super attack in just a few moments. So we've been talking about traffic in the context of Brands Hatch Indy, negotiating the traffic. We saw Josh Barrett there waving his hands a little bit at the wheel of his Caterham as he was trying to negotiate some of that traffic. Well, the combined, this is probably the most populous session that we have. It's Classic and Retro and Clubman Plus and Pocket Rocket Natural Airspeed and Pocket Rocket Voice Induction, all sharing the track for this super attack, which has now been green flagged.
Yeah, so absolutely that is going to be the key to in this session is, can you get out there? Can you get enough free air to get those laps in really early and before all of the traffic and make your way around all of these different cars? So you've got the traffic to contend with, obviously quite a short circuit, and you've got the temperatures. So it's going to be...
This is tricky.
Get straight out there, yeah. And obviously way more cars than we've seen out earlier. So we've got 16 cars out on track at the moment.
Of course, you could think perhaps there's value to letting everyone go on track, get it out of their system, overheat, and come back into the pits and just chill out for the rest of the session. And then the track is quiet, and that's when you go out and you set your lap times. But then, of course, you run the risk of what if there's a red flag and then the session's cancelled. So you know that you can't win. You know, whatever you do, chances are you're going to need to go out. You're going to need to take it on the chin. You're going to need to deal with the traffic. It's going to be a bit annoying, a bit frustrating, especially at Brands Hatch Indy. That's the challenge here. Is how do you set a flying lap when you have 18, 19, 20 plus cars trying to do the same thing around a track that is a mile long? Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. And of course, this is the session that awards the most points, the super attack, where the winner in each class gets 15 points. And so this is really the session that's going to make a very big difference to each driver's championship. In the meantime, don't forget to vote for your Lucas Oil top driver. Just scan the QR code at the bottom right of your screen. And if you're following from the track side, you can go into the Time Attack Instagram page, and that QR code is on our stories.
So I know from chatting with Mark Donnelly earlier, he was saying that he was worried that the clutch was slipping, and so he was very worried that that would be terminal for the car. But that was in the, I think, Attack 1 this morning. In Attack 2, I think it was much improved. And then, obviously, what we've got heating up there, I think, is the battle between Mark Donnelly in the Escort XR3i and obviously Dean Riley and in the VX220 and Eden Young in the Spicy Micra. So I think they're going to be ones to keep an eye out for. Although I see Eden is out on track now, so he left to go out a little bit later. So now we've got 19 cars out on track. So it really is going to be finding your way and threading your way amongst all of that traffic out there. But I think we're going to see a little battle heating up between all three of those.
Yeah, I think so many drivers have said that they've managed to set a very fast Sector 1 and they get held up in traffic, or have a trafficy Sector 1 and set a very fast Sector 2. But to do a fast Sector 1 and Sector 2, Rafael Tataris there drove off the track very briefly, and now he's back on the track.
He was going very slow there, so I didn't know if he had an issue, but then seemed to recover that. So
I wonder perhaps whether he maybe locked up or got out of shape coming into Druids, and then collected it, but had to stay wide and slow to let all the traffic come past. Maybe something like that happened.
Yeah. And so as I mentioned, the two fastest cars out on track, so Mark Donnelly and Dean Riley, so with a 52.2 for Mark Donnelly and a 52.4 for Dean Riley. And then where is Eden Young? He must be out on the flyer. I'm just waiting for that to get.
I was going to say he's done a personal best Sector 1, but of course, because he's not set any laps.
Yeah, and so we'll see if he slots in just behind them as well. There he is out on track.
Mashing across that gravel that's been strewn all over those final few corners. But the cars should sweep that out of the way fairly soon.
So Eden's just gone across the line for 1:13, so he definitely wasn't on pace then. So he must have let off, because we know that car is very, very capable. And we'll keep an eye on that to see if he manages. It may just be that, again, like I say, the window's very narrow, so you don't, if you know you're going to get held up by traffic or something's going wrong, you know, you mess up a corner, for instance, you're just going to like bail on that lap and save the car so that you can just save it up for another lap.
It's really interesting how strategic you need to be today at Brands Hatch Indy with the traffic, with the heat. This is really, really interesting, and it's so easy to fall into the trap of thinking Time Attack is about setting that one perfect lap. But in 2025, with the change in the format, it's not about setting one perfect lap. It's all about being fast and consistent and even strategic. I mean, the strategy element's always been there, I think, at Time Attack, but especially here at Brands Hatch Indy today, in the heat, the hot, hot heat.
Oh, so we're seeing Eden definitely on a flying lap now, so we'll see what time he manages to do. He's going to come up on a little bit of traffic now, but hopefully they're going round at pace. I mean, just while we're watching him, just talking about close, Dan Buckingham and Annie Thompson are running within 0.02 of a second of each other. So, I mean, what a battle is heating up in Clubman between that FK8 Civic and Annie Thompson in the Lotus.
Jamie Biss there in that silver MX-5. I think it was really, really interesting to hear what he had to say about his build and, you know, the modest budget and being quite creative with sourcing his parts and so on. I think that's a challenge that a lot of enthusiasts can relate to. How do you know, because Time Attack, I think, is very much a grassroots motorsport, but we have some really skilled professional driver builders, you know, with some sponsors and so on. And yet there's a lot of real, what you might call privateers as well, like pure privateers working on their driveways, getting second-hand parts from Facebook Marketplace. And I think that kind of builds, those kind of challenges are ones that a lot of enthusiasts can really relate to. So it was really interesting to hear Jamie Biss talk about that perspective. Eden Young there, flashing his headlights. I'm not sure.
It's interesting because he still hasn't set a time under a minute, and we know the car is capable of, like, you know, really bringing the battle to Mark Donnelly and Dean Riley here. So I don't know if he's, again, just backing out every time he knows that it's not going to be the perfect lap. But we haven't actually seen a fast lap being set by Eden yet. I mean, see the car kind of like moving around there. I don't...
It's pretty fast.
Oh, yeah, okay. There we go. So 52.4. So again, yeah, this is what we see. So between Mark Donnelly, Dean Riley and Eden Young, there's a really, really tight battle there.
So Mark Donnelly 52.00, Dean Riley 52.41, and Eden Young 52.47. Yeah, 4/10 separating our classic and retro top three. Very, very close indeed.
Annie Thompson has managed to pull out a 53.074, which has seen a break that, like lengthen that gap from Dan Buckingham, because as we saw, it was like thousandths of a second.
Yeah,
so, so she's pulled out a little bit of a lead there. So we saw, I think, Dan have, dip a couple of wheels on the exit of Paddock Hill here. So when I came and saw the car, it was very, very dusty down one side, and they were sweeping some of the gravel out of that, but good to see it back on track.
Mark Donnelly's car, fastest sector one.
On a flyer here, so let's see what Mark is capable of. So presumably no clutch slip in then.
I was just going to say, it looks so settled. It looks like such a classically well set up, planted car. 51.5.
51.5.
That's going to be tough to beat.
That really is going to be tough to beat.
That is a fast lap.
The oldest car that we have on track as well.
Yeah, it's also the fastest.
The fastest time.
Love it.
I'm a big fan of this car.
Yeah. I think that's the beauty of the time attack rules, is when you're hamstrung by needing to follow a close spec, you can only, like, to make an old car competitive, you need to really get quite creative, which you can't necessarily do in a lot of other motorsports. But in time attack, you've got a bit more flexibility on what you can do, and suddenly those old chassis become quite relevant because you can really do quite a lot with them and yeah, bring the fight to the newer machines. So very, very interesting stuff. Mark Donnelly, again, you know, we mentioned we got these pretty late model Civic Type Rs. We've got the Cayman GT4 RS. We've got some really super light little MX-5s, some of them turbocharged, the Lotus Exige, and so on. And it's the little Escort XR3i from 1983 that is faster than anything on track right now at the hands of Mark Donnelly, the driver who knows his car very well. He truly knows it inside out, having owned it and modified it and driven it for the past 20 years. And that really does show.
And Eden Young had improved on his time of 52.2 as well.
He moves into second in Classic and Retro, so edging ever closer to Mark Donnelly. So Dean Riley now back to third in Classic and Retro in the VX 220.
Mark Donnelly just setting a fastest speed track time on that lap, but not the fastest sector. So we'll keep an eye out there, but I do believe, because he's dipped into the 51s, that also, again, lap record. So yeah, absolutely blistering pace there from Mark Donnelly. And again, yeah, setting a fastest speed trap on the finish straight.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Not actually better any time, but it's still a 51.8, so still
wow.
incredibly fast time
so
to get down
fast.
into the 51s.
I kind of think, you know, you can probably get people with brand new M2 Club Sports and all of that fancy, expensive track key built stuff, who might lap considerably slower than Mark Donnelly in that Escort. It goes to show that age really is not as much of a factor as some people make it out to be. If you know what you're doing, really, cars are quite timeless, actually, and you can make anything fast if you know what you're doing. Really, really cool stuff. And of course, another case in point is Eden Young in that K11 Micra.
You see his lights ablaze there.
He's really moving.
I mean, Dean Riley, very, you know, graciously moves out of the way, but yeah, you see him lifting that rear wheel going into the Druids. And the sparks again coming off his splitter there as, yeah, absolutely chucking it around that corner.
He's really
and it moves around such a lot, you know, it's like, look at the sparks coming from it.
this is the problem he was talking about.
Flinging it through 30s.
Yeah. The diff is doing all kinds of things. The CVs are doing all kinds of strange things.
We
the
said
chassis
CVs
is
have been
flexing
a little
as
bit
well.
better, but yeah, let's see as he goes across the line. What time is he going to get?
Oh, no improvement there.
52.2.
So very,
just
very
lost
close.
a little bit of time on sector 2 then.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about any car can be fast if you know what you're doing, I mean, Eden Young, I think, really embodies that with the Nissan Micra. No, I mean, at least, like, let's take a look. Yes, Mark Donnelly's car is the oldest chassis that we have, but an XR3i, it was released as a, so, you know, there's some pedigree there. This is a Nissan Micra. And yet, he's really, really turned that into quite something. And you can see he's having to really wrestle that car around Brands Hatch Indy. Like you said, Susie, it's moving around so much. It really wants to get away from him. And this is with all the improvements and the development that he's done, and it's still doing that. It was even worse before. It was even more unpredictable and lively and scary. And yeah, this is an improvement, believe it or not. So I imagine this is definitely, yeah, quite a handful to hustle around.
So just following
Stephen House
around there, and I think very much Pocket Rocket Force induction. I was going to say class of the minis, but then obviously we've got Jay Biss.
Yep, he's moved into this
today,
class.
So
Thomas Langley in the Fiesta.
of course, yeah.
Dean Riley in that lovely VX 220. Let's see if he has an answer to Eden and Mark.
I mean, he's got a nice bit of clear track there, so not quite sure if he's on fire. Not got his headlights on, but again,
there we go.
no
His cool down
traffic,
lights on.
Right.
So the number 220 DRS racing machine, what appears to be a cool down lap. Although of course, this is when you want to be getting a move on, because look how clear the track is actually. But you know, it just so happens that things are out of sync, and this is, I guess, a lap where he really needs to cool things down. And this just so happens to be a lap where there's no traffic. And the Time Attack dice can really do quite a cruel role in that way.
It's really interesting. I was talking to Dean Riley earlier, and he was saying actually he's
Someone's come off the track.
Oh, there's a lot of smoke.
Oh,
who's
it's
that?
Clive
That's Clive
Hopwell again. He's got to try to keep it moving.
Going, yep.
Just get it back to the grass, at least the grass, and then the track, and then you're fine. Just get it off the gravel. Keep that momentum.
I mean, four-wheel drive. Looks good.
There we go. Yep, okay, all right. Oh.
Is he gonna park that up on the side? At least he should be out of the way.
Interesting. Yeah, that Golf R four-wheel drive really coming in handy there. So you thought he'd get a bit of a rallycross session as well as Time Attack.
So just looking at Dan Buckingham there. So down, I think what 0.3 of a second on Annie Thompson. So the shorter circuit at Brands Hatch are really kind of like playing into Annie's hands. And yeah, I mean, really great battle hotting up between the two of them.
Yeah, Annie Thompson coming away with a win and lap record, I think, at Donington.
Going to see if I can reference some of our existing lap records. We already know Mark Donnelly has hit the lap record in this session. I'm just going to go and check some of the others. A little bit off on Clubman still.
Oh my goodness. That's Thomas Langley in the barriers. Oh dear, and he's taken front end damage, and he's got stuff on the back of his car. And where is that?
Is that Druids?
Druids. Oh dear. There you go, checkered flag immediately thrown. That's a red flag situation, and there's no point doing a red flag when the session has about to come to an end. So
well, that's not a good end for Thomas Langley.
No,
and
not
obviously
at all.
after he had such a dramatic intervening session
yeah.
between after Donington as well, and having to buy a whole new donor car
Yeah.
just to put an engine in.
Yeah.
That's a shame to see him end the session that way.
Yep, very, very unlucky there for Thomas Langley. Let's take a look at our provisional results then, as the checkered flag has now been thrown. Classic and Retro then, our provisional winner, Mark Donnelly with a 51.5 ahead of Eden Young and Dean Riley. Great battle there. Clubman, our provisional Clubman winner, Annie Thompson ahead of Dan Buckingham and Clive Hopwell. In Clubman Plus with a 53.9, we have Jay Elliott in the supercharged S2000. Pocket Rocket Voice Induction, our provisional winner, is Gary Pepworth with a 53.1 ahead of Rafael Tsatsouris, Stephen House, Jamie Biss and Thomas Langley. And Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated our fast DT single round entry. The name is too long, so it's been abbreviated by the system.
And hopefully not on our entry list.
Not on this version of the entry list. DT then fastest with a 53.7 ahead of Ryan Barker, Mark Roberts, Stephen Wilkinson. Then the number 183 machine of Tim Matthews in the Matthews Motorsport Mazda MX-5 ahead of Martin Batchkovich, Mark Blackburn and Stuart Hyde in the Limitar Racing Honda Civic. And I believe that's it for today. That was our Super Attack, and taking a look through the timetable, we've done our 2 Racing Hondas Championship races. So that concludes today's coverage.
We've got a little while to the next round, haven't we? Because they've been pretty close together. I think they've been every 3 weeks, and I think we've got like another 6 weeks.
Is that what it
back
is?
at Snetterton.
Oh, that's sad. I've quite enjoyed having them so close together. That was quite fun. Yeah,
I mean,
27th of July. Yeah, that's the end of July. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it gives anyone who's had any issues at least some chances to fix the cars, and so hopefully we see a packed grid there.
True, true, true. Very wise. All right. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Thanks to those of you who persevered until the end here in person at TUNERFEST, powered by Lucas Oil. Thank you, of course, to those of you who've joined us on the Lucas Oil live stream as well and got involved in the conversation, in the comments and so on. Thank you to the production team, Susie, marshals, Time Attack staff, the drivers and teams, all that good stuff. Drive safe, everyone. The Time Attack stuff is done, so now we're back to speed limits and being sensible, so no funny business on the way home. And yeah, thank you, Susie.
Thanks, Alexei.
And
We'll
thanks, everyone. Yeah, we'll see you
back in 6 weeks.
6 weeks' time. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.